examining Pam Hupp about it. Hayes realized he had just discovered what was really at the center of the Faria case. Chapter 28. Russ Faria's call to 911 was about to be played for the jury. The defense had agreed with prosecutors that the dispatcher who took the call did not have to testify, and her supervisor could introduce the recording. But when Leah Askey began questioning the Lincoln County Director of 911 Services, Margie Harrell, about Russ's behavior on the call, Nate Swanson immediately saw this testimony going off the rails. At a sidebar with Judge Menemeyer, he objected to Askey eliciting Harrell's opinion on Russ's demeanor on the call. An opinion from Harrell would invade the jurors' rights and duty to judge the call for themselves. Richard Hicks argued that it was proper for Harrell, who had taken thousands of 911 calls in 16 years, to describe her observations of Russ's behavior. The judge agreed and overruled the objection, adding that Swanson could object again if he believed specific answers were improper. Askey asked Harrell if she found Russ to be hysterical, and Swanson objected. But Menemeyer overruled Swanson again and allowed Harrell to answer, just as Swanson had feared. "Yes, ma'am, at first. Normally, if we have a hysterical caller, it's very hard to derive information. You're more trying to get them to breathe, to where you don't have a second patient at the scene, more than you are anything else. It's hard to get further information from them. Whereas, with this one, there was hysteria. Then it was, you would ask a question, you get an answer. It would stop. You get an answer, and then it would go back to be hysteria again." Askey played the 911 recording, and the judge allowed a transcript to be projected on a screen by the witness stand. At the defense table, Russ Faria lowered his eyes and locked them on the table as the sounds of his own wailing and sobbing filled the courtroom. It was impossible not to relive those moments. The image of Betsy, crumpled on the floor, ripped into his heart almost as viciously as it had that night. Joel Schwartz had advised Russ against any display of emotion in front of the jury, and Russ was determined to remain stoic. Schwartz and Swanson had heard the call many times before, but it still wounded them to hear the man they had come to know so well sound so shattered and helpless. Across the room, the jurors kept their eyes glued to the transcript as it scrolled on the screen. Swanson was ready for cross-examination and quickly guided Harrell through the protocol for dealing with a hysterical caller. She said the goal was to calm the caller by asking questions and telling the caller to breathe. That was exactly what the dispatcher on this call did, she said. "So, when you said this is odd, that's what you said earlier. This is an odd audio?" "I said that it's odd in reference to hysteria, when you were talking to someone to try to get them to calm down, to be able to get good information. But that's what your training requires you to do?" "Yes." "That's what this dispatch person did?" "Yes." So, Swanson thought, the 911 dispatcher got a call from a hysterical husband who had just found his wife's body and used her training to calm him down so he could answer her questions. And there was something odd or suspicious about that? The first Lincoln County deputy sheriff who arrived at 130 Sumac Drive was now a patrol officer for the city of Troy. Officer Chris Hollingsworth told the jury he knew immediately that Betsy had not killed herself. He was in the house less than a minute before he ushered Russ Faria to a chair on the front porch. Worried that Russ might go into shock in the cold night air, he then moved him to a warm patrol car. The two men talked for an hour, perhaps less, mostly about the nearby Florissant Hazelwood area, where they both grew up, and the places where they hung out as kids. When Hollingsworth asked about an area called Bubblehead Road, Russ joked that he used to take women there and scare the hell out of them. And at that time, while he was having this conversation about Bubblehead Road and scaring women, did he seem like he was hyperventilating? Askey asked. No, ma'am. He was calm and we were laughing. Askey's voice rose. He was laughing? Yes, ma'am. Other than at the beginning, when you were out on the porch and trying to control his breathing, was there ever a time after you got in the car that he was crying? Hysterical? When he had made statements regarding telling his mom and daughters about the incident. But other than that, he was able to have normal conversation? Normal conversation. Laughing. Jovial. Yes, ma'am. Joel Schwartz began cross-examination by having Hollingsworth repeat all the steps he had taken to try to calm the visibly upset Russ. And then he asked, How much grieving had he gone through in 2009 when his wife was first diagnosed with cancer? I couldn't tell you. I didn't know him in 2009. Schwartz tried to ask Hollingsworth if he was familiar with all of the events that could have caused Russ to grieve for Betsy before that night, but Askey objected that there was no foundation for that. Schwartz tried a different approach, but the judge sustained another objection by Askey, drawing a surprised, "I'm sorry?" from Schwartz. The judge said, "Sustained as to lack of foundation." Schwartz tried to provide a foundation. Was Hollingsworth with the Farias in Rhode Island when they got the news that her cancer had spread? Was he with them on their so-called survival cruise in November 2011? Askey objected again, and the lawyers argued at the bench before the judge ruled Schwartz could ask if Hollingsworth learned any of those things while he was with Russ, but she would not allow Schwartz to ask 15 questions we know he doesn't know. Schwartz had Hollingsworth confirm that he did not know how much grieving Russ had done since Betsy's fatal cancer diagnosis. Schwartz ended his cross-examination by having Hollingsworth use photographs projected on the screen to explain that if he walked in the front door and focused on the door to the garage on the left, he wouldn't immediately see Betsy's body to the right in the living room. So much, Schwartz thought, for Askey's attempt to discredit Russ's account of putting down the dog food and taking off his jacket before he saw Betsy's body. Betsy Faria's body was cold and stiff, and her blood was dried when first responders arrived at her home. Lead medic Mike Quattrochi told the jury, but only under cross-examination by Nate Swanson. Prosecutor Richard Hicks had focused his direct examination on Quattrochi's assumption that he was in a crime scene as soon as he walked in, not the scene of a suicide by blade, as had been said by the dispatcher for the Lincoln County Ambulance District. After Swanson drew Quattrochi's testimony on cross that the body was cold and stiff, and the blood was dried, he asked the veteran of 25 years as a paramedic, "What did that suggest to you?" "That she had been down for quite a while. A couple hours. I'm not a medical examiner, but yeah." Quattrochi described the cut on Betsy's arm. There was no blood in it or anything, and it was laid open. "And what does that suggest to you?" "Maybe she was already bled out when that one was done to her." On redirect, Quattrochi told Hicks that he did not get any blood in his hands or knees when he knelt down to check the body. He also testified that when people cut their wrists to commit suicide, there was always a lot of blood, another redundant attempt by the state to prove Betsy didn't commit suicide. Under recross, Quattrochi referred to his original report for the time he arrived at the house, 9:51 p.m., just 11 minutes after Russ called 911. Not much time for a body to get cold and stiff and for the blood to start drying. Chapter 29, Tuesday, November 19th, 2013. Second day of trial testimony. To open the second day of the trial, the deputy commander for the Major Case Squad's investigation into Betsy Faria's murder spent a long time explaining how the MCS operates, without saying anything about the actual investigation. Lieutenant Mark Shimweg of the St. Peter's Police Department described the process for local departments to request the manpower and expertise from the MCS, and how detectives from member agencies respond to the call for assistance. Leah Askey's questioning finally got around to the case at hand. Shimweg said MCS officers made an initial arrest of Russ Faria 2 days after the murder, but Askey had said there was insufficient evidence to issue formal charges until more investigation was completed a few days later. Joel Schwartz began cross-examination by asking what that meant. Shimweg explained that police have limited time to get a warrant, a formal charge, from the prosecuting attorney before they have to release a suspect. Schwartz pointed out that Russ Faria had been arrested 2 days after Betsy's murder and asked, "You applied for warrants and they were refused at that time?" "Yes." "The more information you have, the less chance of making a mistake and arresting the wrong person, correct?" "Sure." "And you wouldn't want to make a mistake and arrest the wrong person, would you?" "No." Shimweg confirmed that several detectives interviewed Russ several times and also visited places and people, including everyone from game night, to check on his alibi. They interviewed witnesses to confirm everyone was where they said they were during the time Betsy was murdered. Schwartz wanted to know why Pam Hupp's whereabouts and the clothing she wore that night weren't similarly investigated and confirmed. Richard Hicks objected, citing the judge's prior rulings limiting questions about Hupp, and the judge sustained the objection. Schwartz thought there was just no bottom to the prejudicial decisions this judge would make to deny Russ Faria his rights to a fair trial. And then there was immediately another one. Askey had just started her redirect examination of Schimweg when Schwartz filed his third motion for a mistrial. She asked if the repeated interviews with the game night players were designed to get them to take polygraphs. Meeting in a sidebar with the judge, Schwartz objected, and Hicks said that the point Askey wanted to make was that the game night players had refused to take polygraphs. Schwartz argued they weren't officially asked, but he moved right to the heart of the issue. It's inadmissible in court. It's incredibly prejudicial with this jury. I would ask the jury to be instructed to disregard the last question, and I would ask for a mistrial based on that last question, Schwartz declared. Hicks shook his head. 1. The mere mention of a polygraph is not error in a trial. The case law, Schwartz interrupted with a new threat. We can call Pam Hupp. We are talking about refusing to take a polygraph. That's fine if we want to go down that road. These are your alibi witnesses, Hicks fired back. Anyway, the issue here is not whether they took a polygraph. It's the fact that they were not willing to. He argued that Pam Hupp couldn't be asked about not taking a polygraph because case law said that, except for a defendant, refusal by a witness to take a polygraph could not be used to impeach the witness. Schwartz was amazed. Hicks had just argued it was appropriate to ask if some witnesses, the game night players, had refused to take a polygraph, but it was inappropriate to ask if a different witness, Pam Hupp, had refused to take a polygraph. As the argument continued, Askey said she would withdraw the question. That didn't satisfy Schwartz. I would still request a mistrial. Judge Mennemeyer said she would instruct the jury to disregard Askey's last question, and added, the request for mistrial is denied at this point. The bloody slippers and switchblade, the knife in Betsy's neck, and all of the photos of her body in the house, crime scene technician Amy Pratt from the St. Charles County Sheriff's Department, SCCSD, said she and other technicians spent 6 or 8 hours collecting evidence and taking photos at the Faria's house the day after the murder. She identified a photo of the white plastic switchblade and noted that there appeared to be a pattern in the blood. She said the light switch was about 8 feet from the closet where the slippers were found in plain view, seemingly just tossed on the floor at the back by the men's clothes. For a moment, the Faria's dog, now happily living with Russ's parents, became the focus of the trial. Pratt identified the photos she snapped while a detective took paw prints and fur samples from a scared Cicely, whom Pratt incorrectly remembered as a male. She was worried because Cicely looked like he was freezing on the back porch. He actually seemed a little sad, standing at the door watching us, Pratt said. To explain the need for Cicely's paw prints, Askey had Pratt identify the photo she took of what police thought was a paw print on the hip of Betsy's pants. Nate Swanson started cross-examination by getting Pratt to agree the pattern on the switchblade appeared to be a cross-hatched pattern that could be made by fabric. So someone likely touched that switchblade with a piece of fabric that had blood on it, leaving a stain? Askey objected that the question called for Pratt to speculate, and the judge sustained it. Swanson tried twice to reframe the question, but Mennemeyer sustained Askey's objections each time. Swanson moved to the bloody slippers. When he asked if there was any way for blood to get on the soles other than stepping in blood, Pratt said simply, "That's a good question." She didn't know how the slippers got in the closet, but she had not found any bloody footprints leading to the closet or anywhere else in the house. Swanson showed Pratt a report on Blue Star forensic testing of Betsy's pants and had her read the last paragraph that concluded there was no blood present. An objection from Askey fomented a long argument over who could say what about Blue Star test results. Swanson said the judge had already prohibited the state from saying a positive reaction from tests on the kitchen floor indicated there could have been blood there, but had ruled the defense could elicit testimony that a negative reaction proved there was no blood. Schwartz added that the defense was justified in presenting testimony that tests found no blood on the alleged paw print because Askey had said in her opening statement that it was blood. When Judge Mennemeyer decided to take a break before ruling, Schwartz protested that would allow prosecutors to confer with Pratt before her testimony continued. The judge said there was no rule prohibiting that, and Schwartz was free to ask Pratt about it. When court resumed, the judge ruled prosecutors could present evidence that Blue Star testing had produced a positive reaction, but could not say that meant blood was present. Swanson immediately asked Pratt if she had talked to prosecutors during the break. Yes, they discussed the fact that, while she did not write the report on the testing, it accurately stated that she conducted the tests and described the results. He led Pratt on a lengthy explanation of Blue Star test results, and then asked if the alleged paw print showed no reaction to Blue Star, expecting her to confirm her earlier answer. It did react, she said this time. That was not what Swanson expected or wanted to hear. He responded, "It's not what the report says." Pratt said the reference to negative results meant they had not been able to enhance the image they believed was a paw print. It did not mean there had been no reaction to a test for blood. She didn't know if there was blood because that would have been determined by a different test by someone else at the laboratory. In short, rapid-fire questions, Swanson got Pratt to agree that she did not know if the mark was in blood, did not know how old it was, and did not have a clue how it got on Betsy's pants. Schwartz wanted a more direct attack on Pratt's sudden change in testimony, and asked Pratt to identify the test and the result. "When we enhanced it for the paw print, it was a negative as a paw print," Pratt said. She was hedging, and Schwartz couldn't let her get away with it. "That's not what you testified to earlier when Mr. Swanson was questioning you. You said you enhanced it with Blue Star luminol and that it was negative." "To enhance it." "So you never enhanced it for blood?" "We did enhance it for blood." "And that test was negative?" Pratt seemed to be struggling to maintain her new position on the purpose of the test. "I do not. It was used as an enhancement tool to try to draw the paw print up. That was the whole reason for it. And you keep calling it a paw print, but now you are saying you enhanced it to determine if it was a paw print, and you can't even say that, can you?" "I can't. I can't tell you if it was a paw print." Schwartz got Pratt to agree that the mark could have been on Betsy's pants for a month and could have been made in mud from when the dog was outside. Schwartz was frustrated. He could only hope that the jurors had found it suspicious that, after conferring privately with the prosecutors, Pratt changed her testimony from saying the test found no blood was present to insisting the test was to determine if the mark was a paw print. Would the jurors interpret Pratt's changing testimony as a result of the prosecutors coaching the witness? Several of Betsy Faria's relatives left the courtroom as the next witness took the stand. They did not want to hear Dr. Kamal Sabarwal, the medical examiner, describe the scores of wounds to their beloved Betsy, and they especially didn't want the photographs of her body to become their last visual memory of her. But as questioning began, Schwartz objected to testimony by Sabarwal about cadaveric spasm, the much-debated theory that a part of the body that undergoes extreme strain or stress just before death could immediately enter rigor mortis, the stiffening of muscles and tissues that develops normally 2 to 4 hours after death. Schwartz knew Askey and Hicks hoped to use the cadaveric spasm theory to suggest Betsy's body could have entered rigor mortis in the 10 to 15 minutes between the time they said Russ killed her and first responders found her body cold and stiff. Judge Mennemeyer had already denied Schwartz's motion asking for a special hearing to take scientific and medical testimony on whether the concept of cadaveric spasm met the legal standards for evidence in a trial. Hicks agreed now there was no scientific measure or test that can be done to figure out if this happened, and that it was a rare phenomenon. But he said it was supported by many doctors, including Sabarwal. It was up to the jurors to determine if cadaveric spasm could explain the condition of Betsy's body. Mennemeyer rejected Schwartz's new request for a hearing, ruling prosecutors could ask about cadaveric spasms and Schwartz could make more objections then. Dr. Sabarwal then began the litany of stabbing and cutting and slicing, describing all 55 mutilations by location, direction, length, and depth as the photos of the wounds came up on the screen. He said all of the entry wounds were on the left side of the head, face, and neck. The cutting and slicing wounds all over the right arm and wrist could be consistent with defensive wounds. Hicks led the doctor on an explanation that a knife making the gash across the right forearm, more than 1.5 inches deep, would have to cut through skin, underlying soft tissue, tendons, muscles, and some blood vessels. Hicks clearly was fishing for a comment from Sabarwal that would imply the killer was more likely to be a man with the strength to inflict that kind of wound with a steak knife. But the best answer he could get was, "It would take a little effort, yes." When Hicks asked the doctor to define cadaveric spasm, Schwartz resisted the urge to object again. Another unfavorable ruling from the judge might lead jurors to assume the defense was trying to hide something more important than this really was. Bosworth explained to the jurors how rigor mortis naturally occurs as muscles and tissues stiffen, usually starting 2 to 4 hours after death. He said rigor mortis could occur almost immediately if there was a lot of exertion or physical activity just before death. That could deplete adenosine triphosphate, ATP, the chemical that causes muscles to contract, and that could cause the muscle to go into spasm, or rigor mortis, faster. That was the rare event called cadaveric spasm that medical reports said had happened under certain circumstances. Schwartz went directly on the attack. The doctor agreed that there was no test to determine if cadaveric spasm exists or had happened in a specific case, and that some doctors accepted the theory of cadaveric spasm and some rejected it. The pathologist said he believed it could happen if extreme physical exertion depleted the ATP. Schwartz hoped to minimize the value of this speculation as he asked, "Cadaveric spasm would not account for cooling of the body or drying of the blood, would it?" "That's correct." Bosworth agreed he didn't know if he had ever seen an instance of cadaveric spasm and couldn't tell if it had happened to Betsy's body. "Here, you have no basis to say that it did happen?" "In this case, no." The doctor also agreed that, since he did not know when Betsy's body was discovered, he had no way to tell when rigor mortis would have set in naturally. Looking again at the photo of Betsy's body lying on her living room floor, Bosworth agreed with Schwartz that he would expect to see more blood from the 7-inch deep wounds to her abdomen and back, as well as a gash to her right wrist, if she had been alive when they were inflicted. Schwartz asked if Bosworth would expect, given that he said Betsy had bled out, and there were defensive wounds to her arms and hands, that whoever stabbed her would have blood on them somewhere. "I would think so." Hicks came back for quick responses to some points Schwartz made on cross. Bosworth agreed that there had been significant internal bleeding from the abdominal wounds. He said the only way to tell if rigor mortis had set in would be to move the body, not simply touching it or looking at a photograph, and the doctor said the time it takes for blood to begin drying depends on the volume of blood and the thickness of the layer of blood. Schwartz used more recross to show the doctor the photo of Betsy's body with the blood under her head, and to ask how long it would take for a pool like that to dry. "The area where there is a lot of blood, that would take longer than minutes. That would take some time to dry up or coagulate," Bosworth said. If it would take longer than minutes, Schwartz thought, then Russ couldn't have spilled Betsy's blood just minutes before first responders examined the body. He hoped the jurors could put those common-sense facts together. Chapter 30. Crime scene technician Tiffany Fisher had written the report that seemed to confuse the issue of whether there was blood on Betsy Faria's pants in what may or may not have been a dog's paw print. Referring to the report Leah Askey handed her, Fisher said Blue Star was not used to test for blood, but the stain there was consistent with other stains on the pants she described as red, blood-like stains. She used Blue Star to try to enhance the pattern, but was unable to improve it beyond what could be seen with the naked eye. Nate Swanson had Fisher confirm again that there was no reaction to Blue Star when she applied it to the mark on the pants. She didn't know what the laboratory did with that stain or mark after that. Swanson was only too happy to move on and have Fisher identify the photos she took of the front passenger seat of Russ's car, showing the paper bag and receipt from Arby's, 2 bottles of brisk iced tea, and a carton of flip-top boxes of Edgefield cigarettes. For a complete effect, Swanson had her read the receipt for 2 junior cheddar melt roast beef sandwiches that was dated December 27, 2011, at 9:09 p.m. On redirect, Askey tried to reframe the testing of the paw print by asking if a positive reaction to Blue Star indicated there could be blood present. "There was a chemical reaction that caused the chemiluminescence, which would indicate the possible presence of blood," Fisher said. Swanson wouldn't let that stand. "When you say possible, you don't know if it's blood?" "I do not know if it's blood." "You don't know what it is?" "Correct." The first detective to arrive at the Faria house that night told the jury he immediately rejected the possibility that Betsy committed suicide because those were not self-inflicted wounds that she had, and the majority of the wounds on her hands and arms appeared to be defensive wounds. Detective Mike Merkel also said Russ was cooperative during the initial 4-hour interview at the police station. Hicks asked what Merkel observed on the remote TV broadcast while Russ was alone in the interview room, Well, on more than one occasion it appeared that his demeanor was, I'll call it erratic. He would be overwhelmed with emotion at times, and then what appeared to be completely emotionless and just stoic at other times. What about any observations you might have made about him crying? Was he sobbing or crying? I think, when you say crying, was he shedding tears? Not necessarily. He would sob, but it didn't appear as though any water was coming from his eyes, any tears were coming out. Schwartz was disgusted by the cynical attempt to suggest to the jury that Russ's heartbreaking reaction to the bloody death of his wife was anything less than genuine and sincere. Who has the right to judge the emotional response of someone who has just discovered the brutal murder of his wife? Who sets the standard for the correct way to grieve? Merkel told the jurors Russ demonstrated how he dropped to the floor about a foot in front of Betsy's face. When Hicks asked if Merkel questioned Russ about how he could have done that without getting any blood on him, Merkel's memory was inaccurate. I don't think I questioned him as directly as that sounds. I more inferred that I had needed to understand if there was any trace evidence from this person that did that on him, and if we needed to collect any of that from him. What did Russ say when asked why he didn't embrace Betsy's body? I don't think he really provided an answer. I don't know that he was expecting that question or even knew how to answer it. Knowing that Schwartz would attack that misleading answer, Hicks handed Merkel his own report on the interview. With his recollection refreshed, Merkel said, "According to my report, when I asked him that, he said she was already gone. Did he tell you what he believed what happened as far as why she was dead?" He stated that he thought that she killed herself. Hicks handed Merkel his report on the search of the house on January 3, 2012, the day before Russ was arrested, when the police used Blue Star to look for evidence of blood in the kitchen, dining room, and bathroom. Schwartz objected and told the judge in a sidebar that the defense had never seen that report, written by Merkel and approved by Sergeant Ryan McCarrick on April 3, 2013, exactly 15 long months after the search, or the photographs the police took that day. Schwartz said Merkel should be barred from testifying about the search or the Blue Star testing. Hicks said he had just received the report and agreed it should have been provided to the defense, but added that Schwartz already knew about the Blue Star tests. Swanson responded that the defense had specifically asked for reports on forensic testing in the house and had been told no such report existed. Askey shot back that all of this had been discussed when the prosecution's witnesses were deposed. And Hicks added that none of this meant Merkel couldn't testify now that the test showed only the possibility of blood. Schwartz relented and said he would accept Merkel's testimony, as long as he didn't say the tests were positive for blood. Judge Mennemeyer offered a final ruling. Everyone can say it's presumptive, could be, couldn't be. And then she said to Schwartz, "You could say it couldn't be, right?" But before Schwartz could answer, Swanson brought up the related issue of the photographs of the tests Merkel would say produced a glow from positive results. Those pictures would have been important to document your investigation, yet none of those pictures would develop successfully. "You don't have any of those to give to anybody?" Swanson asked. Hicks said, "I think he, Merkel, will tell you, sadly, that is the case." It would be some time before it was known if that, indeed, was the case. When testimony resumed, Hicks wasted no time taking Merkel to the Blue Star testing on January 3, 2012. He asked Merkel to step down from the stand and approach the screen where photos of the kitchen and dining room were being displayed for the jury. He explained the police didn't spray the entire floor, but followed a trail of positive reactions. "It's just like follow the trail of breadcrumbs, essentially," he said. He identified spots on the kitchen floor and near the table in the dining room that reacted to Blue Star with a positive chemical luminescence, as did the front of a drawer on a kitchen cabinet. "Do you recall what was in that drawer?" "If I recall, there were towels, hand towels." Schwartz's cross-examination first targeted the January 3rd date of the tests. Merkel didn't know if the house had been returned to Russ's control after he was released by the police on December 29th, but he did not remember any police barricades around the house on January 3rd, and if the house had been released, Merkel knew of nothing that would have prevented Russ, his family, or anyone else from cleaning up the scene before the day of the tests. Merkel said he had reviewed the photographs taken that day, and they showed absolutely nothing, because of a malfunction in our camera that we have had, since then, repaired. "There's no photographs we can see?" They did not produce any results because of the camera malfunction. Police claims of malfunctioning equipment or cameras irritated Schwartz. While he had no specific examples of lying by police, claims of evidence unavailable because of some mechanical malfunction always seemed too convenient. He thought his suspicions would someday prove justified, but he didn't know then just when that day would arrive. Schwartz drew Merkel's agreement that Blue Star testing could yield false positive results, but he said he wasn't sure if common household cleaning agents could cause false positives. Schwartz returned to Russ's behavior in the interview room, having Merkel explain that police do not inform people that they are recorded by a hidden camera. He agreed that Russ cried, repeatedly whispered, "No, no, 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 no," prayed, put his head into his hands on the table and sobbed, and fell to his knees while whispering "no" again. Merkel couldn't remember if Russ banged his head against the wall, but he agreed after Schwartz showed him his report. Schwartz cast a quick glance at the jurors. My God, what else should Russ have done for his grief to be judged genuine by a cop? Would those 12 people agree with the police that he somehow had not shown enough real grief to avoid being tagged as a killer? Merkel agreed that, to the best of my knowledge, the police confirmed everything Russ told them about his activities the day and evening of the murder. Looking at a photo of Betsy's body, Merkel also agreed that there were no more than a few droplets of blood on the floor where Russ said he lay to look at her. Schwartz hoped that would negate any concerns by jurors over the lack of blood on Russ's clothes or body, and he followed that by asking if the video of Russ pumping gas at the Conoco station didn't show he was wearing the same clothes he was wearing when police arrived at the house, the same clothes the police seized from him in jail. Merkel said he didn't remember exactly what Russ was wearing in the video, but agreed Schwartz's description of an orange t-shirt, blue jeans, and boots sounded familiar. Under redirect, Hicks returned to the issue of Russ's grief. Merkel agreed that he had interviewed other witnesses who cried and that he had given them Kleenex tissues. Did you ever have to do that with Mr. Faria? No, sir. Schwartz shook his head. So Kleenex was now the standard for the appropriate level of grieving. The next witness, Major Ray Floyd of the Troy Police Department, would surely resurrect the continuing conflict over testimony about Betsy's life insurance policies. Schwartz asked for a sidebar to object again to the judge's rulings, limiting testimony about insurance to the fact that Russ told police he was beneficiary on $300,000 to $400,000 in policies on Betsy. Schwartz argued again that it was wrong to allow prosecutors to say money from life insurance was Russ's motive to kill Betsy, while preventing Schwartz from saying that money from life insurance was an equally valid motive for new beneficiary Pam Hupp to kill Betsy. Hicks began his argument with what Schwartz thought was a profound admission. I would agree, absolutely, that would be motive for Pam Hupp, Hicks said. But Pam Hupp, that's not relevant for us to bring up because there's no direct evidence of her involvement. That's the difference. The frustration was unending for Schwartz. Pam Hupp stood to profit substantially from Betsy's death, was the last person known to see Betsy alive, and was the only person known to be at Betsy's house about the time she was killed, yet the prosecutors and the judge found no direct evidence linking her to Betsy's murder. Schwartz fired back. I would argue there's less, substantially less, direct evidence that Russel Faria was with her at the time of her death. Schwartz thought Hicks was desperately flailing about to try to justify his position. There is much more evidence against Mr. Faria than there is against Pam Hupp. There is a history of animus and anger and fighting between these two. There is her blood. He has her blood on his slippers in the closet. There is him finding her and claiming that she committed suicide when it's clear to everybody else that she didn't commit suicide. And then Hicks shocked Schwartz with what seemed another admission about the state's case against Russ. I think that, in and of itself, may not be enough direct evidence to ultimately convince a jury. I don't know, but we're going to find out. But it is much more direct evidence than they have, than just her mere presence, Pam Hupp dropping her off during that time period. Judge Mennemeyer quickly confirmed her previous decisions. Floyd could testify that Russ said he was the beneficiary on Betsy's policies. Hicks started by having Floyd tell the jury the questioning of Russ Faria started at roughly 4 o'clock in the morning and probably concluded somewhere around 4 o'clock in the afternoon on December 28th. The actual interrogation took up 5 or 6 of those 12 hours. The rest of the time was for breaks to get Russ cigarettes and water, for him to use the restroom, and to feed him. Schwartz hoped the jurors would remember that the 12 hours with Floyd came after almost 6 hours of interrogation by Detective MARQUEE, or Russ sitting alone in the tiny interview room with his grief. Would jurors think about what it must have been like for a man who had just found his wife's butchered body to spend those hours alone in haunted disbelief, interrupted by intense police questioning and accusations that he murdered her? Hicks chose a curious place to start that story, with questions about the Faria's Chow Golden Retriever mix, Sicily. Asked what Russ told him about the dog, Floyd said, "He said that strangers, it would probably come at them. Friends and family it was friendly with." There was the implication Hicks was seeking, that Sicily would attack any threatening stranger who came into the house. Therefore, the killer must have been a family member. Hicks also led Floyd through a series of questions designed to make jurors think Russ was adamant that Betsy had committed suicide and was trying to deceive the police. Floyd agreed that Russ said several times he believed it was suicide, and would keep coming back to it, right? He believed that she committed suicide? He believed she committed suicide. But then did you ask him if she committed suicide, why would she have picked this time to do it? He thought it was because he was going to be away from the house at that time. Did he acknowledge to you in any way whether there were life insurance policies on Betsy's life? Yes, he did. Schwartz chafed at the word acknowledge, as if Floyd had to beat that information out of a reluctant Russ, instead of him informing them in a very matter-of-fact way during what he thought then was his effort to assist the investigation. Hicks closed his direct examination by asking about Pam Hupp. Floyd said Russ considered Pam and Betsy close friends. He thought Pam was a nice lady. The two of them had a good relationship, and he considered her a friend too. Schwartz wanted to immediately put the life insurance policies and the discussion of suicide into the proper perspective for the jurors. He started cross-examination by having Floyd confirm Russ told police Betsy had a short time to live because of the new cancer diagnosis. Floyd also said Russ agreed the way Betsy died was not a typical way to commit suicide, and he hoped she had not taken her own life. Russ said Betsy once left a so-called suicide note, but Floyd didn't remember Russ saying Betsy had actually tried to commit suicide once. Schwartz returned to what he thought was abuse of Russ by the police. So, how long had he been up when you were talking to him? 36 hours. The prosecutors knew their next witness would draw more objections from the defense, so they called for another sidebar. Hicks warned Betsy's life insurance agent, Lee Lester, would testify that Russ called him on New Year's Eve, 4 days after Betsy's murder, to ask about collecting on the State Farm policy. Schwartz argued that would violate the judge's limits on testimony about insurance policies. Hicks naturally disagreed. It's not just he knew about it, but he was concerned about it. He was interested in it just a few days after his wife's death. It goes directly to motive. The argument continued until Schwartz had almost passed his breaking point, and he threw out a comment that could have raised some judges' eyebrows, if not their tempers. "Judge, you do what you want," he said in a tone he was sure conveyed his opinion that the situation already caused by the judge's rulings was ridiculous. Mennemeyer agreed with Hicks. "I think the timing of it is probative." But Schwartz then objected because the agent had been sitting in the courtroom all day listening to testimony. That violated the judge's order excluding witnesses except for Betsy's family. Assured earlier testimony had nothing to do with questions for Lester, the judge agreed he could testify. Lester said Russ called him because he wanted to get that money, he said, for her funeral. I said there was going to be an investigation before that can happen. He was like, maybe, surprised by that. He was like, really? An investigation? I was like, yeah. Any kind of case like this gets pushed up to our special unit. Schwartz asked if Russ told Lester the funeral home suggested calling the agent to get money for funeral costs. That's correct, I believe. A computer analysis of Russ Faria's cell phone showed that between the 4 hours of 5 to 9 p.m. on December 27, 2011, there was only one call out and one call in. Captain Michael Lang of the Lincoln County Sheriff's Office, an investigator from the Major Case Squad's Technical Operations Group, TOG, testified the call from Russ's phone at 5:22 p.m. was to his mother and lasted 13 minutes. The call into his phone was at 8:57 p.m. from Betsy's mother and went to voicemail. Askey asked if the records indicated that Russ listened to Meyer's voicemail. Yes, a call to the number that was listed as voicemail, about 30 seconds later. Lang also testified that he was among the officers sent to arrest Russ at his mother's house on January 4, 2012. Lang said he seized handwritten notes next to the phone on the desk where Russ was seated when police arrived. There were 3 phone numbers with names written next to them. The names were Sergeant Ryan McCarrick, Ryan Lance, a friend of Russ's, and Mike Corbin. And there was a note that said Elizabeth Policy, followed by a policy number. The names Russel S. Faria, Mary Rogers, and Ded Suhomsky, Russ's aunt. And then $150,000. On cross, Nate Swanson had Lang confirm he did not know who wrote the notes and had not been told the funeral home advised Russ to call the insurance agent about money for Betsy's funeral. Swanson also challenged Lang's conclusion that Russ listened to the voicemail 30 seconds after Betsy's mother called his phone. Wouldn't her call to Russ's phone still have been connected to voicemail in 30 seconds? Lang admitted. It could be a call to the voicemail. It just wouldn't be able to retrieve the voicemail yet. So there's no evidence that Russ Faria ever listened to the phone call from Janet Meyer? No. Swanson hoped the jurors would realize that Lang had just contradicted his direct testimony for Askey, that Russ's phone proved he had listened to the voicemail. That wasn't what the data showed, and Lang had to pull back his testimony. Swanson referred to the text beginning at 3:46 p.m. between Russ and Betsy, when she told him Pam Hupp had offered to drive her home. She offered and I accepted. Swanson read the 3:52 p.m. text aloud. He wanted to be sure the jury understood the arrangement for Pam to drive Betsy home. Swanson asked, Russ told her he would come and get her? She told him he didn't need to, that Pam Hupp had offered. She accepted, and Pam Hupp would be bringing her home? That's correct. Another direct and provable contradiction to Pam's false testimony that Betsy asked her to drive her home, and more evidence that Pam was determined to be alone with Betsy at the house at the time she was murdered. Judge Mennemeyer sent the jury home for the night. Chapter 31. Wednesday, November 20th, 2013. Third day of trial testimony. The numbers sounded impressive, but they proved very little. The chance that the blood found on the outside and the sole of Russ Faria's right slipper belonged to someone other than Betsy Faria was 1 in 178 quadrillion. Quadrillion being the number that comes after a trillion, which comes after a billion. So that's 1 in 178 with 15 zeros behind it. And the chance that the DNA found inside the slipper was from anyone other than Russ Faria was 1 in 978 billion, 1 in 978 with 9 zeros behind it. So, Joel Schwartz thought, the jury now knew the blood at the scene of Betsy's murder was hers, and Russ had at some time worn his own slippers. The rest of the testimony by Daniel Fonestock from the crime lab at the St. Charles County Sheriff's Department didn't prove much either. The DNA analysis only proved that someone, no one knew who, had put Betsy's blood on Russ's slippers, and proving that Russ had worn his own slippers certainly didn't prove he killed his wife. But Askey had Fonestock, the crime lab's DNA technical leader, present all of his analysis, starting with his description of the blood on the slippers as droplets, adding, they weren't smears, they didn't appear to be transfers, so not like someone could pick up the slipper and rub it in the blood. That's not what it appeared to me to be. Fonestock said the blood on the switchblade from the master bedroom was a mixture from 2 people. The major contributor was Betsy. The other contributor was male, but the sample was so small as to be of no comparative value for identification. A loose end Schwartz thought didn't cut in favor of the prosecution or the defense. Fonestock said the rape kit, standard in the murder of a woman, showed a mixture of material from Betsy and Russ, including 8 sperm cells in her vagina. A swab from the outside of the rectum showed a mixture of materials from Betsy and a male, but again the sample was too small to allow identification. Swanson used cross-examination to put lab tests into perspective. Fonestock had not found any blood on Russ's t-shirt, jeans, socks, belt, and wristwatch. He did not know how old the blood on Russ's slipper was or how it got there. Betsy's t-shirt showed extensive amounts of her blood, but Fonestock never saw Betsy's pants. No blood was found on any of the cabinet doors or the floor tiles from the kitchen and dining room, including one he tested after it reacted to Blue Star luminol. He agreed with Swanson that the reagents had a high level of false positive results to things like plant materials. It could be dirt, bleach. A lot of cleaning supplies will give false positives. Material from fingernail clippings from Betsy's right hand was mostly Betsy's. There was one particle of DNA called an allele, a tiny form of a gene located on a chromosome, from someone else. It was not from Russ, but it was too small to identify another source. Askey immediately tried to rebut implications from Swanson's cross-examination, starting with the possibility of DNA from an unidentified third person. Fahnestock said one allele under Betsy's fingernails meant nothing and could have been deposited there during normal activities. Without referring specifically to Betsy's pants, he said he would not typically even test an article of bloody clothing from a victim unless there was a specific reason to do so. He said being unable to reproduce the reaction to Blue Star on floor tiles and cabinet and drawer fronts, because the liquid reagent just rolled off the surfaces, did not mean the glowing results when police tested them were wrong. Swanson thought the jurors were certain to be confused by that round of questions by Askey. He asked Fahnestock if the high rate of false positive results from Blue Star meant a reaction was not meaningful if he couldn't confirm it. It's not meaningful for us to continue with doing DNA analysis. It may be meaningful in the reconstruction of the crime, but for me to proceed with DNA analysis, that's only meaningful if I can confirm it's blood. Nate referred to the lack of bloody footprints anywhere, and especially on the carpet near the pooled blood around Betsy's body. You were not able to confirm any blood there? I was not. Askey called her next witness, apologized for putting her on the stand, and asked her to identify herself. I'm Janet Meyer, Betsy Faria's mother, she said. Askey had Janet explain that she had called Russ at 8:57 p.m. to check on Betsy's whereabouts after she failed to answer a call. She left a message, but Russ didn't return it, as he usually did when it concerned Betsy. Askey ended her short examination by asking if Betsy usually showered before she went to chemotherapy or other events, a question clearly aimed at doubting the timing of the deposit of the seminal material Russ said was during sex on Christmas night. Yes, she was a very clean person. It was clear to Schwartz that Askey did not like the inference that the seminal material was from the Farias having sex Sunday night before her death on Tuesday night. He would have to wait until closing arguments to find out why. But he addressed that in his first questions for Janet Meyer. Yes, she had heard that Betsy and Russ had sex on Christmas night. She didn't remember what Betsy was wearing when she came to her home on Monday. Schwartz asked if Janet told police that Pam said she had not gone into Betsy's house, but that drew an objection from prosecutors and led to a lengthy debate at a sidebar. Hicks argued the only reason to pursue what Pam had said about going into the house was to point the finger of guilt at her. Schwartz responded that Janet could testify about what she told police, and that was proper impeachment of Pam's denial that she told Janet she had not gone into the house. Judge Mennemeyer was obviously tiring of the arguments over Pam Hupp, but in a rare event, she still ruled for Schwartz. You can ask her what she said, but we're not going to go over and over and over the issue. Schwartz had Janet confirm again that Pam called her at 8:52 p.m. And then did you also tell police that Pam had indicated to you she did not go into Elizabeth's residence because the house was dark and the door was unlocked? I think so. All right, you didn't make that information up, if it says it in your report? If it says it, yeah, right, it would be true, yes. Schwartz and Betsy's mother fenced a bit about whether she told police it wasn't unusual for Russ not to return calls on his game night. Schwartz asked, but if he didn't listen to the message, he wouldn't have known what it was pertaining to, correct? I feel like he listened to it and didn't call me back. That's how I feel. You feel like he listened to it? I do. That's my feeling. Schwartz decided not to ask her how she could know that. The jury might not like further challenges to the grieving mother of a murdered daughter. As Janet Meyer left the witness stand, Judge Mennemeyer turned to Askey. Further evidence on behalf of the state? No, Your Honor, Askey said. The state rests. Chapter 32. Joel Schwartz immediately made his motion for the judge to acquit Russ Faria at the end of the state's case. As he expected, Judge Mennemeyer immediately denied it. He had tried few cases where a judge's direct verdict of acquittal was as warranted as it was in the People of the State of Missouri v. Russel Faria. The state had failed to present the case jurors would conclude proved Russ guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. The defense team thought the state proved only that Russ was miles away from his home from 5 o'clock until at least 9:30, certainly the time frame when Betsy was murdered. An objective analysis of the state's evidence should result in an overwhelming doubt, way beyond a reasonable doubt, about Russ's guilt. The judge should order Russ acquitted now. But Schwartz knew Mennemeyer would deny the motion, and she did. Before Schwartz could call his first witness, Mennemeyer also denied his motion to reconsider her rulings limiting cross-examination of Pam Hupp. The judge agreed case law established the defense's right to cross-examine a witness on accuracy, veracity, and credibility, and that the interest of the witness in the outcome of a case is never irrelevant. But she confirmed she found no direct connection between Pam Hupp and the murder, so she was correct to prohibit Schwartz from questioning her about some points, including becoming beneficiary of Betsy's insurance 4 days before she was killed. The jury had heard there were inconsistencies or contradictions in some of her statements and testimony because the defense had been allowed to cross-examine her on those points, but it was inappropriate to engage in questioning that would get into who Pam Hupp thought killed Betsy, or whether she killed Betsy. Pursuing those questions would be prejudicial and confusing, the judge said. Schwartz had known exactly what was coming. He responded with a cool, flat, and vaguely sarcastic, "Thank you, Your Honor." And then he began presenting his case to prove that Russ not only did not kill Betsy, but that he could not have killed Betsy. The first defense witness was the first firefighter, or EMT, to examine Betsy's body. Captain Robert Schrammick of the Lincoln County FPD said the body was cold to the touch when he checked for a brachial pulse on her upper arm. When he tried to move that part of her entire arm moved. What did that mean to you as a firefighter for 30 years? That she had been there for some time, and that rigor mortis had started to set in. Did you notice the condition of the blood? It was set up. It was coagulated, I guess you would call it. What does that mean in layman's terms? The blood was cold. It had been there for some time. Richard Hicks's cross-examination took Schrammick right to the state's major theme. He never thought Betsy committed suicide, but he also told Hicks he thought Betsy's body had entered at least the onset of rigor mortis, which could happen within a couple of hours after death. Schwartz hoped Schrammick's testimony would help the jury set a time of death close to 7:30 p.m., so his next 4 witnesses, the game night players, could establish Russ's alibi for that time. He began with host Michael Corbin, a 41-year-old sign maker who had known Russ for 15 years and had been playing fantasy board games since junior high school. Mike explained the details of the Rollmaster game for the jury. Players take on specific characters, a monk for Russ and an elf investigator for Mike's girlfriend, Angelia Hulian, and roll dice to move around a board that Mike utilizes to set up fantasy adventures. Mike verified everything Russ had always said about game night. He remembered Russ's phone ringing once, with its distinctive ring, the recognizable Imperial March music from Star Wars. Russ looked at the phone and put it back in his pocket without answering it. Was Mike 100% certain no one left the house between 6 and 9 o'clock that night? I am positive of that. We all sat within 8 feet of each other the entire evening, except if one of us got up to go to the restroom. Prosecutor Hicks took the group's role-playing game in an odd direction, starting by having Mike explain that he served as the referee who made up the adventures and drew up the game board. Did Mike have to be imaginative to do that? Somewhat. You have to be able to think on the fly. Right, you are thinking on the fly. You're trying to come up with storylines, adventures. I think you used the term missions? Yes, that would be one way to look at them. I usually refer to them as adventures. Adventures or missions where a particular character has to accomplish something. Usually it's the entire group working together. Mike said he had to write Russ's peaceful monk-type character out of the game after he was arrested. The monk simply wandered off into the woods, never to be heard from again. Hicks asked, I thought you told me in the deposition he was a martial arts expert. He did have those skills, but he didn't use any weapons, typically trying to defuse situations in the game, So then, in that same deposition, do you remember when I asked you about Conan the Barbarian, your response was, "Oh, well, we don't play those types of games"? Mike offered a pointed answer to correct Hick's memory. Actually, you had asked me about missions that involved kidnapping people, and I stated, "No, we don't have any kind of ill will in any of the games. Typically, I run a heroic-type game where these are good guys trying to defeat bad guys." Are there non-heroic-type role-playing games? There are people that do that, but I think that's kind of an unhealthy thing. Somehow for you, that's different from just watching the movie Conan the Barbarian? I guess watching the movie is a much more passive type of activity, rather than to actually become the character, than to actually play out or act out. I mean, we don't dress up or anything. This is just a board, pieces of paper, dice. Schwartz had to shake his head. Hicks seemed to be trying to turn a harmless fantasy board game among friends into Charlie Manson's helter-skelter-inspired mayhem playing out before a murder. The second player up to bat was Marshall Bach, a 29-year-old auto mechanic who offered the same details Mike Corbin had just recounted. Again, Hicks went right to the board game in cross-examination. Marshall confirmed his character was a weapons master named Odin. Hicks asked if the players got to know each other's game characters better than they knew the players themselves. Marshall agreed, admitting he didn't know Betsy had cancer or whether Russ had children. Hicks challenged Marshall's testimony that he and Brandon Sweeney arrived just after Russ. Hadn't Marshall said in his deposition that Russ arrived after them? Right, it's hard to remember a lot of this stuff. He might have been there, I don't know. If any kind of time span, it's minutes, though. Hicks also questioned Marshall's ability to remember where everyone was sitting that night. But Marshall had a reason to remember he was sitting in a dining room chair. I was the only one that didn't have a nice chair. The witness confirmed again that he and Brandon, his friend since grade school and current roommate, left just after Russ at what he remembered as exactly 9:03 p.m. by the clock in Brandon's car. They followed Russ in his car until they got to the turn to their house, just a few blocks and 2 or 3 minutes from Mike's. Brandon dropped Marshall at home and then drove to the nearby Jack-in-the-Box to get something to eat. He agreed that the Arby's where Russ stopped was across the street from Jack-in-the-Box. The third gamer to the stand was Brandon Sweeney, 28 and an employee of the Federal Centers for Medicare and Medicaid. He simplified that as Obamacare. When Betsy was murdered, he had been a regular at game night for about a year. He had known Russ for 10 years or so. Schwartz asked if Rollmaster was violent. Sometimes. I mean, like I said, it's kind of Lord of the Rings style. So every once in a while there would be a horde of orcs that you would have to go kill off, because they were trying to raid the town and steal whatever from the town, like goods or like special gems, stuff like that. So every once in a while, yeah, it would get a little violent. Did you ever actually leave to conduct a mission? No, sir. Schwartz then had Brandon explain that he still had the receipt from his purchase at Jack-in-the-Box at 9:13 p.m. He had crumpled it and thrown it into the back seat of his car. The detectives who interviewed him the next morning advised him to keep it. He even made a copy in case the ink on the original faded. Brandon pulled the receipt from his wallet and handed it to Schwartz, who entered it as evidence. The last of the game nighters to testify was Angelia Hulian, the 40-year-old employee of a uniform company who had lived with Mike Corbin for 20 years and was the mother of their son. She offered the same general description of Rollmaster and remembered everything else exactly as her friends. Asked how she remembered they watched a movie from the Conan the Barbarian series, she delivered a line that put the entire case, that evening, the investigation, and the trial, into perspective. How do I remember that? I've only talked about it, I guess, 5 or 6 different occasions now, so it's pretty stuck in my mind. Chapter 33. Joel Schwartz had to make at least one more attempt to get Judge Christina Kunze-Menemeyer to reverse her decision barring testimony that could establish a murder motive for Pam Hupp. With the defense's case nearly complete, Schwartz tried to demonstrate the relevance of Pam's interest in Betsy's insurance with an offer of proof with testimony from Betsy's close friend and confidant, Linda Hartman. Betsy's husband is a relative of my husband, and I met her through the family, Linda explained in her soft English accent. I found out that she had breast cancer, and that's when I got in touch with her, because I had just got over breast cancer too. When Schwartz asked about the girl's weekend in Branson just before Christmas, Linda said the Monday to Thursday getaway could have lasted a couple more days, but Betsy said she had to go home because she had a meeting with Pam Hupp on Friday, December 23rd at 9:30 a.m. Linda added, "And she didn't want to go to the meeting with Pam." "She told you that?" "Yes." "What did she tell you about her passing, her eventual passing?" "She said to me, one day she just said to me, 'Linda, do you know I'm okay about passing on?' Because we had not spoken about, her leaving. And I got very sort of emotional when she said that. And I said, 'Yes.' And she said, 'I'm okay with passing on, because when I leave, I'm going to be leaving life insurance with Russ and the 2 girls. So it's going to be split into 3. She said, 'So I'm really, pleased that I've been able to do something once I've been here.'" "So that would be approximately, unfortunately, about a week before she died?" Yes. Schwartz couldn't understand how the judge could prohibit jurors from hearing what she had just heard. Linda's insight to Betsy's desire for Russ and her daughters to share her life insurance money, and her reluctance to attend the meeting with Pam to change the beneficiary, created a suspicious perspective that jurors should hear. The judge made no immediate ruling on Schwartz's request to present Linda Hartman's testimony to jurors. Schwartz was eager to call his next witness when the jury returned, a detective who would help confirm, if unintentionally, essential facts of Russ's alibi. Dean Fry of the O'Fallon Police Department had worked with the major case squad and was assigned to check on Russ's account of his stops on the way to game night. He collected videos from the Conoco, UGAS, and QT stations and a receipt from Green's Country Store. On the screen facing the jury, Schwartz projected the video snippets Fry collected. At the Conoco service station, the first of Russ's stops, Fry said, "That's him there," as he pointed to the image of Russ putting gas into his Ford Explorer. Checking his own report, he added that Russ had been at Pump 9 from 5:16 to 5:20 p.m. When the video from UGAS played, Fry identified Russ driving up to the store at 5:29 p.m., wearing the same clothes as when he was arrested. Fry identified the receipt he collected at Green's Country Store, showing that Russ paid for dog food with a credit card at 5:52 p.m. Fry next identified the video from inside Quick Trip, showing Russ entering and leaving the store. Schwartz had Fry agree that he confirmed Russ had been to exactly the places and at the times he told police, and was wearing the same clothes police seized. To save time, Schwartz had agreed to let prosecutors question Fry about matters not discussed by Schwartz, rather than forcing them to call Fry as their own witness. So, what did Hicks want Fry to talk about? He first had Fry describe the burnt marijuana smell that he and his partner identified outside and inside Corbin's mobile home about 6 o'clock on the morning after the murder. Fry then denied that Brandon Sweeney mentioned the receipt from Jack in the Box or retrieved it from his car at the detective's request. Fry said he would have kept the receipt as evidence if Brandon had mentioned it. Joel Schwartz's private investigator told the jury he bought food at the Arby's in Lake St. Louis and then drove to Russ Faria's house in Troy several times, each time taking between 28 and 32 minutes. Schwartz wanted the jurors to hear again that Russ could not have possibly been home before 9:35 p.m., scant minutes before he called 911 at 9:40 p.m. Kurt Ponzer, a 37-year veteran investigator whose career began as what used to be called a Pinkerton man, submitted a video he took while driving Russ's route. Ponzer made it simple for the jurors. The drive home, which Russ began at Arby's at about 9:09 p.m., takes approximately 30 minutes. Prosecutors had no questions. Ponzer had given the jury a pretty good time frame, but Schwartz hoped his next witness would nail it down beyond any doubt. Greg Chatton, a forensic computer analyst certified as an expert by the courts of Missouri, had charted the activity by Russ's cell phone in what is called cellular mapping and data forensics, a specialty that requires a license issued by the Missouri Board of Professional Regulation. He explained that cell phone towers make a record of every incoming and outgoing call, text message, and data transaction, such as connecting to the Internet or receiving information from the Internet. Each tower's range creates a circle around the tower that he compared to Grandma's home-baked pie and split into thirds. The tower identifies which third a phone is in when each activity is recorded. Using information from T-Mobile, which the defense received from ASCII, Chatton created a map showing which pie slice of each tower Russ's phone was in every time it activated. Chatton walked up to the screen and offered the jurors an uncomplicated explanation of the data on the map. At 5:07, 5:08, and 5:10 p.m., Russ's phone was in the sector that included his home. At 5:11, 5:13, and 5:22 p.m., the phone was in the same sector as the Conoco service station. At 5:50 p.m., the phone was in the more populated, congested area close to Lake St. Louis and O'Fallon. At 7:50 p.m., the phone was in the area that included Mike Corbin's house. At 9:25 p.m., Russ's phone was in a sector at least 10 miles from his home. It arrived in the same sector as his house at approximately 9:37 p.m. When Swanson asked if Chatton had received information from AT&T, Hicks asked for another sidebar with the judge. Assuming Swanson was about to ask for the locations of Pam Hupp's phone at 7:04 and 7:27 p.m., Hicks said, "There would be no reason to do this other than to suggest that she's the one who committed this murder. And so, based upon a pretrial motion, I don't think it's relevant." Schwartz replied that the defense was entitled to use the cell phone location map to impeach Pam Hupp's contradictory testimony about where she was when she called Betsy at 7:27 p.m. to say she was at home or home free. Judge Mennemeyer asked why Schwartz was trying to impeach Pam Hupp's testimony when she admitted home free did not mean she was at home. Schwartz said Chatton was about to testify that Pam was still in Troy when she made the call at 7:27 p.m. Mennemeyer said Schwartz could make an offer of proof on that point later, outside of the jury's presence. Hicks's cross-examination drove directly into paid witness territory. Chatton said the defense paid him $250 an hour for work in his laboratory, $350 an hour for work outside of his lab, and $1,500 a day for testimony. He couldn't say whether Hicks's estimate of a total of $3,000 to $3,500 would be accurate. Hicks asked if Chatton testified only for the defense, and he said yes, mostly because the police and prosecutors had state-operated labs that did such work for them. Had Chatton refused over the lunch hour that day to discuss his testimony with Leah Askey? Yes, because he thought she was getting into defense trial strategy, which would be improper for him to discuss. On redirect, Swanson asked Chatton if his role as a defense witness affected the results of his cell phone analysis. "Not at all. I'm a fact finder, whether I do cell mapping or forensics. The fact is the fact. The data is the data." "Would your answers have been any different if you had been hired by the state?" "No." Hicks asked, "How would we know? You've never been hired by the state." Chatton smiled. "You should hire me." Schwartz ended what he thought was an effective and convincing defense of Russ Faria as he announced, "Your Honor, at this time, the defense would rest." Leah Askey quickly moved into the state's rebuttal case by calling Detective Patrick Harney of the Lincoln County Sheriff's Office with fresh challenges to Russ's alibi. Harney said that, at Askey's request that day, he checked on the availability of brisk iced tea and the price of a carton of Edgefield cigarettes at the Conoco station in Troy and the U-Gas station in Wentzville the day of the murder. He said cigarettes at U-Gas were only 60 cents cheaper than at Conoco, noting Russ Faria had driven an older SUV 14 miles to save that small change. He didn't know the price of gas on that date, but agreed with Askey that they couldn't remember a gallon costing less than $3 in a long time. Schwartz noted that Russ had not gone into the store at the Conoco station. "My point is, Officer Harney, you have no idea if he knows what's sold at the Conoco, do you?" "I don't know what Russ Faria knows." "Exactly." The state's rebuttal was complete, and the judge sent the jury out of the courtroom so Schwartz could present his offer of proof about Pam Hupp's phone calls. Schwartz called Greg Hatton back to the stand to explain his analysis showed Pam Hupp's cell phone was in the same cell tower sector as Betsy's house when she made the calls at 7:04 and 7:27 p.m. The second call could not have been made when she was on Highway 61 south of Troy, or at her home in O'Fallon, as she had told police previously and testified under oath. Schwartz thought the evidence placing Pam Hupp at or near, perhaps even inside, Betsy's home at 7:27 p.m. was damning, but the judge later would refuse to allow the jurors to hear that from Chatton. With the testimony and evidence complete, Schwartz filed another motion for an acquittal because the state failed to prove the charges beyond a reasonable doubt. Mennemeyer immediately denied the motion and sent the jury home for the night. And first thing the next morning, prosecuting attorney Leah Askey delivered the most deceitful, spurious, cynical, demented fantasy of a closing argument that Joel Schwartz had ever heard or could even have imagined. Chapter 34. Thursday, November 21st, 2013. Fourth and last day of trial. I'm going to tell you how I think it happened, Leah Askey told the jurors as she stood before them to begin her closing argument. She pointed at Russ Faria. He decided that this would be the ultimate role play, the ultimate game, the ultimate way to stage. But it required all hands on deck. It required a pretty good script, one that could be committed to memory, and one that could be anticipated, anticipation of every move. Now, I'm not suggesting that he knew all along that December 27th was going to be the day, but I am suggesting that months before, maybe years before, he had the idea, and I think he brought it to his friends. I think he talked about it. How would we do this? How would the ultimate role play happen? Oh my God, Joel Schwartz thought. She's accusing Russ's game night friends of being co-conspirators in a murder plot, which would open them up to murder charges too. He looked at Russ Faria and Nate Swanson, whose wide eyes showed they were arriving at the same astounding realization. Askey told the jurors Betsy learned her new cancer assault was terminal at the same time her marriage was getting worse. Askey suggested Betsy was asking herself, am I going to just wait this out, live in this life, die with this man, or am I going to take care of my kids? What was her goal as a mom, do you think? He knew she had at least $300,000 in life insurance. At least. I think he started this conversation. And once he realized his wife calls on December 27th and says, well, she texts, actually, and says, I think I'm going to come back. I'm going to be coming home tonight. And he says, here? Yeah, home to Troy. He didn't expect her. Askey said Betsy's decision to go home that night sealed December 27th as the day she would die. Askey said a doting husband who knew his wife was tired and sick would have likely canceled game night and picked her up early to take her home to rest. No, Askey said. He knew she was tired, and he knew if he told her he had a game, which he later orchestrated the get-together, that she's not going to wait around until 9 o'clock. She's tired. She's had 2 days, 3 days of Christmas, and let's face it, folks, she's got cancer. So she says, you know what, I'm going to head on home. A friend is going to take me. Askey paused and then added, exactly what he wanted to happen. Schwartz continued to be absolutely stunned by what he thought was an absolutely insane theory. He thought again about objecting and even asked Swanson what he thought. Swanson shrugged. Schwartz decided that Askey's argument was so outrageous, such an extreme departure from any reasonable interpretation of the facts, that no juror would ever find it believable. He decided to let Askey ramble on while he demonstrated to the jury that her theory was too ridiculous to warrant an objection. Askey's voice intensified. And so the ball starts rolling. The momentum starts gaining. He makes all of these stops so that he can establish an alibi. Not a bad idea. He goes to the Conoco station in Troy, and I thought it was interesting, and you guys probably noticed. He pumped fuel for less than 3 minutes in an Explorer SUV. How much gas do you think he got? Do you think he didn't have enough to get down to UGAS, where those cigarettes were so much cheaper? 59 cents, I think he saved. Did that seem strange? He laid it out. Canceled dinner with his mom because he had lots of errands that he ran. He got down there and said, tonight's the night. I don't know if any of you picked up on it when Brandon Sweeney was on the stand, but when defense counsel said, when was the last time you saw Russ Faria? He said, not since the night. Not that night we played, that night we watched Conan the Barbarian, that night we celebrated Christmas. The night. The night we've been talking about for months, for years. The night. It's here. Tonight is the night. Schwartz was thinking that Askey was stretching a prosecutor's right to draw reasonable inferences from the evidence so far past reasonable that the whole courtroom might explode. She had just pushed 4 innocent people into the center of a murder plot using the most outrageous and unsupported accusations. And she was nowhere near done. He leaves his phone at Mike Corbin's and he heads back to Troy. He comes into the house. Betsy is on the couch love seat. She's covered with a blanket. And I submit to you that he has sex with her, that he violates her one more time, that he controls her just one more time. I'm going to humiliate you in a way that only I can. One more time. Knowing she's tired, that she's sick, that she's not well. She lay there, probably disgusted with many things at that point. Russ Faria struggled not to react to this tawdry and demented fantasy Askey was spinning for the jurors. Russ had violated Betsy, had humiliated her, before killing her? His relationship with the woman he loved was being described in sadistic terms that made him want to scream or throw up. Schwartz again withheld an objection, even though Askey was now contradicting Fahnestock's testimony, supporting Russ's account that he and Betsy last had sex 2 nights before the murder. Askey was rolling. And why doesn't he have blood on his clothes? Because I don't think he was wearing clothes. I think he walks past her in the kitchen. I think he goes around the refrigerator to the butcher block, where he knows it is. I think he gets the steak knife out in his own kitchen. I think he gets this knife out, and he comes around to where she's lying on the sofa. I think he comes around the corner, and I think he's really hopeful that he's going to stab her one time in the neck, and it's going to look like a suicide. And folks, I'm not going to pretend that I think the stabbing in the neck is a suicide or even looks like one, and I'm sure you don't either. But guess what? The defendant sure does. And why do we know that? Because when he called 911, he said, "I just walked in. My wife killed herself, and she had a knife sticking out of her neck." He believed that's plausible. I think he stood over on top of her. He stabbed her in the neck. When she moved, he stabbed her with such force in her bicep as she lay on her side that it went through her bicep and into her lung. I think she, at some point, obviously gets up. She sits up and she struggles somewhat, but not much. Luckily for her, I would imagine that she died within a minute. But it was personal. It was passionate. He gets her on the ground, and at some point, I think, the overall feeling is, oh no, this went horribly wrong. Reality sets in. Now what do I do? The killer gets careless. He starts, I'm going to cut her arms. Except we know that happened after she died. What do I do? He goes back, takes a shower, gets any evidence off of him that he has, and then he comes out, and the killer is careless because, guess what? They have got a family dog, and he forgets that a dog, by nature, is going to be inquisitive. When there is blood, they're going to be inquisitive. And, let's face it, it's the dog's owner, and so the dog is kind of investigating things, and he's like, oh no. He picks the dog up, he throws it over to the kitchen, and then gets it outside on the chain. He's careless. Russ simply could not believe the increasingly unhinged and despicable fiction he was hearing from this officer of the court. He thought Askey sounded like a lunatic as she spun a ridiculous story about a psycho, naked, après sex killer who butchers his wife and thinks he can make the police believe she committed suicide. How could even one juror believe any of this? But Askey was just warming up. At some point, either he goes down to Wentzville, Lake St. Louis, and picks up his phone, gets his Arby's bag, and heads back to Troy to call in the suicide. Or I would submit to you that Brandon Sweeney is the one that goes to Arby's, gets the receipt, then drives across the street to Jack in the Box. Just about 5 minutes later is the time on those receipts. Gets his receipt because he wants to cover his own behind, and then he drives to Troy, brings the defendant his phone, and just as he's bringing the phone so that he can get the receipt in the other car, the defendant's calling, on the landline, 911. Schwartz reached an entirely new level of shock and amazement. Askey had just named Brandon as an active co-conspirator in this crazy murder plot created by contorting the facts and logic beyond all reason. She had already suggested the 4 game night players were at least aware of a demented plot by Russ to kill Betsy, if not co-conspirators. But Askey had just elevated Brandon to a major player in the construction of Russ's alibi and his cover-up of murder. Askey didn't slow down. And he's on the phone, and, ladies and gentlemen, you will be able to listen to that 911 call if you want to. I ask you to listen to things like the differences in the pitch, the differences in the echo of his voice. You can tell that he's moving when he's on that call, and I would submit to you that while he's talking to 911, he realizes the slippers. The killer gets careless. He's thought of everything else. It's perfectly staged. But the slippers. He runs back into his bedroom and the light's on. 911 is already on the phone. He knows they are dispatching. He turns the light off because he didn't tell them he was ever in the bedroom, and he quickly tosses the shoes in the closet. Askey turned to the dog-like paw print pattern on the hip of Betsy's pants. The jurors could make their own comparisons that would show that the print was similar to every paw print taken from the family dog. That was important because Russ told the 911 dispatcher that the dog was chained outside when he came home. How did he know that? He just walked in the door. How did he know where the dog was, unless he put it there? She asked. The reactions to Blue Star on the kitchen floor and cabinet drawer fronts could have been false positives, but also could have been reactions to cleaning agents. And I'm okay with all of that, because I don't know anybody that just cleans one drawer facing, and I don't know anybody that just cleans one path on the kitchen floor that goes from the dead body to the back door and to the one drawer that, incidentally, is not next to the sink, but the one drawer that holds the kitchen towels. So it could be a cleaning agent. It could be serological fluid. But we know that's where the Blue Star reacted. Askey took a sideways shot at the suggestion that the semen found in Betsy's body at the autopsy on December 28th was from sex with Russ on Christmas night. Common sense. Reason, Askey said, to imply that the semen was more likely from sex Russ forced on Betsy before he killed her. She began wrapping up her argument by suggesting that Russ Faria's conduct throughout the investigation had been so incriminating that it already had been judged by others. We heard from the 911 operator. He's hysterical, and then he can answer a question. He's hysterical, and then he can answer a question. She judged him a little bit. We heard from Officer Hollingsworth, who said, "Hey, this guy, I think he's going into shock." And then minutes later, he's in my car smoking cigarettes. We're laughing. He's talking about how he used to take girls down to Bubblehead Road and scare the hell out of them. Laughing it up, not even an hour after his wife is dead. He judged him. Detective Merkel, Detective Floyd, Detective Harney. They judged him. He's crying. He's on his knees. He's wailing, though he never needs a Kleenex. Not one time in all of those hours. And, ladies and gentlemen, I'll be frank. I judged him too. Askey told the jurors that reasonable doubt was a doubt based upon reason, common sense. She trotted out the worn cliché to define reasonable inference. If you go to bed at night and you wake up and there's snow on the ground, you can infer that it snowed. In this case, you need to make reasonable inferences. Askey was parsing the difference between doubt and inference to try to convince the jurors to accept her preposterous scenario as reasonable inference from the evidence. If she considered her hallucinogenic account of the plot and execution of Betsy Faria as reasonable, Schwartz wondered how far-fetched a story would have to be for her to consider it unreasonable. Askey closed with a standard call for a conviction. I believe that the state has proved its case beyond a reasonable doubt. I believe that, based on the evidence, based on all of the things that I've described here, and that you've heard over the last several days, that you should be firmly convinced, and you should return a verdict of guilty on all counts. Thank you. Chapter 35. Leah Askey's almost demented flight of fancy still seemed to be echoing in Joel Schwartz's ears when the judge called on him for the defense's closing argument. Schwartz didn't even take the time for any introductory niceties before he launched into his attack on Askey's shameful fiction. It sounds to me that she just accused 4 people of being complicit in murder: Michael Corbin, Brandon Sweeney, Marshall Bach, and Angelia Julian, he began. They just got accused of murder by the prosecutor of Lincoln County without one shred of evidence. That's offensive. Askey objected to personalizing the argument, But the judge shrugged it off, and Schwartz didn't even slow down. Those people were accused of murder 5 minutes ago. He struck a tone of disbelief as he mocked Askey's suggested call to arms by Russ. "Tonight's the night?" he said incredulously. "Let's talk about the word proof. She talked about reasonable doubt. I talked to all of you about that in voir dire. Proof. Let's not go to reasonable doubt. Let's talk about proof. All she said was, I think he came home, got undressed, and had sex, because there were 8 sperm cells left inside of his wife. Fonestock said if it's recent, there's thousands, and it can last for a long time. Yeah, and a smudge on the rectal area? That can last for a long time even if you shower. She's still in the same clothing from the day before. She's wrapped in that blanket, curled up on that couch. When did she have sex? He's naked and she's wrapped up cozily in that blanket? Proof?" To counter Askey's barrage of conclusion-jumping speculation, Schwartz detailed the proof the defense presented to support everything Russ told the police, starting with the videos and receipts from his stops on the way to game night. "That's proof. We saw it. You saw it with your own eyes. You saw the time, and it corresponds with his cell phone. 4 people. One who only knew him 6 or 8 months, Marshall Bach, testified he was there. Angelia Hewlian, Michael Corbin, Brandon Sweeney. Are those 4 people complicit in murder? That's proof he was there." Schwartz reminded the jurors Russ appeared on videos or had timed receipts proving he had been exactly where he told police he was, at the times he claimed, and conducting the business he described. "That's proof beyond a reasonable doubt." Schwartz scoffed at Askey's questioning of Russ's purchase of cigarettes at UGAS. "Well, what does the state prove to you? That he spent 67 cents less because that's where he gets his cigarettes?" The defense had produced the photo showing the bag of dog food leaning against the door to the garage, just where Russ told police he put it when he got home. "I showed that to you, not the state," he added. "Buying brisk iced tea at Quick Trip? They're specially priced at 2 for 1 there," Schwartz suggested. Russ drank 1 bottle on the drive home while eating the 2 sandwiches he bought at Arby's. Police found the almost empty bottle and the unopened second bottle in his car. With a tinge of anger in his voice, Schwartz turned to Askey's unsupported suggestion of a grand conspiracy of murder and mayhem. He asked the jurors to read the text between Russ and Betsy, and Russ and his game night friends. Betsy reminded Russ to get dog food and asked if he had game that night. "Yeah, I got game tonight, and I'll get the dog food when I come in." He's not setting up something. This is what they do every Tuesday. So, what is his plan? He's going to pick up his wife and bring her home so she can spend the night at home on a Tuesday night? She responds, "Okay, great, honey. Is this a victim of domestic violence? What have you heard as far as domestic violence? That teenage stepdaughters who had moved out were having problems when he cussed? From a sister who, I think in 2004, interfered in a domestic argument that they were having, and he made a threat 5, 6, 7 years earlier? That's what they're using as proof? That's not proof." He noted that Betsy texted Russ that Pam Hupp had offered to take her home. "She offered. I accepted," he recounted. Schwartz gestured toward Askey. "Tonight's the night, like she said? Boy, that was a pretty detailed plan. Hey, if the police talk to you, don't remember what I wore, because that would sound too obvious. Tell them we watched movies. Tell them we watched Conan and we watched The Road. Nobody would say that. Remember where we sat." That's crazy. The prosecutors were unable to prove anything the game night players said was untrue. Not a single statement during multiple interviews and recorded statements from all 4 had proven to be false. Schwartz turned to more facts that contradicted Askey's magic murder theory. The medical examiner testified Betsy's killer would certainly have blood on them. There was no blood on his hands, on his feet, on his hair, on his skin, under his fingernails. And it's not because he cleaned up and cleaned his fingernails and washed his hair, because Detective Merkel told you they looked at those drains. There's no blood anywhere suggesting the cleanup. None. Fonestock told you. Not 1 iota. Not a scintilla of blood. And we know how detailed it can get. because there was one microscopic, unable-to-see cell of somebody under her fingernails that wasn't Russ and it wasn't Betsy. I don't know where it came from. I'm not telling you it was the person who killed her, but that's how detailed this stuff can be. There was a lot of blood. There wasn't one scintilla of blood on him. He apparently got naked, but kept his slippers on. To kill his wife? That's crazy. The police searched Russ's car and, again, found not a speck of blood anywhere. If Russ hauled off a mop or towels or anything used to clean up a bloody murder scene, there surely would have been some trace of blood left behind. Askey's suggestion that Russ had sex with Betsy just before he killed her was absurd. Russ told police he and Betsy had sex Sunday night, less than 48 hours before she was killed, and vaginal tests at the autopsy on Wednesday found 8 sperm cells. The medical examiner said that was consistent with sex as much as 72 hours earlier. Again, the evidence proved Russ's statements. Mrs. Askey's theory is now that he left his phone down there, at Mike Corbin's. Well, there's nothing to prove that. That's conjecture. That's a guess. That's jumping to a conclusion. Russ jumped to a conclusion when he walked in there and saw his wife laying on the floor. He jumped to the conclusion of suicide. That was the wrong conclusion. Based upon that, the police apparently jumped to a conclusion and focused on him to the detriment of investigating this thing properly. But not you. You have now heard it all. The state has not proven it. Don't you jump to a conclusion. Schwartz argued that Russ's assumption of suicide was understandable. In the shock of finding his wife dead, all he really saw was her slashed wrists and the knife in her neck. She had threatened suicide at least twice before. With those threats, a history of depression, and the recent diagnosis of terminal cancer, it was not unreasonable to jump to a conclusion of suicide. But it was absurd to suggest that the killer who inflicted 55 gruesome wounds to Betsy would expect the police to be misdirected by a suggestion she committed suicide. Schwartz said the police questioned the way Russ was grieving, even though he was crying, praying, wailing, and whispering repeatedly, "No, no, no, no." How would critics have reacted in Russ's circumstances? I'm not saying how anyone would react. Nobody knows. This is grief. His wife is now deceased. Did he grieve appropriately? I don't know. He tried to be helpful. He was hysterical. You can listen to the tape. You make a judgment. It's not a fair judgment because none of us would have any idea. What about the supposed paw print? There was no conclusive evidence the mark was a paw print, if it was in blood, mud, or some other substance, or how or when it got there. There was even disagreement between the technician and Fonistock about whether the mark was sent to the laboratory and analyzed there. Then Schwartz addressed the state's only physical evidence, the slippers and switchplate. The blood on the switchplate appeared to be in a pattern that clearly resembled cloth fabric, a pattern similar to the fabric of Russ's slippers. It seemed someone had been carrying the bloody slippers when they turned on the light. If that somebody was Russ, don't you think he would have wiped this off? Don't you think he would have gotten rid of the shoes? He asked the jurors to look at the blood on the slippers to see it wasn't in droplets from dripping blood or blood spurting from knife wounds. It had to be from someone wiping the slippers in blood. There were no footprints in the pooled blood near Betsy's body or on the carpet nearby, and no bloody footprints leading to the closet where the slippers were found. Ask the state to tell you how blood gets on the bottom of those shoes without making an impression in the blood, and not someone dipping them in the blood and carrying them back, flipping on the light switch and putting them in that closet to deflect suspicion from whoever that person is. And that person is not Russ. Don't be fooled by these slippers. That's the only thing they can present to you that links him to this. The only thing. Russ noted the forensic expert for the police had no answer when he asked how there could be that much blood on the soles of the slippers and not a single bloody footprint anywhere. And if you've got a good question like that, with the only piece of evidence that potentially links him to this, that is reasonable doubt. Schwartz also rejected Askey's conclusion about the stab wounds. They were not inflicted by a killer in a rage, but by a killer who wanted it to look like they were in a rage. Almost all of the wounds were precise and inflicted from the same direction, and that certainly didn't fit the pattern of someone in a rage. Betsy had not been moving when the knife struck again and again. She was already dead from the wounds to her neck when nearly all of the other wounds were made, including the gash to her wrist. Whoever did this wanted to make it look like something like passion or rage. They didn't want to make it look like suicide. And whoever did this certainly wasn't going to say it was suicide. This thing was set up. Schwartz thought surely the jurors would see that Russ was set up too. He reminded the jury of the sad truth hanging over this whole tragedy. If Russ's motive was to collect the insurance money, he didn't have to devise a complex conspiracy with his game night friends and then brutally kill his wife and expose himself to life in prison or even a lethal injection. All he had to do was wait a little longer. Betsy had terminal cancer. If it was money he wanted, he knew it was coming, free and clear, sooner rather than later. Schwartz began his final approach by asking what the state had proven. That Russ yelled at his stepdaughters and sometimes used inappropriate words? That his sister-in-law could be degrading to Betsy? That a friend of Betsy's, who met Russ 3 times, thought he could be demeaning and didn't like him? What about this bizarre murder conspiracy Askey concocted? Russ would have had to set everything in motion after 4 p.m. when he learned from Betsy that Pam Hupp was giving her a ride home. He would have had to decide to make all of those stops to set up his alibi on the drive to Mike Corbin's house. Then he had to instruct the 4 players to cover for him when he went home to kill Betsy. He hightailed it on a 30-minute drive back home to let the dog in, put on his slippers, stab Betsy 55 times without getting blood on himself, and remember to put his slippers back in his closet where they could be easily found by police. Schwartz looked at the jurors and deadpanned. I submit to you, not any chance that anybody who did this was wearing slippers. Then Russ hightailed it back to Mike Corbin's to get his phone and add another instruction for his co-conspirators. Oh yeah, if you happen to go to Jack in the Box, save the receipt. Schwartz had a 2-word response to the state's allegation that Brandon Sweeney kept that receipt as part of the conspiracy, and that Brandon was the only one who actually bought the sandwiches in the drive-thru at Arby's before he stopped at Jack in the Box. That's crazy. I don't have to prove to you that he didn't do it, Schwartz said as he faced the jurors for a final few moments. I don't have to prove to you that he wasn't there, but I think I did. They have to prove he was there. They have to prove it beyond a reasonable doubt. And they can't. Everything she said was, I think he had sex with her. I think he was naked. I think those 4 people are lying for him. I think he went there, left his phone, and drove home. Only because she can't possibly think anything different because I can prove his phone was there. I can prove he was there. I can prove he went to those places. So what's she got to work with within those contexts with the things I can prove? As the bailiff announced the end of Schwartz's time, he quickly offered a final thought. Shame on them for judging his grief. Shame, shame, shame. Find him not guilty. Find that they did not prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt. Askey launched her rebuttal argument with an attack on Russ's alibi by claiming the game night players couldn't remember whether they watched 1 or 2 movies. Schwartz objected that she was mischaracterizing the evidence and asked that jurors be instructed to recall the evidence as they remembered it. Judge Mennemeyer sustained the objection and echoed Schwartz's instruction to the jurors to remember the evidence for themselves. Askey ticked off a list of questions from Russ's alibi. Why didn't he drink his iced tea at game night when they were smoking marijuana, but claimed they didn't drink anything? Why was they only called to Russ's phone at 8:57 p.m. and not earlier, as the other players remembered it? Why did the record show that Russ listened to the voicemail from that call from his mother-in-law within 30 seconds after she left it? Askey's sarcasm was obvious as she said, Are we to assume that this is a ghost killer? That someone just came in and killed her and wanted to make it look like a suicide? But wait, maybe I want to set him up too, and I'm going to do a really bad job of it? Why would Russ say Betsy had committed suicide? Because at that point, it's so far gone you have to say something. He's committed himself to it. He's married himself to it. And by God, he's going to stick with it all of the way through his 10 hours of interrogation. Schwartz thought that may have been the most inane explanation she had offered yet. But she topped it with comments about the slippers. Russ wasn't wearing them when he killed Betsy. He put them on after he took a shower and took them off again when he was putting the dog outside. He's got to step out of them. That's why there's no tracks, she said, in still yet more baseless silliness. She said Russ's cell phone records didn't really prove he was at Mike Corbin's between 6 and 9 o'clock. He could have left the phone there while he went home to kill Betsy. What about Brandon Sweeney and his receipt? Who keeps a receipt 18 months after they buy a sandwich at Jack in the Box? And not only keeps the receipt, but makes a copy, keeps it in their wallet on their person, and then lies and says that law enforcement told them to do that? Who does that? Folks, we talked about reasonable inferences and evidence. There isn't any evidence that points anywhere else. Schwartz erupted with an objection as Askey violated the judge's order banning comments about alternate suspects, the whole point of his long and unsuccessful battle to introduce evidence against Pam Hupp. Minnemeyer sustained the objection and, as Schwartz requested, orders Askey's statements stricken from the record and for the jury to disregard it. Askey moved toward the moment when the jurors would begin deliberations. Folks, in every crime scene, the victim leaves behind a voice. In this case, Betsy Faria left her voice on the light switch in her bedroom. She left her voice on the slippers in the closet. She left her voice throughout the kitchen on those positive reactors. I would submit to you the very fact that they were able to determine that she had not only had sex, but that she had sex recently. Her voice. She left it through her dog, Cicely. I'm asking you to hear Betsy's voice and return a verdict of guilty. Schwartz looked at Russ Faria next to him at the defense table. The evidence and the arguments were complete in the People of the State of Missouri v. Russel Faria, and the jurors were just minutes from beginning to deliberate on Russ's fate. Schwartz and Russ remained as optimistic as possible that the jurors would see through the state's fog of faulty conclusions, unsupported innuendo, and shamelessly fictitious scenarios. Swanson was less optimistic, but he kept that to himself. Russ was convinced that the judge's rulings, especially on offering Pam Hupp as the killer, had sent Schwartz into the battle with both hands tied behind his back. Even so, Russ thought Schwartz had provided the jurors with an abundance of reasonable doubt that Russ butchered Betsy in their living room 2 days after Christmas. Russ was scared and nervous, but he was confident that all, or at least some of the jurors, would look at the ridiculous case against him and see an innocent man. He was still thinking, "We've got this." Sitting in the courtroom to hear his boss deliver the closing arguments against Russ Faria, Assistant Prosecuting Attorney Mike Wood had been embarrassed. He had expected listening to Askey deliver the closing in her first murder trial would be valuable to him as a young prosecutor in her office for only 10 months, mostly handling low-level criminal cases. But Askey's outrageous argument left Wood not only embarrassed for her, but also for everyone in her office, all members of law enforcement, the courts, the entire justice system. She had presented this demented closing argument without a shred of evidence to support her wild scenario, accusing the game night players as co-conspirators in a murder that, if true, would have warranted arresting all of them. She was so far beyond the ethical limits for closing arguments that Wood could only think of one word to describe how he felt at that moment: embarrassed. In fact, Askey's performance in the closing argument was so disturbing to Wood that he left her office about a month later to become an assistant prosecuting attorney in adjacent St. Charles County. But he wasn't leaving Lincoln County's justice system permanently. He would be back. Chapter 36. Thursday, November 21st, 2013, 11:30 a.m. Experienced prosecutors and defense attorneys generally agree a jury that reaches a verdict in a murder case after 4 to 5 hours of deliberations will return a conviction. If jurors begin deliberations at 11:30 a.m., as they did in the Russ Faria case, a verdict returned about 4 p.m. would probably be guilty. That would be just enough time for jurors to have lunch, elect a foreperson, conduct a conversation and assessment of the evidence without any serious disagreements, and sign the forms for a guilty verdict. The jurors took just over 2 hours to eat lunch and begin deliberations before they sent a written request to Judge Menemeyer at 1:45 p.m. They wanted to see the receipts from Arby's and Jack in the Box, photos of the inside and outside of the Faria house, the medical examiner's autopsy reports, the crime lab's DNA report, reports by detectives and crime scene investigators, emails, phone records, transcripts of depositions by defense witnesses, maps of cell phone locations and cell phone towers, and videos taken by police as they drove the routes Russ said he had traveled. After conferring with the state and the defense, Menemeyer sent jurors a note explaining they would get everything they requested except for the witness depositions and the written evidence reports, which had not been introduced into evidence. Schwartz and Russ hoped the request was a good sign. The jurors were taking all of the evidence seriously and weighing it with careful consideration. The prosecutors and defense attorneys who predict a conviction and a verdict after 4 to 5 hours will also say that the longest seconds and minutes known to man are those between the time the jury returns to the courtroom with the verdict and the time the verdict is announced. That clock began for Russ Faria and Joel Schwartz at 4:30 p.m., exactly 5 hours after the jurors began deliberating. As the jurors solemnly filed back into the jury box, Schwartz and Russ searched their faces for some clue to the verdict, and found nothing. No eye contact, no red eyes or weeping, no signs of stress or relief. In response to Judge Menemeyer's request for the foreperson to rise, a man identified as juror number 44 stood and handed the verdict forms to the bailiff, who quickly handed them to the judge. She asked the defendant to rise, and Russ, Schwartz, and Swanson stood uneasily. The judge read, "As to count 1, we, the jury, find Russel Faria guilty of murder in the first degree." Schwartz felt his body jerk backward, his head drop, and the bottom fall out of his stomach. He quickly turned to Russ, whose face betrayed the same shock and surprise that Schwartz felt in his gut. They could hear gasps from family and friends of the Farias and the Meyers, followed immediately by sobs and tears on both sides. The judge continued to read the jury's verdict without reacting to growing and conflicting sounds of grief or relief rolling up from the audience, who assessed and declared the punishment for murder in the first degree at imprisonment for life without eligibility for probation or parole. As to count 2, we, the jury, find Russel Faria guilty of armed criminal action. In less than 30 seconds, the judge delivered soul-crushing guilty verdicts that consigned Russ to the hell of a prison cell for the rest of his days. Through rising shock and disbelief, Russ thought, "I'm going to prison for the rest of my life? Someone came into my house and murdered my wife, and I'm going to prison for the rest of my life?" He had been optimistic the jury would return to the courtroom and declare his innocence. But these 12 good citizens of Lincoln County, still averting their eyes from him now as they sat in the jury box, had somehow believed Leah Askey's mind-bending tale of a killer husband's money-driven conspiracy with a coven of sinister game players to murder his terminally ill wife. As the judge called on the jurors, one by one, to confirm their guilty verdicts, Schwartz fought through the overwhelming disbelief to take Russ by the arm and look into his face. "This isn't over," he said, with as much confidence as he could muster. "I guarantee you that we'll be back, and we will beat this. This isn't over." Russ nodded. The word guilty seemed to still be echoing off the courtroom walls when sheriff's deputies handcuffed his wrists behind his back and began to escort him out of the courtroom for the short trip back to the Lincoln County Jail. He struggled through his new tsunami of shock and disappointment to assure himself this was a temporary setback, that Joel Schwartz would find a way to reverse this injustice and set him free. Russ clung to that hope like a drowning man to a lifeline. In the seconds after the verdicts were announced, Schwartz glanced at the prosecutors. He thought Richard Hicks's face betrayed genuine surprise, perhaps even dismay, but Schwartz thought he saw elation in what he would always describe as a smug look on Leah Askey's face. The calm confidence that Russ, Schwartz, and Swanson tried to maintain at the front of the courtroom contrasted with the emotional scene behind them. Russ's parents, sister, and the rest of Russ's family were crying and sobbing in disbelief. Mary Anderson struggled to catch her breath and finally threw up behind one of the benches. As Russ was led out of the courtroom, his mother collapsed in a faint. Russ tried to rush back to her, but a deputy stopped him. She had to be carried out by paramedics and taken to a hospital for brief treatment and observation. As deputies were leading Russ out of the courtroom, Judge Mennemeyer asked if the attorneys wanted to set the date for sentencing. Schwartz couldn't help himself when he responded, "Why don't we set the date for a new trial, because I guarantee there will be another one." The judge didn't respond. Schwartz realized he had never said anything like that to a judge, and never would have believed he would. On the other side of the courtroom, tears of relief were flowing from Betsy's family. Betsy's sister Mary Rogers told Chris Hayes of Fox 2, "After almost 2 years, justice finally has been served. I just hope people remember all of the positive things about my sister." She added that seeing her former brother-in-law convicted for killing Betsy left the family painfully conflicted. "We cared for the man. He was part of our family. It's so hard." Leah Askey said she believed the jurors had heard Betsy's voice, as she had asked them in her closing argument. She told Hayes, "They were out for 4.5 hours, and they deliberated a long time. I was pleased with the outcome, and think that justice was served." Joel Schwartz's shock and anger were obvious when he said to Hayes, "Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. There's not one shred of evidence. Not one." Hayes said it looked as if Schwartz almost jumped out of his shoes when Askey accused the 4 game players of being co-conspirators in a murder plot in her closing argument. Schwartz nodded. "I was outraged. These were 4 innocent people who were not guilty of anything. They were accused of murder in that courtroom." Hayes asked, "So what's next?" Schwartz hardened the tone of his voice. "We file the appeal, and we'll do this again. I guarantee it." And then Schwartz began setting the stage for his appeal and his case against Pam Hupp with a short and simple declaration. There was evidence pointing toward another, but the court kept that out. Schwartz clenched his teeth and thought, "The case against Pam Hupp begins now." At 7:33 p.m., Schwartz was still seething and trying to find a way to deal with the verdict when his phone chimed with a text message from Leah Askey. "I'm not sure what has happened, as I thought we had a fairly good relationship prior to the verdict. Obviously not feeling that way now." Schwartz fired back without taking too long to think about it. "I think your closing argument was irresponsible and unethical, and wholly unsupported by any evidence. Additionally, you threw in the insurance in several instances, knowing better. I am very angry. No doubt in my mind an innocent man was convicted of murder, of a woman he did love. By the way, the alibi witnesses will all take polygraphs and are not very happy. They didn't understand why they were even involved, assuming whatever happened was after Russell left their house." Askey responded to Schwartz's candid outpouring. "We have separate opinions. Closing arguments is just that, argument. Insurance was always fair game. I didn't go public with any accusations or insinuations or evidence that my professional rules of conduct prohibit. I have a job to do, as do you. At any rate, until now it's been a pleasure." Schwartz couldn't let her comment stand unchallenged or uncorrected. Closing arguments cannot deviate from reasonable inferences based on the evidence presented. You made up a story. I don't take it personally, but I have to do my job. In 23 years as a defense attorney, often trying the most difficult and challenging cases, Joel Schwartz rarely lost sleep over a verdict. He would lose sleep this night. In the days and weeks ahead, reporters tracking down members of the jury would reach a few of them to capture some surprising comments. The first vote was evenly divided at 6-6, but those voting for acquittal soon were convinced to vote guilty. One man said the game night alibi witnesses sounded so rehearsed that they did not help Russ at all. The jurors said Askey's timeline seemed more logical than Russ's alibi and his claim he could not have been there when Betsy was killed. One man thought Russ had enough time to kill Betsy after he arrived home and before he called 911. Another scoffed at the idea that someone had dipped Russ's slippers in blood to try to frame him. They also thought the crime scene probably was cleaned up and believed the suggestion that the killer knew which drawer held the kitchen towels. The jurors had indeed discussed Pam Hupp as a suspect because it was clear to them that that was what Schwartz was implying. One man had written in his notes, They're trying to pin this on Pam Hupp. But the jurors said they knew of no motive for her to kill Betsy, unaware until after the trial that the judge had suppressed evidence about Pam becoming Betsy's beneficiary. And one of the jurors said Pam was so disabled with a back injury that she would have been physically unable to overpower and stab Betsy. One man admitted he wasn't sure he would have voted to convict if he had known everything the jurors learned after the trial. While he was still comfortable with the conviction, he was glad there was an appeal process to review the jury's decision. Chapter 37. Friday, November 22nd, 2013, the day after Russ Faria's conviction. The TV reporter got it, even if the judge didn't. You're about to hear evidence kept from a jury in a high-profile murder case, Chris Hayes of Fox 2 News in St. Louis told viewers the day after Russ Faria was convicted. Arguably, some of the most intriguing facts in this Troy, Missouri case were suppressed by the judge. This is evidence that came out in open court during the murder trial of Russ Faria, but after the judge ordered the jury to take a recess. Hayes explained Betsy's friend Pam Hupp had been the last person to see her alive, had admitted to being in the house where Betsy was murdered, and had become beneficiary to Betsy's life insurance just days before the murder. He told viewers Betsy had failed to answer prearranged calls from her daughter in the minutes before 7:30 p.m., and he said Pam, at first, told police she called Betsy from home in O'Fallon at 7:27 p.m., but cell phone records showed she was still in the vicinity of Betsy's house then. That was all evidence the judge kept the jury from hearing. In about 90 seconds, Hayes presented viewers with the essence of the murder case against Pam Hupp, in simple language that any reasonable person could agree should have been heard by jurors before they decided to convict Russ Faria. Surely, a reasonable inference from this TV news report would be that there was another person with ample motive and opportunity to kill Betsy Faria, another person who should have been subjected to the same level of scrutiny the cops and prosecutors applied to Russ Faria. It was the first in a long, continuous series of reports by the only reporter who covered Russ's trial gavel to gavel, and who had immediately grasped not only the incredible prejudice and unfairness in the rulings by Judge Mennemeyer, but also the identity of a more culpable suspect. Hayes also was the first to report on what surely was one of the most remarkable post-conviction motions ever filed by a defense attorney in Missouri. On December 13, 2013, just 10 days before Russ was scheduled to be sentenced to life without parole, Joel Schwartz filed a bombastic 11-page motion entitled Defendant's Motion for Judgment of Acquittal, Notwithstanding the Verdict, or, in the alternative, Motion for New Trial. In plain but scathing language, Schwartz laid out 11 points that were either errors by Judge Christina Kunze Mennemeyer or misconduct by Leah Askey. Errors and misconduct so contrary to established trial law and so prejudicial to Russ's rights to a fair trial that overturning the verdict or granting a new trial were the only remedies. And the motion left no doubt that the defense believed Pam Hupp was really Betsy's killer. The motion opened with a direct attack on one of Judge Mennemeyer's rulings with a statement that was also a broadside at Askey in her case. The evidence presented in no way established defendant's culpability for the crimes for which he was accused. Despite the state's arguments at closing, the inappropriateness of which will be discussed in depth below, the evidence did not establish that defendant was at his home or in the area during the time at which the crime occurred, much less that he personally committed the crime. Regarding Mennemeyer's denial of his motion for an acquittal at the end of the state's case, Schwartz said, "It denied Faria's right to equal protection, due process, and a fair and impartial jury as guaranteed by the 5th, 14th, and 6th Amendments of the United States Constitution and Article 1, Sections 2, 10, and 18A of the Missouri Constitution." Most of the motion focused on the defining issue in this case. Judge Mennemeyer was wrong to grant Askey's motion barring Schwartz from presenting evidence and arguing someone else committed this crime, the Saudi defense. Some other dude did it. Schwartz listed 12 items of evidence Mennemeyer's errors kept him from presenting to portray Pam Hupp as the likely killer. They included Betsy's reluctance to meet with Pam on the day she filled out the beneficiary form, Pam Hupp's consistently inconsistent accounts of her actions the day of the murder, and her persistence in being alone with Betsy about the time she was murdered. Schwartz also argued Judge Mennemeyer's ruling preventing detailed cross-examination of Pam Hupp violated Russ Faria's constitutional right to confront witnesses against him. Mennemeyer misinterpreted the direct connection rule to ban the effort to implicate Pam Hupp by finding that there was no direct evidence connecting her to Betsy's murder. While direct connection should not have been the controlling factor, Schwartz argued she was directly connected by her inconsistent statements, cell phone location data, and the presence of unidentified DNA under Betsy's fingernail. That should have been enough to make Pam Hupp a suspect. Schwartz said there was a different and controlling legal issue that should have allowed him to implicate her. Every appellate court ruling on the direct connection rule involved cases where the alternative suspect had not testified in the trial. Schwartz said Pam Hupp's testimony came under the Missouri Supreme Court ruling that a witness who had a stake in the outcome of a trial, such as helping convict someone else of the murder while remaining beneficiary to the victim's life insurance, could be cross-examined on any issue that showed an interest or bias of the witness. Schwartz quoted the Supreme Court's language. It was a reversible error for a trial court to refuse to allow cross-examination of a prosecution witness suspected of committing the crime for which the defendant is on trial regarding the witness's motive for testifying against the defendant. That ruling by Mennemeyer also deprived Russ of the right to argue essential elements of his defense. His defense consisted not only of the argument that he had an alibi and did not kill Betsy, but also that Pam Hupp was the last person to see Betsy alive, and by her own admission was present in the house during the time when prosecutors conceded Betsy could have been murdered. Schwartz should have been allowed to argue there was a reasonable inference from those factors that she was the killer, or at least had knowledge about the crime. Judge Mennemeyer also erred by denying Schwartz's motions for a mistrial based on Askey's statement to the jury that the case was about greed and collecting on the insurance, as well as her question to a detective if the game night players had refused to take polygraphs. Schwartz struck hard at Askey's manic, over-the-top closing argument, calling it improper and citing her inappropriate allegations about matters not in evidence, specifically her unsupported claims that Russ and the game night players had been planning Betsy's murder for some time, even years, and that Brandon Sweeney made the purchase at Arby's and then drove to Russ's house to deliver the food and return a cell phone just before Russ called 911. Schwartz also cited the outrageous speculation that a naked Russ had sex with his wife first and cleaned up the scene after he had killed her. Schwartz created a long list of Mennemeyer's errors, allowing testimony about cadaveric spasm, alleged previous bad acts by the defendant unrelated to Betsy's murder, and allegations that Russ directed foul language at Betsy's daughters and made ill-conceived statements years earlier, allowing testimony from a witness who had been sitting in the courtroom while other witnesses testified, allowing the supervisor from Lincoln County 911 Service to offer her opinion about Russ's conduct on the 911 call, and denying Schwartz's motion for the prosecutors to provide a bill of particulars, a list of specifics of the crime, such as date, time, and theory of how the crime was committed. Schwartz used Chris Hayes' story on the motion to make some pithy comments. In 25 years, I've never seen a prosecution like this. It's clear in the state's case and the closing argument of the state that everything still remains a guess, because it's virtually impossible for him to have done this. 100% in my mind, the wrong person is in jail. Mary Anderson's husband, Steve, had been encouraging her for months to contact the NBC Dateline program to see if they would be interested in a show on the mistaken prosecution of Russ Faria for the gruesome murder of his wife. The theory was that a Dateline episode could put the case and the police and prosecutor under the powerful microscope of intense national attention and create a groundswell of support for Russ. Mary agreed the story seemed perfect for Dateline. A popular, outgoing woman already stricken with terminal cancer stabbed 55 times in her home in a quiet Midwest town on a holiday night. A husband arrested despite a seemingly ironclad alibi that put him 30 miles away. A good friend who became the life insurance beneficiary days before the murder and was the last one to see the victim alive. A handsome, hotshot defense attorney challenging an inexperienced, eager prosecutor in a trial before an inexperienced, in-over-her-head judge. Who couldn't hear reporter Keith Morrison's ominous baritone timbre telling that story? Mary Anderson had run the idea past Joel Schwartz, and he had recommended waiting to learn the outcome of Russ's trial. He wasn't sure the national media attention Dateline could bring would be beneficial before the trial. But now that the story had taken such a catastrophic turn with a guilty verdict, combined with Chris Hayes of Fox 2 pursuing heavy news coverage, Mary was free to enlist Dateline as potentially another voice of support. Immediately after the verdict, she sent a long email to the Dateline producers and rounded up family members to do the same. Dateline responded quickly, and not long after Thanksgiving, a producer named Kathy Singer began setting up interviews with Keith Morrison after the Christmas holidays, and Singer said she would be in the courtroom when Russ was sentenced just before Christmas. The Dateline episode entitled The House on Sumac Drive would air on March 14, 2014, and present an intriguing look at the case from all angles. But that show was only the first in what will become Dateline's longest series of episodes covering one case, and nearly as highly rated as their episodes on O.J. Simpson and JonBenet Ramsey. And Dateline would even find itself pulled into the case later, in a typically, unexpectedly, Pam Hupp way. Chapter 38, Monday, December 23, 2013, a month after Russ Faria's conviction. 2 days before Christmas Day, 2013, Russ Faria stood in a Lincoln County courtroom to be sentenced to life in prison for the murder of his wife. 2 days after Christmas Day, 2011, Joel Schwartz had prepared Russ for the grim event, but cast it as a necessary step on the way to an appeal to overturn the conviction. Russ thought the hearing was a ridiculous formality altogether. It seemed especially cruel, redundant, and gratuitous. Judge Christina Kunze-Menemeyer opened the hearing by noting the sentence for first-degree murder was mandated by state law as life in prison without parole. Evidence or discussion at the hearing would, therefore, relate only to the sentence for armed criminal action. The first order of business was almost as difficult for Russ to withstand as being sentenced. He had to listen as someone he had considered family for a dozen years, Betsy's sister, Julie Swaney, read a victim impact statement. It's an opportunity for survivors of a crime to describe, in their own words for the court record, how it has affected their lives. More often than not, such statements in murder cases were fueled by righteous, emotional calls for the offender's sentence to include eternity burning in the most merciless fires of hell. Julie Swaney's statement was moderate, perhaps even restrained by most standards, but still painful for Russ. She opened by assessing the loss by those who loved the woman she described as positive, upbeat, a shining light, strong-willed, charitable, and music-loving. She read aloud, "Losing Betsy at the young age of 42 has been devastating to our family, all of Betsy's friends, and her 2 young daughters. The family thought Betsy had been uncharacteristically low-key at Christmas parties because she knew something bad was about to happen. With all due respect to Betsy's family, and with sincere sympathy for their loss, Schwartz thought that kind of emotional hindsight was so simple, but usually without foundation or value." Speaking from prepared comments, Julie said some of Betsy's friends reported she had been discussing plans to replace Russ as beneficiary on her insurance policies. When a friend asked why she didn't trust Russ, Betsy responded that she loved Russ, but she felt he might mismanage the money and she wanted her girls taken care of. And then Julie delivered a motive. Betsy had already replaced Russ as beneficiary on one policy and said she had accidentally left paperwork replacing him on another policy on the kitchen counter when she went to her mother's the day before her death. With absolutely no proof there ever was such paperwork, Julie theorized that Russ found it and that led him to the level of anger that it took for him to plan and execute this murder. There was anger building in Russ even prior to this. Julie repeated Bobby Wan's claim that Betsy had confirmed Pam's account of Russ holding a pillow over Betsy's face and saying, "This is what it would feel like to die." Julie turned to the gruesome details of Betsy's death and put the knife in Russ's hand. The number of stab wounds, the sheer strength and force it took to commit such a violent, heinous, and cowardly act is still incomprehensible for my family. Her arms were almost severed off. This is the work of a disturbed man who should never be allowed the opportunity of freedom. And then she crossed the final bridge. Even though Russ has not admitted his guilt in public, he knows what he did. The evidence showed that what he did, from the bloody slippers to the neatly placed gloves behind Betsy's body, to the bloody paw print, Betsy knows what he did. God knows what he did." Schwartz was torn between allowing the grieving relatives to have their say and a desire to correct Julie's mistakes and unsupported allegations that were now part of the court record. He swallowed hard and asked Judge Mennemeyer for permission to question Julie, even though that was not his usual policy. Askey objected to that as inappropriate, and the judge agreed. Schwartz demurred without protest. Richard Hicks reminded the judge that before she could impose the sentence, she had to hear the attorney's arguments on Schwartz's motion to acquit Russ Faria or grant him a new trial. Schwartz wasted no time getting to the point. "Your Honor, if the court chooses to sentence Mr. Faria today to any sentence whatsoever, it would be sentencing an innocent man. It would be sentencing a victim as big as Miss Meyer or Miss Swaney. This trial was like what Miss Swaney just testified to. Everything she said was based on nothing other than conjecture." Echoing his written motion that Mennemeyer had in front of her, Schwartz again criticized her rulings that prohibited him from discussing another suspect, even though the definition of an alibi defense is that someone else did it, or mentioning the insurance policy and Pam Hupp's sudden inheritance. He cast Judge Mennemeyer's rulings in the light they deserved. "I have to admit, initially, we didn't take that seriously, because the case law and the state law is absolutely certain, and it all says that any witness's bias or interest is never irrelevant. The state relied on the direct connection rule. After the court ruled on this, I actually congratulated Mr. Hicks on his creative lawyering. His response was he never imagined the court would actually go for that. Well, the court did, and that precluded Mr. Faria from getting a fair trial." Citing the preposterous, unreal assumptions Askey made in closing arguments, Schwartz cracked. "I would argue the state created a bad Stephen King novel, and the entire argument from the state was, I believe this, I believe that. I believe that Russ Faria came home, had sex with his wife, took off all of his clothes, took a shower, got out of the shower, stepped into his slippers, somehow got blood on the bottom of those slippers by just stepping into the blood, swooping up the dog, and carrying the dog outside. Not only does that defy logic, it defies any shred of evidence. There was not one single iota, a piece of proof that came into the court regarding any of those things that were argued to that jury. That closing argument by the state was irresponsible and, frankly, unethical. Based on that alone, the court should overturn the verdict." Leah Askey clearly was stung by Schwartz's attack, and she quickly made her response personal. She noted that 12 people had listened to the evidence and took just 4 hours to agree with her that Russ Faria was guilty. Mr. Schwartz, and all of his experience, which he was proud to tell me I was out of my league, he knows that 4 hours is pretty darn quick on a murder trial, and he didn't expect that coming out here to Lincoln County. I understand, and I feel his pain a little bit, I guess. I understand that's not what he really thought he was going to get when he got here. She defended proposing her own scenario to the jurors. Closing argument is just that, argument. The state never accused anyone. I think exactly what I said was, I wish I could tell you exactly what happened, but I don't know. I wasn't there. Neither were they, except for the defendant and the victim. I wish I could tell you. This is what I think could have happened. In the alternative, this could have happened. I don't know. She took another swipe at Schwartz for questioning the jury's verdict. When we talk about unethical and irresponsible, which Mr. Schwartz has been really good at throwing around for the last few weeks, I think he probably needs to look at what he is doing right now. She defended the direct connection rule, which kept Schwartz from naming Pam Hupp as a suspect, as preventing attorneys from painting almost anyone in a defendant's circle as a suspect. Askey also insisted that the 4 game night players had refused to take polygraphs, and she added that, on Schwartz's advice, they had refused to provide buccal swabs for DNA tests. She ended with more personal attacks. In every case, one side or the other is not going to win, and unfortunately, ethics, responsibility, all of those things, evidently at times, get checked at the door, because it becomes all about the win, about how you win with grace or how you lose with grace. Not about throwing people's names around, and not about acting like you got completely run over because your client lost. And that is what this is all about. As far as I'm concerned, That is what this has been about since the day the jury returned a verdict, and that is what this will be about until the Court of Appeals makes a ruling. It is about a big city lawyer coming out to little Lincoln County against a prosecutor who is new and out of her league. Mr. Schwartz can say it or not, but I think we all know differently. The state would argue against a new trial." Schwartz responded sharply and directly. First, he was not the game night players' lawyer, and never advised them on anything. Second, he never said anyone was out of anyone's league. "Miss Askey has continued to repeat that she felt she was out of her league," he said. And again, the police and prosecutors never asked game night players to take a polygraph, despite their offers to do so. The defense never opposed introducing evidence on the change of beneficiary on the insurance. That was what the defense wanted all along, believing there was a direct connection between Pam Hupp and Betsy's murder. "I leave that to everybody at the Court of Appeals," he said, ending his comments with, "There is clearly direct evidence that Pam Hupp was involved at that house at that time of the murder." Judge Mennemeyer leaned forward with a quick defense of her decisions and the ruling Schwartz expected. The court ruled in accordance with what it believed the status of the law to be, and, in sitting through the jury trial, did not find that the jury could not have found as it did. The defendant's motion for judgment of acquittal, notwithstanding the verdict, or motion for a new trial, is denied. The judge then took less than 30 seconds to impose a sentence of life without parole or probation for first-degree murder and 30 years for armed criminal action. Russ Faria offered no reaction to officially being ordered to spend the rest of his life in prison. Although he had prepared himself, it was still shattering to hear. Schwartz immediately asked the judge to set bond so Russ could await the results of an appeal at home instead of in prison. Askey said an appeal bond was not appropriate on a conviction for first-degree murder, and the judge agreed. Russ would go back to his cell at the county jail to await the next step. That came within days, as Russ found himself in a cell in the Jefferson County Correctional Center, JCCC, the state capital's penitentiary. He wasted no time beginning to make friends with the older cons, as he had in the Lincoln County Jail. He hoped he would be able to navigate the dangerous whirlpools of state prison as well, and as safely as he had in the county jail for almost 2 years. But he was warned soon after his arrival that prison was a place where a carton of cigarettes could cost your life, a warning to be heeded. He was glad to be in a one-man cell, and, reluctantly facing an untold number of Missouri summers in that cell, he was relieved the prison was air-conditioned. Perhaps that could make the cell feel a little less like hell. Chapter 39. The anonymous calls to Joel Schwartz began not long after his most famous client had been sentenced to life in prison. While the callers didn't offer direct information about Betsy Faria's murder, they did open an entirely new, shocking chapter in the story of Schwartz's prime suspect, Pam Hupp. The callers clearly had followed Russ Faria's trial and the growing publicity that followed the guilty verdict that was now being questioned by the media and many in the public. Chris Hayes from Fox 2 was delivering a relentless barrage of stories focusing on Pam Hupp as a bona fide suspect, Leah Askey's conduct in the trial, and the evidence that Judge Mennemeyer kept the jurors from hearing. In an unusual arrangement, Hayes and Fox 2 partnered with the St. Louis Post-Dispatch and reporter Robert Patrick to produce investigative stories questioning the evidence against Russ, Pam Hupp's involvement in the case, the conduct of his trial, and his conviction. There would be a comprehensive front-page account and analysis of the case in the Sunday edition under the headline, "Did Russ Faria kill his wife?" It was matched by reports on Fox 2 News. Hayes and Patrick would interview Russ in prison, giving him the chance to proclaim his innocence before a wider audience than ever before. Joel Schwartz became a regular on TV and in print, attacking the case and the trial and decrying Russ Faria's imprisonment as an innocent man. A special Fox 2 report on the case by Hayes and Patrick won an Emmy Award. While all of that was building, the callers to Schwartz focused on a report from the trial they said was mistaken or an outright lie. When Pam Hupp testified outside the presence of the jury, but still under oath, she said her mother had died of Alzheimer's almost 3 weeks before, on October 31st, 2013. Halloween, no less. That was one of the many stressful matters she said she had been dealing with as she tried to decide whether to provide any of the $150,000 from Betsy's life insurance policy to her daughters. But the callers kept telling Schwartz that her testimony was a lie, and he should look into the death of her mother. The headline on the story in the Post-Dispatch on November 1st, 2013 said, "Woman, 77, dies after falling from third-floor balcony of Fenton area retirement home." It appeared that Shirley Newman had broken through the metal railing on her balcony and plunged 3 stories to her death. Her body was found about 2:30 p.m. the day before on the ground below her balcony, and the last person known to see her alive was her daughter, Pam Hupp. Schwartz rocked back in his chair and stared wide-eyed at the story on the computer screen. A second person whose death meant a big inheritance for Pam Hupp had died under suspicious circumstances, and she had lied again about what had happened. Her 77-year-old mother, a photo with the story showed a bright-eyed, silver-haired, stylishly dressed woman, had not died of Alzheimer's, as Pam had testified under oath. She died from injuries from a fall through a metal railing on a third-story balcony. This was the same woman whom Pam Hupp had so shockingly volunteered to Sergeant Ryan McCarrick in June 2012 as a much more vulnerable murder-for-profit victim than the younger and stronger Betsy Faria. "And if I really, hate to say, wanted money, my mom's worth the $500,000 that I get when she dies," she had said cavalierly to McCarrick. "But if I really wanted money, there was an easier way than trying to combat somebody that's physically stronger than me. I'm just saying." Pam Hupp had said that in June 2012, and her mother had died violently 16 months later. Was Shirley Newman actually her second victim, in her second plot to inherit hundreds of thousands of dollars? The newspaper quoted the St. Louis County Police saying there was damage to several of the vertical spindles in the metal railing on her mother's balcony, which they believed was caused by her fall into and through those bars. Oddly, the top and bottom horizontal bars were undamaged. Schwartz wasn't an expert, but it seemed an unlikely scenario for an elderly woman to fall into a metal railing with such force that 2 of the uprights were broken out of the railing and found next to her body on the ground, and 4 others were bent and dislodged at the bottom, presumably allowing her body to break through the railing and free fall to the ground below. The police said they were investigating Shirley Newman's fall as an accident, but Schwartz thought even the scant information he had read suggested something more sinister, especially with Pam Hupp standing to inherit hundreds of thousands of dollars, especially with Pam Hupp callously weighing the challenge of murdering her mother against that of murdering Betsy Faria, especially with Pam Hupp brazenly lying under oath about the way her mother died. An autopsy showed that Shirley Newman's system contained more than 8 times the normal dose of Ambien, a sleep-inducing drug in the class called sedative hypnotics. But the St. Louis County Medical Examiner's Office agreed with the police investigation and listed her death as an accident and the cause of death as blunt trauma to the chest. News stories later would report that the police reviewed their investigation into Shirley Newman's death in November, the month after she died, based on an anonymous note alerting them that the victim's daughter had been investigated in Betsy Faria's murder. The police learned Pam Hupp had, once again, been the last person known to have seen the victim alive. Employees at the Lakeview Park Independent Senior Living Community, just outside of Fenton, another St. Louis suburb, said Pam Hupp had taken her mother to the hospital on October 29th after staff found her incoherent on her bed. Shirley spent that night at her daughter's home, and Pam brought her back to the care center about 5 p.m. on October 30th. Pam told the staff that her mother would not be coming to the dining room for supper because she had already eaten. She would miss breakfast the next morning as well, but probably would eat lunch. After she did not show for lunch on October 31st, a housekeeper went to her apartment and found the front door open, water running in a sink, the white metal storm door to the balcony open, and the railing damaged. She looked over the railing and saw the body on the ground below. One of Shirley Newman's 2 sons, Pam's brothers, told police his mother suffered from memory problems and arthritis, and he had no concerns about foul play in her death. The police closed their review again without finding an indication of a crime, and again without interviewing Pam Hupp, the last person to see her mother alive. Joel Schwartz was baffled. For the second time, Pam Hupp stood at the center of a suspicious, violent death that would put hundreds of thousands of dollars in her pocket, and walked away virtually unscathed. The likelihood that a 77-year-old woman, even one weighing 218 pounds, could break through the metal spindles of an aluminum railing in a fall was rejected flatly by experts consulted in separate interviews and experiments by Chris Hayes from Fox 2 and Keith Morrison from Dateline. The report by Hayes featured a structural engineer who tested a similar railing by the same manufacturer by building a pendulum with a 218-pound weight, essentially a battering ram, and slamming it into a railing to determine what kind of force would be required to dislodge or bend the spindles enough for a person to fall through it. Releasing the pendulum to slam into the railing, at what the engineer said would be the likely force exerted in a fall by a woman like Shirley Newman, failed to damage the railing or dislodge any spindles. Only when the engineer had the pendulum pulled back as far as possible, some 65 inches from the railing, and released to strike the railing at 9 miles per hour, did it dislodge any spindles and bend the bottom rail. The expert said it would take an NFL linebacker charging full speed at the railing to damage it the way it was when Shirley Newman was killed. He also noted the damaged spindles were bent exactly the same way they bent when he kicked them hard enough to dislodge them. Dateline hired a structural engineer who estimated a fall into the railing by a woman of Shirley Newman's size who tripped over the threshold onto the balcony from the apartment would exert 425 pounds of force against the railing. He laid a section of railing with slightly thinner spindles flat and stacked 8 94-pound bags of concrete mix, a total of 752 pounds, on the spindles, without any damage. The engineer estimated it would take 2,000 pounds of force to damage the railing. He concluded that the damage to the balcony railing could not have been done by Shirley Newman accidentally falling into it. One of Pam Hupp's brothers would sue the railing manufacturer and the retirement center, but he would later dismiss the suit. Chapter 40. Getting a phone call from David Bush in the summer of 2014 was intriguing. Joel Schwartz knew Bush as a fellow attorney also practicing in Clayton, the legal center and St. Louis County seat. Their sons attended the same school. The two attorneys and fathers would sometimes run into each other at school events or while doing business at the county courthouse near their offices. Bush had gone to law school with Joel's wife, Mary Ann, and their wives knew each other quite well. But Schwartz also knew Bush had filed a suit against Pam Hupp on behalf of Betsy Faria's daughters to recover the $150,000 from Betsy's insurance. As Bush was preparing to take her deposition on July 21st, he consulted with Schwartz about his experience with her. And it was that deposition, Bush said now, that was the reason for his call. Bush had experienced the same frustrating, infuriating reaction that Schwartz had described in trying to get a truthful or even sensible answer from the woman. Bush's first impression of her as a dimwit had evolved during the deposition. He now saw her as a manipulative psychopath. But it was a couple of surprising disclosures by Pam Hupp that Bush wanted to pass along to Schwartz. She had testified that, shortly after Russ Faria was convicted, she revoked the trust she set up for Leah and Mariah Day and withdrew all but $300 of the $100,000 she had deposited. She put the money in the personal checking account she shared with her husband and used to pay their bills and invest in real estate. Bush thought there was ample evidence that she had used some of the insurance money to buy a new house in the weeks before the deposition. The suit Bush filed for the Day sisters claimed she had violated the agreement with Betsy that was grounds for making her the beneficiary, that she would give the money to the girls when they got older. But there was more. Pam Hupp had testified she opened the trust because of pressure from Sergeant Ryan McCarrick and implied pressure from Leah Askey. McCarrick had told her that setting up a trust for the girls would make the murder case against Russ Faria look better at trial. Schwartz hung up the phone and took a deep breath. This new information directly from Pam Hupp's mouth was dynamite. Revoking the trust put the lie to her many statements that Betsy wanted her to give it to the girls when they were older. And keeping the money for herself confirmed she was motivated by her own greed, motivated enough to make her a prime suspect in Betsy's murder. Schwartz knew applying these incriminating admissions to Russ's effort to win a new trial would be a challenge. The date was long past for asking the trial court in Lincoln County for a new trial based on evidence that was recently discovered. The only other obvious option, making it a part of Russ's formal appeal of the Court of Appeals for the Eastern District of Missouri, was a long shot because the court was restricted to considering only evidence that had been introduced at trial. Schwartz decided he had no choice. When he filed the 70-page appeal on December 1, 2014, the new revelations were included in a section titled Newly Discovered Evidence. The appeal argued the jury might have acquitted Russ Faria if it had heard Pam Hupp's admission that she set up the trust only because of pressure from the police and prosecutor to improve their case against Russ, and revoking the trust after the conviction also called her motive into question. The rest of the appeal cited the litany of errors by Judge Mennemeyer and misconduct by Askey that Schwartz had listed in his motion for a new trial that Mennemeyer denied a year earlier. Schwartz argued that Mennemeyer and Askey failed to conform to the law as established in almost 70 court cases, violating Russ's rights to a fair trial under the constitutions of Missouri and the United States. Knowing that the appellate court could refuse to consider the new evidence, Joel Schwartz and Nate Swanson continued to look for a better way to get it in front of the court. Hannah Zhao, Schwartz's associate who had assembled the appeal, found the answer in a little-known case she remembered, in the state of Missouri v. Mooney, a criminal case from adjacent St. Charles County that was decided 30 years earlier by the same appellate court hearing Russ's appeal. The court ruled it had the inherent right to remand a case to the trial court for consideration of a motion for a new trial if evidence discovered after the trial could have resulted in an acquittal. In Mooney, the defense learned the alleged victim who testified that the defendant molested him made a taped statement after the trial admitting he'd lied on the witness stand and made up the entire story. The appellate court ruled that it had the authority and discretion to prevent a miscarriage of justice and to send the case back to the trial court, even though the evidence was not part of the trial and the time for asking the trial court for a new trial had lapsed. On February 14, 2015, Schwartz filed a rare Mooney motion, citing the appellate court's decisions as grounds to send the Faria case back to the court in Lincoln County to decide if the new evidence justified a new trial. He charged that McCarrick and Askey pressured a witness to take an action specifically designed to assist the prosecution and violate the defendant's rights, knew the witness lied about that in testimony before a judge in an offer of proof, and then filed motions with the judge designed to protect that witness from scrutiny by the defense. Schwartz's research showed that successful Mooney motions were rare indeed. They had been granted only 3 times in Missouri history. It seemed to him that the state of Missouri v. Faria absolutely had to be the 4th. And it was. In an unusually swift response, Chief Appellate Judge Angela T. Quigless gave Russ and his attorneys their first new hope for the justice they had been seeking for more than 3 years. Just 20 days after Schwartz filed the Mooney motion, and without getting a response from Askey, Judge Quigless ordered Russ's case sent back to the trial court to decide if he should get a new trial. Her order said the appellate court does not usually remand a case before an appeal is concluded, but it stated, "The court has the inherent power to prevent a miscarriage of justice or manifest injustice by remanding the case to the trial court for consideration of newly discovered evidence presented for the first time on appeal." She ruled that this case met the 4 requirements for such an order. The evidence came to the defense's knowledge after the trial. The lack of knowledge of the evidence was not the defense's fault. The evidence is likely to produce a different result in a new trial. The evidence is not just cumulative or of an impeaching nature. Quigless gave Schwartz 2 weeks to file a motion for a new trial and ordered the trial court to hold a hearing and issue a ruling within 90 days of Schwartz's motion. In what Schwartz hoped was a veiled indication of what the judge believed the decision should be, she wrote, "If the motion for a new trial is denied, the denial may be alleged as error in the pending appeal." The media climbed all over the story that Russ Faria might get a new trial. When reporters asked Schwartz about the new evidence, he couldn't resist the opportunity for a quip about the state's handling of the case. "A murder trial has turned into a soap opera," he said. As soon as Judge Quigless's order was filed, Schwartz made an excited call to Russ Faria in prison in Jefferson City. By the time Schwartz could get Russ on the phone, the early evening news in St. Louis had already carried the story. Russ, did you see the news tonight? Yeah, I watched it. What did you see? Joel, remember, we get different news in Jefferson County than you get in St. Louis. Oh, that's right, Schwartz said, with a chuckle, before he added, we get a hearing on a new trial. The appellate court sent the case back to Lincoln County for a hearing on a new trial. Russ felt a smile spread across his face as he said, Joel, that's great. That's great. It's about time we got a good decision. By the time that first glimmer of hope arrived, Russ Faria had spent 14 months in state prison, 14 months that followed 2 years in the Lincoln County jail. Prison was a living hell, especially for an innocent man. But Russ struggled to make the best of this god-awful situation. He knew to avoid most of the younger prisoners, the ones more likely to cause trouble. He focused on making friends who were between 50 and 70 years old, because they were calmer and more willing to help educate him about prison life and survival. One of the prisoners he befriended worked in the kitchen and helped Russ get a job there. He washed dishes until he moved up to preparing meals for prisoners who had special religious diets. He worked 7 days a week, not because he wanted the $30 a month paid to working inmates, but just to spend as much time out of his cell as possible. Even with the small television he was allowed to have in the cell, the time spent there was agonizing and boring. Except when they were working, prisoners were locked in their cells 23 hours a day, with 1 hour for shower or exercise in the gym or outside. He mostly bought food from the commissary and cooked it in his cell using an electric stinger that could heat up soup and coffee. Russ got involved with the prison chapter of the Toastmasters International, the nonprofit educational organization that teaches public speaking and leadership skills. It was a good way to associate with prisoners working to better themselves while learning valuable skills that could serve them well later, on the outside. Joel Schwartz filed a motion for a new trial on March 11th, focusing on Pam Hupp's self-incriminating lies and Askey and McCarrick pressuring her to take action to buttress the state's case and improve her credibility as a witness. Schwartz accused Askey of deliberate silence, even though she knew the witness perjured herself on the stand by denying she set up the trust specifically to strengthen the state's case against Russ Faria. 5 days after Schwartz filed the motion, Judge Christina Kunze-Menemeyer recused herself from the Faria case. The order she placed in the file said only, upon review of the motion for new trial filed by defendant, this court now has a known conflict and must recuse. She offered no more explanation when contacted by reporters. 2 days after that, the Missouri Supreme Court appointed a circuit judge from the Hannibal area, north of Lincoln County, to hear the motion. Schwartz thought the judge was too inexperienced, and he exercised his right to request a different judge. A month later, the Supreme Court appointed St. Louis Circuit Judge Stephen R. Omer, a highly rated judge on the bench for 21 years, including 2 years serving as presiding judge. He began his career in 1979 as an assistant circuit attorney in the city of St. Louis, a job he held for 11 years. He also had been in private practice. Schwartz thought Omer was exactly the kind of judge needed to handle this convoluted case. By the time Omer scheduled a hearing on the motion for a new trial on June 5th, hostilities between Schwartz and Askey were approaching open warfare. The hearing was contentious and marked by more squabbles between the attorneys. But by the end of the day, Judge Omer was ready to return his decision in open court. He said he had reviewed all the evidence, including transcripts of Pam Hupp's testimony in Russ Faria's trial and in the deposition with David Bush. He concluded that the new evidence from her testimony met the requirements set by the appellate court for granting a new trial, including that the evidence was so material that it is likely to produce a different result at a new trial. And, he said, her testimony proved that, as a person with opportunity or motive to commit the murder, she had committed an act that directly connected her to the crime, a decision that rebutted Judge Menemeyer's insistence that there was no direct connection between Pam and the murder of Betsy. All of that meant the motion for a new trial due to newly discovered evidence was granted. Russ Faria's conviction was overturned, and Omer set the new trial for November 2nd, 2015. Schwartz, Russ, and Swanson shared a special smile, and Schwartz said, "I told you we'd be back and do this again." Russ returned the smile and said, "Yes, you did. I never doubted it. Askey stood and announced she was prepared to try Russ again. Outside, Mary Anderson told the media that all they had ever wanted was a second chance to prove Russ's innocence. Mike Corbin predicted a new trial would mean the whole world would see he didn't kill his wife. Joel Schwartz tried to maintain a professional reserve as he said, "We look forward to our day in court, with all of the evidence coming in, and we expect justice to prevail." 6 days later, Russ Faria was told to pack up his gear from his prison cell. Judge Omer had ordered him transferred back to Lincoln County Jail in Troy to await trial in November. Stepping down from maximum security at the state prison to detention in the county jail was good news. But it didn't compare to the change a few days later on June 16th, when Mary Anderson courageously and compassionately posted her home as security for Russ's $500,000 bond and paid $17,000 in cash to a bail bondsman to win his release from jail. He was greeted outside the building by a crowd of family and friends who took him to a favorite restaurant for a celebration. He was surprised that his driver's license was still good, and his sister let him drive to his father's office for a special visit on the way to the party. Russ returned to his parents' house in O'Fallon and began enjoying freedom after 3.5 years in jail. He told Chris Hayes of Fox 2 that one of his great joys had been getting up in the mornings and frying an egg, something he hadn't been able to do for years. Within a week of being released, Russ also had begun an IT job telecommuting with a friend's business in Phoenix, Arizona. He just wanted to enjoy some sense of normalcy while he waited for his next opportunity to prove his innocence. Shortly after Russ was released from jail, more tragedy struck the family. On July 3rd, Mary Anderson's husband, Steve, unexpectedly died of a heart attack at age 51, sitting in a chair in their walk-in closet just after Mary had left to pick up Russ and attend a St. Louis Cardinals baseball game. A friend of Steve's found his body and called the O'Fallon police. 2 detectives who participated in the investigation into Betsy's death refused to let Mary see her husband's body as it sat in the closet for some 7 hours while they investigated to make sure Steve died of natural causes. Chapter 41. No, she's not really going to say that. Even Pam Hupp wouldn't say that. Wait, she is going to say, "Oh my God, she said it! What the f—" Nate Swanson's eyes widened and his mouth fell open like a trap door. Listening to the recording of a new police interview with Pam Hupp from June 17, 2015, he had just heard her say the most remarkable thing she had said yet, and she had set a very high bar. Pam Hupp had told police that she and Betsy Faria were lovers. Until that moment, Swanson didn't think anything Pam could say would surprise him. But this almost made his head explode. Pam Hupp told detectives Mike Merkel and Patrick Carney that Betsy had come to depend on her for an intimate level of emotional support she didn't get from Russ or anyone else. What she described as Betsy's mad crush on her grew into something more. "She really loved me," she said. "As her marriage started deteriorating, I would step in and help her even more. Almost kind of like, I guess in her mind, a boyfriend, a caretaker." Merkel was eager to help her explain. "You were filling the voids that she felt in her marriage?" "Yeah, of what she wanted out of a relationship." "Right," Merkel said, without a hint of disbelief. One time, Pam said, she set up Betsy and her daughters in a leased house and provided financial support for them when Betsy and Russ were separated. At that point, she started indicating she wanted more from me than just, a friend, Pam said. At first, she resisted a more physical turn in their relationship, but eventually entered a sexual affair with Betsy. It was a progression more on her part, because I love Betsy. I'm not in love with her. Never was in love with her. She was in love with me. And at that point, when I knew what was happening with her, I just let that go because it was a small thing to give her. Pam said Betsy was still having sex with others, including husband Russ and former husband Ron. But sex for Betsy was generally a physical act that did not involve emotion. She said their physical relationship was different. Ours wasn't about sex. It was about emotional. It's not a huge thing for me. Like I said, I'm not attracted to women, so it's not like I've ever been with anybody but Betsy. It's not the same. Never will, probably again. It's just a weird circumstance. It's honestly a relationship with two women who really aren't attracted to women. I don't know how to explain that. It's not... I'm attracted to men. Love everything about them. Can't wait till Magic Mike XL, the movie, comes out. But she is the same way. It's not like she was a lesbian or anything. It wasn't like that. It was just an evolution of emotional trauma for her, Pam said. She claimed Russ was furious when he found out about the sex between Betsy and her, and that led to what she said was a violent threat to kill her when she was at Betsy's house not long before the murder. Joel Schwartz was just as stunned as Swanson when he heard the latest flight of bizarre fantasy. But Russ was outraged. "That's just a total lie. Total bullshit," he said. "That never happened. Betsy would never do that." Schwartz and Swanson found still more to be disturbed about deeper into that interview, when Detective Patrick Harney took a totally inappropriate run at getting Pam to change her statements and sworn testimony over the last 4 years by saying she saw Russ at the house when she brought Betsy home that night. "Here's what I'm going to offer you," Harney said to her. "Like Detective Merkel and I have said, we were the first detectives at the house, and we have spoken in theory before about what we believe may have happened. And what we believe may have happened is that Russ was not there when you and Betsy got there, and that prior to you leaving, somehow or another Russ knew that you were there, either by a phone call or just the sheer presence of your car, or that he walked in and saw you there, and that it was that particular moment, motivating factor for you to leave, was him coming into the house. That is what we have discussed among ourselves. Now I'm going to hand that to you and ask, is any part of that correct? And it is, in fact. Did you see Russ that night in that house?" She responded with a flat, "No, I did not see Russ in that house. Did not see a soul. Didn't see anybody." Harney's proposition would have been just an inappropriate and possibly illegal attempt to influence a witness or to get a witness to lie, until the defense team listened to the recording of another interview she gave Harney and Detective Harry Belcher 4 months later, on October 6th. Harney's theory seemed to have planted a suggestive seed in her mind. She dramatically disclosed that she now had a recovered memory that she had seen Russ and another man in a car parked on the street near the Faria house when she and Betsy arrived that night, and when she left the house later, she saw Russ still sitting behind the steering wheel, but the other man was gone. She said Russ ducked his head when she drove by. She said she had walked the street near Betsy's former house the morning of the interview, in an attempt to stimulate her memory and put herself back in the moments when she arrived and when she left. That's when it came to her that there was a light-colored, possibly silver, car with 2 men parked on Sumac Drive before she got to Betsy's house. Harney asked, "And you think you recognized one of those men?" "I do, yes." She said repeatedly she did not take a long look inside the car illuminated only by a streetlight or get a good look at the man behind the wheel, but she also repeated it was her strong impression and memory that it was Russ Faria. Harney later asked again, "And you believe one of the persons in the car was Russ?" I do. And the more I keep going over it in my head, I do. And I don't know if I'm talking myself into it. I don't believe I am." Pam Hupp had reached an entirely new level of outrageously absurd and unbalanced deception, and the cops continued to eagerly buy into her insane ramblings as if they were written on stone tablets she had brought down from Mount Sinai. Or worse, they were feeding into her demented ability to lie without restraint by suggesting new fields for her to mine. They didn't even flinch when she backed up her conveniently recovered memory with another diatribe about how head injuries from 3 car accidents in 3 years had left her with huge lapses of memory, made worse by regular doses of Ambien, yes, the same drug found at overdose levels in her dead mother's blood. She couldn't make the missing memories return, she explained, but she could guide them by talking about events and trying to visualize them. When she lamented, "And I know everybody's going to say I'm nuts and stuff like that," Harney leaped to her support. "No, let me tell," he began, as he described a friend who suffered a concussion that left him with similar memory issues. As they were about to end the interview, she said, "I wouldn't want to accuse anybody of anything. An absurdly outrageous statement in itself. I want to say what I think I saw. I could very well be wrong, but I don't think so." Harney said, "Okay, I don't have any reason to think you're wrong." Of course he didn't. It was his idea. The new interviews with police came after Pam Hupp met with Leah Askey in May 2015 to discuss Hupp's likely testimony at a hearing for a new trial for Russ Faria. Their conversation centered on her denial that she ever promised Betsy Faria to give any of the insurance money to her daughters, that she felt pressured from all sides to set up the trust fund before Russ's first trial, and that she revoked the fund because of the daughters' criticism of her since then. "So what are our chances of making the judge believe us?" she asked. "I feel comfortable. The law is on our side," Askey replied. "I'll be happy to take them on again. I don't worry about trying the case again." And Askey reaffirmed her confidence that Russ Faria was guilty. "There's not a moment that I've lost sleep because Russ Faria's in prison. I feel very comfortable in that decision." Much of the conversation focused on the women's complaints about being mistreated by the media in false or misleading stories. Pam lamented that she had been accused of killing her mother, had been harassed and condemned in social media by Russ's supporters, and had even been subjected to death threats and phone calls under investigation by the police. Askey called the defense team's efforts half-assed and dismissed Schwartz's Mooney motion by saying, "My 4-year-old could write something better." Schwartz chuckled as he watched the video of the prosecutor and her witness, confirming their paranoid beliefs that he was coordinating and manipulating all of the media coverage by reporters participating in his massive conspiracy to win an acquittal for Russ Faria. What Leah Askey and Pam Hupp clearly didn't understand was that the media, mostly following the lead of Chris Hayes of Fox 2, were recognizing that the investigation and prosecution of Russ Faria was an unmitigated and unjust disaster of incompetence and legal prejudice that had to be exposed to the public. In the video, Askey advised Pam to ignore the media and those who listen to or read the news. Askey said she had done some reporting and news writing before she went to law school and learned the general rule was to write news on a 6th-grade level. She said that meant most of the people that are paying attention to the media are derelicts. Pam took this opportunity to educate Askey on her memory issues. "When I say off-the-wall stuff, it's not because I'm lying. It's because, for some reason, that popped into my head," she said. She cited as an example her contradictory statements that Betsy was lying on the couch when she left on the night of the murder, and that Betsy was waving goodbye to her from the front door. "My mind works different," she added. Joel Schwartz thought that might have been the understatement of the century. Chapter 42. October 1st, 2015, a month before Russ Faria's second trial. By the time Judge Stephen Omer held a hearing on pretrial motions on October 1st, 2015, Joel Schwartz had made a risky decision. So risky, in fact, that almost every colleague and friend he had discussed it with warned him not to do it. More than one of them told him he would be crazy to do it. So far, Judge Omer's decisions on motions had been correct on the law and unfailingly fair, especially his ruling that Schwartz could present evidence and argument that Pam Hupp was a legitimate suspect in Betsy Faria's murder. In fact, Judge Omer had reinforced his ruling that very day, denying Leah Askey's motion for him to reconsider because there was no evidence directly connecting her to the murder. Schwartz countered there was ample evidence of a direct link and listed several factors again. Omer affirmed his decision that there was enough of a direct connection between Pam Hupp and the killing for the defense to treat her as a suspect. Omer had been fair to the prosecution as well. Askey said she should be allowed to present a complete picture of the facts by arguing that Russ could have been motivated to kill Betsy because of her plan to change beneficiaries on other insurance policies. Omer agreed and assured her, "The facts are going to come in." The animus between Schwartz and Askey was still spilling into their exchanges in the courtroom, reaching the point where Judge Omer had to admonish them several times and encourage them to cooperate better. He finally asked them if he was going to have to put them in the corner. So, with all of the contentious legal points and contradictory evidence, and Schwartz's lack of trust in the integrity of the prosecution and police, he decided to file a surprising document at the hearing. Russ Faria would waive his right to a jury trial. He would let Judge Omer hear the evidence and return a verdict. Schwartz decided that a bench trial, a verdict by a judge, made more sense than putting Russ's future in the hands of jurors from the same juror pool in the same county that had convicted him the first time. The judge was applying a keen legal sense and understanding to the evidence, and clearly was dedicated to a fair trial. This seemed like the perfect case for a judge to decide. Unlike the opposition by most of the people Schwartz had confided in, Russ Faria listened to his attorney's explanation and agreed. "Let's do it," he said. Sunday, November 1st, 2015, the day before Russ Faria's second trial. Joel Schwartz and Nate Swanson arrived on Sunday, November 1st at their hotel near the Lincoln County Courthouse in time for some final preparations for the start of the trial the next day. They ate dinner at the adjacent Panda Express restaurant. Schwartz cracked open his fortune cookie and stared in amazement at the little slip of paper before handing it to Swanson with a smile. It read, "All of your hard work will soon be rewarded." They looked at each other and grinned. To avoid the chance of getting a less promising prediction, they didn't eat at the restaurant again. Chapter 43. Monday, November 2nd, 2015. First day of Russ Faria's second trial. A police officer found several water droplets on the floor of Russ Faria's shower, just minutes into the search of his house on the night of December 27th, 2011. The cop on the witness stand didn't have to explain how important those few drops could be, as the only evidence supporting prosecuting attorney Leah Askey's theory that Russ had showered to wash off his wife's blood after stabbing her to death and before calling 911. At the defense table, Russ Faria and his attorneys, Joel Schwartz and Nate Swanson, were incredulous at the first report of these water droplets in nearly 4 years of investigation, dozens of court hearings, and the first trial. Schwartz's instincts, sharpened in more than 25 years as a defense attorney, told him this convenient new testimony for the prosecution simply wasn't true. But Sergeant Mike Pirtle of the Lincoln County Sheriff's Office had just sworn under oath that he saw the droplets during a preliminary search of the Faria house. He mentioned them to an investigator, but never checked to see if that information made it into any reports. He found out they were never reported a few months before the second trial. Askey had been careful to not overplay the news of the water droplets. She mentioned them briefly in her opening statement to Judge Stephen Omer, noting that Russ told police he had not showered that day, and now she called Pirtle as her 9th witness on the first day of trial, and had him explain he had immediately assessed the situation as a murder as soon as he arrived at the Faria house. He ordered everyone out so he could conduct a protective sweep to ensure no one else was in the house. He found nothing notable in the living area, the bedrooms, and the guest bathroom. Askey asked if he had noticed anything in the shower and the master bathroom. "Yes," he said. "I observed some water drops." He informed investigating officers, but did not write a separate report. Since he was not a member of the major case squad, he returned to his regular patrol duties that night. He had nothing more to do with the Faria investigation and was not aware until recently that the water droplets had not been reported. Joel Schwartz was shocked, but not surprised. This was not the first piece of evidence Askey had failed to produce for the defense, and he wasn't about to let this new revelation go unchallenged. He cross-examined Pirtle with rapid-fire questions. Schwartz gestured toward the stacks of documents, reports, and statements surrounding the defense table. "So, just so we're clear, you noticing some water droplets is not in a report, anywhere, with all of this documentation, correct?" "That's correct." "How did you learn that?" "I believe I was talking to one of the investigators." Pirtle said he had met with Askey over the summer to tell her. He agreed he was not claiming someone took a shower, just reporting the droplets. There were more than 2 or 3, but he couldn't say how many. He saw nothing else, such as wet walls or drains. After Pirtle said he told Askey, Schwartz put a fine point on his last question. "So you thought it would help her theory in what she was going to present to the court, right?" Pirtle didn't bite. "I didn't know what her theory was." The questions by Schwartz and Askey didn't satisfy the man who would decide Russ Faria's fate. On a rare step, Judge Omer leaned forward and began asking his own questions. "Sergeant, would you describe these water droplets for me?" "It was water droplets inside of the bathtub that would be quite common with, at one point, there being water in the tub. And whereabouts in the tub? About mid-tub. How big were these droplets? Normal size. I don't know what that means. Less than a dime size? Pirtle said there was no pattern to the droplets, and he didn't remember if there were any near the drain. But that didn't appear in any report or any of the investigations after that? The judge asked. That's correct. Although Schwartz was aggravated by this dubious new report, he didn't think it would substantially advance Askey's otherwise unsupported theory that Russ had taken a shower. Schwartz thought the testimony about the water droplets, all in all, was a wash. Although Schwartz had little experience taking a case to a second trial, he knew not to expect an instant replay of the first. Both sides had gone to school on the first one and would try to correct mistakes or misjudgments and prepare responses to the opposition's strong points. But the major pieces of evidence, the critical testimony from essential witnesses, and the basic facts would remain much the same. Schwartz thought it was telling that Askey never mentioned Pam Hupp in her opening statement, saying only that a friend had driven Betsy home that night. In addition to recounting the familiar allegations against Russ, she offered a couple of new ones. First, the police had recently found the letter Pam said Betsy wrote on her computer, describing Russ's increasingly abusive and threatening behavior and her fear of him. The letter was written shortly before Betsy removed Russ as her insurance beneficiary, which Askey recalled without mentioning Pam Hupp was the new beneficiary. The prosecutor also added a new twist in her attack on the game night players, accusing them of lying about the sequence of events that evening. Askey now insisted that all four had, at first, told police they played a board game before watching 2 movies. In Askey's disjointed style, she said, "It's not until the second time that these individuals are interviewed that they all abort the mission that there was any game played at all. And everyone surmises that the detective got it wrong. Maybe that is through mistake, maybe it's by design. Maybe it's because they smoked too much dope the night before." Askey made more questionable comments in the personal attacks against Russ. She told the judge that Russ had a mistress since Betsy was first diagnosed with cancer in 2009. The affair continued until the day she died in 2011, and the mistress was pregnant with his child when Betsy died. Schwartz sighed again. Russ had acknowledged a brief relationship with a woman in 2010, but the rest of Askey's allegations were false, and Russ had to stifle his anger at being falsely accused of fathering a child out of wedlock while his wife was dying of cancer. Schwartz opened his statement to the judge by drawing a sharp contrast between the presentations by the defense and the prosecution. "Judge," he said calmly, "our case will be based on evidence, not theories." He immediately pulled Pam Hupp into the center of Betsy's murder. She was the only person who knew all about this letter that was recently discovered, and although she said she had never seen it, she knew exactly what was in it. It was written the day before Betsy changed her beneficiary to Pam, and this case came down to that change. Betsy had the policy since 2001, the year after she and Russ married, and Russ remained the beneficiary through their infidelities and separations, through the difficulties with Betsy's daughters, through her initial illness, through her supposed recovery, and then through the diagnosis of recurrent and terminal cancer. But 4 days after Pam Hupp suddenly became the beneficiary in what Schwartz described as an unorthodox fashion, Betsy was murdered. Schwartz also explained that while police investigated Russ's account of the night in great detail and proved it to be true, neither the police nor the prosecutors had made any attempt to confirm Pam's version of her activities. They didn't get an independent account from her husband of when she returned home, what she was wearing, or what she said. They didn't use cell towers to locate her phone during critical times. They didn't conduct a forensic examination of her car. They didn't talk to her neighbors. They didn't talk to a soul to confirm anything whatsoever that she said, Schwartz said. He asked the judge for a verdict of not guilty based on evidence and not on theory or innuendo. Askey drew no dramatic new testimony from her first few witnesses. Mariah Day, now 21, and Leah Day, now 25, offered the familiar descriptions of rocky family relationships, angry shouting by Russ and Betsy, and Russ's swearing. On cross-examination, Schwartz had Mariah confirm she had found a suicide note written by her mother, which she gave to Russ, and her mother had been hospitalized for a while after that. She agreed she first assumed suicide when she heard her mother was dead. On redirect, Askey drew Mariah's agreement that Betsy had told one of her sisters that the suicide note was really designed to try to make Mariah feel bad about moving out of the Farias' home in Troy. Just as she had in the first trial, Askey called a pair of Betsy's sisters as her next witnesses, Pamela Welker and Mary Rogers. Pamela described an unusually reserved Betsy at Welker's Christmas party the night before Betsy was killed. She assumed her sister was tired and not feeling good. Schwartz focused on the issue so important to the prosecution. Mrs. Welker, when the police first spoke to you, your first impression was that Betsy must have committed suicide? Yes, she had a lifelong challenge with thinking about that, so it didn't have anything to do with the cancer. She'd always struggled with a bit of depression and thinking about the loss of her own life. Schwartz asked if she had any indication that Betsy was thinking about divorcing Russ. I knew they were extremely unhappy. Betsy was trying hard to make her marriage work. She had done a counseling session. She was working very hard to try to make the marriage work. Pamela said she was surprised when Pam Hupp told Betsy's family the morning after the murder that Betsy made Pam the beneficiary. Pam said she would give the money to Leah and Mariah, but Pamela never talked to her again. Betsy's oldest sister, Mary Rogers, described the incident in 2004 when she called the police after she claimed Russ pushed Betsy amid a loud, emotional argument among them, Leah, and Mariah. Mary said she heard Russ say something about cutting her up into bits and pieces and burying her in the backyard. She agreed with Schwartz that the incident was a long time ago and confirmed she told the police something like she thought Betsy and Russ had worked through their issues and loved each other very much. She also told the police Russ had come a long way since that incident. She was proud of him for earning his college degree. She believed he was now loving and caring for Betsy, and they were getting along well. Mary offered a similar account to Pamela's that Pam Hupp told them she was Betsy's beneficiary, and Betsy wanted the money to go to Leah and Mariah. Schwartz was surprised when Mary answered his question about being close to Betsy by saying, "We had our ups and downs. Her and I fought the most of any of us." "You and your sister fought? You and Betsy?" "Yeah, she got under my skin." Schwartz had Mary confirm Leah and Mariah had filed a suit against Pam to recover the insurance money. "Because we feel it should be in the family," she explained. "Well, didn't Betsy assign it to Pam Hupp?" Mary's voice betrayed frustration as she said, "Well, I don't know what to say about that." And then Askey set off a minor tremor in the courtroom with a line of redirect questioning that took Schwartz by surprise. "Mary, the rocky relationship you had with your sister was fairly warranted. Is that fair to say?" "Yes." "The defendant had no love for your husband. Is that right?" Schwartz didn't know where Askey was going, but objected that the questions were beyond the scope of his cross-examination and called for speculation. The judge allowed Askey to try to lay a foundation. Askey went directly to the heart of her inquiry. "Did your sister admit to you that she had a relationship with your husband?" "Yes." Schwartz was taken aback. This was the first he had heard of that. Sitting beside him, however, Russ Faria offered no reaction, exactly as Schwartz had told him to do. Askey moved ahead. "Did the defendant know about it?" "Yes." "And was the defendant furious about it?" "I think so. The defendant and I never talked about it." "But you spoke to your sister about it?" "Yes." Mary Rogers had just given Askey another issue she could argue could outrage a husband, one that, in theory, could fester for years and inflame a new anger if the husband also learned he had been removed as a beneficiary to his wife's insurance. It was always dangerous to cross-examine a witness if he didn't already know the facts, but Schwartz couldn't let Mary Rogers' testimony stand as it was. He asked when this relationship happened, and Mary thought it was about 2005, at a time when Betsy and Russ were already separated. "So how did you take it?" "Oh, not real well," she said, with a hint of understatement. "I'm guessing you were pretty darn angry." "Yes." "And I'm guessing Russ was pretty darn angry too?" "I'm assuming so. With his temper, yes." Mary said she didn't know how Askey found out about it, but she had first questioned her about it within the last month. "I am assuming that you had a few unkind words for your husband?" "Yes." "Did you lose your temper?" "We were already split up at the time." "Okay, that doesn't justify what he did." "Exactly. I'm not saying that he was right. He's the one that brought it to my attention. He told me of the affair. But as far as you knew, Russ and Betsy had worked through that, and as you told police, they loved each other very much? At least I thought so. As Askey called Bobby Wan to the stand, Schwartz was glad she had no more questions for Mary Rogers. He didn't think the judge would see an affair by Betsy, even with their former brother-in-law, as motive for Russ to kill Betsy. But it was still a fact in the Betsy Faria murder book he hadn't expected. Bobby Wan was a somewhat frail-looking 80-year-old woman who had traveled back to St. Louis from her home in Windsor, California, where she had moved from Texas, to testify. She explained she had known Betsy, Janet Meyer, and their family since they became neighbors in Lake St. Louis in 1969, the year Betsy was born. Bobby had been visiting Janet for almost 2 weeks on December 27, 2011, when she accompanied Betsy to the chemotherapy session, where Pam Hupp said Russ had held a pillow over Betsy's face. Bobby said Betsy verified that, but didn't provide details. Betsy said Russ was verbally abusive. Betsy also said she had changed the beneficiary on one insurance policy to Pam and wanted to remove Russ as beneficiary on another one. She wanted to be sure the girls got the money, and Pam Hupp said the money was definitely for the girls and they would get the money. Bobby said Betsy told her she had filled out the form to change the beneficiary on a second policy, but left it on a counter at home. Schwartz knew he had to walk a very thin tightrope while facing this delicate witness. He had to challenge the memory of an elderly woman without insulting her or coming off as a bully. The judge might be more understanding of the defense attorney's predicament and tactics than jurors would be, but there was still a risk that he would come off as rude or heavy-handed. Schwartz was certain Bobby's memory was faulty, and there had been no discussion at the chemo session about this alleged incident with the pillow or change in beneficiaries. He was convinced those memories had been planted in discussions with none other than Pam Hupp after the police interviews and while Betsy's family and friends were together before the funeral. Schwartz's first step onto the tightrope was slow and cautious as he said, "Miss Swan, you seem like a very nice lady." "Thank you," she said politely. In the same soft voice, he added, "And I'm sure you're doing everything and testifying to everything to the best of your recollection. Would you agree with that?" "Yes," she nodded. Schwartz had her confirm that Pam Hupp showed up at the chemo session, even though Betsy had told Pam not to come. "I wasn't as surprised as Betsy was by the look on her face. She was uninvited, correct? She had been told not to come." She agreed she'd told the police in her first interview that Betsy was in a great mood and good spirits the day before. She described in some detail the conversation between her, Betsy, and Pam about buying Janet Meyer's former house as a home for the extended family. And then Schwartz tried to gently approach his concerns about her testimony. Still using a soft and friendly tone, he said, "When you spoke to the police that morning, the next day on the 28th, you said nothing about insurance? I told you I was in a state of shock," she said with a slight edge of indignity. "It never occurred to me to say anything about insurance. And you also didn't tell them anything about a pillow over the face, did you?" "I don't recall." She agreed she found no mention of the pillow incident when she recently read the police reports from her interview. She contradicted herself again when she said she had mentioned the idea about the Farias buying Janet Meyer's house, because that's what brought her death. She then had to admit that she didn't know if Betsy had told Russ about that. "Between the time you made that initial statement and your second statement, you had seen Pam Hupp? She came to the house?" "Yes." "Now, is that when you learned about the insurance?" "What do you mean, when I learned about the insurance?" Schwartz swallowed hard and decided it was time to challenge Bobby Wan's memory, but he stumbled right out of the gate. "Miss Hupp, I don't mean to pry. Now, how old are you?" "My name is not Miss Hupp," she snapped. Schwartz nodded in embarrassment. "Believe me, I know that. I am so sorry if I just called you Miss Hupp." Bobby snapped again on the second half of the perceived insult. "And what does my age have to do with it?" There was no way to diplomatically handle his concern about her age and memory now, so he retreated. "Well, let's go back. You made a written statement on December 30th. Now, we're 3 days after Betsy had been deceased, correct?" Bobby was in no mood to be cooperative. "If you say so," she answered. Schwartz asked again if she told police, in either of the two interviews, that Betsy said she had left a policy on the counter, or that Russ held a pillow over Betsy's face. No, Bobby admitted. If she thought they were important enough to mention now, why hadn't she told Betsy's family right after Betsy was murdered, and before Pam Hupp told them? I don't know. Schwartz echoed. You don't know, do you? Askey tried to rehabilitate Bobby Wan's tortured testimony and memory. She agreed there was no way she could have written down or repeated for police everything that Betsy said over the 2 busy days of December 26th and 27th, and the pillow and insurance issues weren't raised by the police to make them seem like essential points to mention. Plus, Bobby said she had never been involved in a police investigation before, especially the murder of an old friend. I have never been involved in anything so evil, she said. Schwartz had to admit that he completely agreed with that appraisal of the murder of Betsy Faria. Chapter 44. Is the caller the killer? Dispatchers for 911 call centers are trained to consider the possibility that the caller reporting a homicide may, in fact, be the killer, Marjorie Harrell, Director of Communications for Lincoln County 911, told a judge. Questioned by Leah Askey, Harrell dropped a surprising, if unconfirmed, statistic. Data showed that of the 25,000 calls reporting homicides nationally in 2015, 30% were placed by the killer. Harrell said dispatchers are trained to analyze how a caller handles factors that can place them on a scale, rating the possibility that they are actually the killer. Called 911 Considering Offender Probability in Statements, COPS. Harrell said she was trained in applying the scale by weighing specific factors, including whether the caller included a plea for help, whether there is a sense of urgency, whether the caller asks for help for himself or the victim, whether the caller is providing extraneous information that does not relate directly to the emergency, and how much the caller's voice modulates. Nate Swanson knew Askey was taking a different tack with this witness than she had in the first trial, when Judge Mennemeyer allowed Harrell to testify that Russ's behavior on the call was out of the norm and therefore suspicious. This time, Askey was clearly leading Harrell to a conclusion that Russ's conduct on the call could put him among the 30% of callers who were actually the killers. Swanson would be prepared for that. Harrell said dispatchers are trained to use repetitive persistence in repeatedly asking questions designed to help calm the caller, who may be hysterical, and repeatedly telling the caller to take deep breaths. Dispatchers are trained to handle what is called re-freak, renewed hysteria by someone who has calmed down. Askey then played the recording of Russ 911's call for the judge. When it ended, she asked Harrell, "Is that what re-freak sounds like?" Swanson immediately objected that Askey was trying to get Harrell to evaluate Russ's call, which the judge had prohibited in pretrial motions. Omer sustained the objection. Askey began a series of questions clearly designed to allow Harrell to compare Russ's comments on the call with the list she said could be made by the actual killer. Swanson's repeated objections were sustained by the judge, shutting down Askey's tactic. When she ended her questioning, Swanson minimized the importance of Harrell's testimony by not asking a single question. The last witness for the first day of Russ Faria's second trial was Amy Buettner, the crime scene investigator from St. Charles. She had married since she testified in the first trial as Amy Pratt. She estimated she had taken several hundred photographs inside and outside of the Faria house after she arrived about 6 o'clock on the morning after the murder. Her search of bathtubs and sinks found no water droplets or other evidence that they had recently been used. When the investigators tested drains in the kitchen and bathrooms for evidence, they were so dry that investigators had to wet the swabs to collect samples. Nate Swanson began cross-examination by having Buettner agree there was no indication on December 27th and 28th that anyone had tried to clean up evidence in the kitchen or that the bathrooms, showers, or sinks had been used recently. They were dry, as were the towels and shower curtains. No trace of blood was found on any of them. Buettner said she had refused to conduct luminol tests on the crime scene the morning after the murder, as requested by either Detective Patrick Harney or another detective. She would only apply luminol if there was evidence a body had been moved or a crime scene had been cleaned up. Clearly not the case here. The scene had been extremely contaminated by other investigators by the time she arrived, and, she added, it would have been even more contaminated by the time police applied luminol on January 3, 2012. Before Askey asked her to take Cicely's prints, Buettner said she had never taken a dog's paw prints. She noted the dog, described as aggressive by Pam Hupp, was scared, timid, and quiet as Buettner took her paw prints and photographed each paw. She found no visible blood anywhere on the dog and wanted to take tests for blood that might not be visible, but was told not to by Detective Harney. Swanson questioned Buettner extensively about the state's only two pieces of physical evidence, the blood-marked slippers and the blood-stained switchblade. She said the blood on the switchblade contained two patterns, one a crisscross pattern which seemed to have been made by a piece of cloth, and the second more wavy one, but she called it indistinguishable. She also said she did not find any bloody footprints except for one that had been made accidentally by an officer from Lincoln County. She agreed with Swanson that the bloodstains on the slippers appeared to have been made from someone swiping them in blood rather than someone stepping in blood. Swanson asked, "This is a very bloody crime scene?" "Around the victim, it was, yes." "That blood would have gotten on the assailant, correct?" "Yes. It would be almost impossible for someone to commit the crime and have no blood on them?" "It would be impossible." Chapter 45. Tuesday, November 3rd, 2015. Second day of Russ Faria's second trial. Less than 3 weeks before Russ Faria's new trial started, Detective Mike Merkel had been one of the most unrepentantly obstinate and blatantly obnoxious cops Nate Swanson had ever tried to depose. But testifying in trial is a completely different experience, and Joel Schwartz had been looking forward to cross-examining Merkel on the witness stand. On the second day of the trial, Schwartz waited patiently as Askey had Merkel describe arriving at the scene, concluding the victim had been murdered, and observing that her face and arms were covered in blood, and nearby bags of Christmas presents were marked by blood splatter. Was the blood wet? "I can't say it was wet," he said. "It appeared to be. It didn't. Some of it appeared to be wet, and some of it appeared to have been drying." Askey asked Merkel to describe Russ's displays of emotion during 4.5 hours of interviews. There was a certain amount of effect to it. He seemed as though his emotions came to light more so when he was by himself in the room, and there was seemingly no one around. And it seemed to be over the top. It seemed to be very exaggerated and put on, so to speak. Russ thought it was another absurdity by the authorities to believe that Russ was faking or exaggerating his grief, to look so innocent when there was no one in the room with him to witness the display. Another allegation by the cops that made no sense. Merkel described the application of Blue Star in several rooms to test for blood residue on January 3, 2012, and said the police camera malfunctioned, affecting the way the photos came out. But he said his report showed that the Blue Star glowed as a positive indication of the possible presence of blood on a number of floor tiles in the kitchen and dining room, and on some of the kitchen cabinet faces. After the lunch break, Schwartz swarmed up Merkel for cross-examination with a few pointed questions about his activities over the last 90 minutes. Merkel's responses suggested that he didn't intend to be any more cooperative than he was at the deposition. "Officer Merkel, before I start, did you spend the lunch break talking to anybody about what I might ask you?" "Talked about the case a little bit." "With who?" "A couple of people. Who?" Schwartz asked more insistently. He wasn't surprised when Merkel still dodged a straight answer. "There was a lunchroom sitting there. I'm not really sure who, asking me how things were going, and that was about it." "You didn't talk with Miss Askey about the case?" "We talked about a couple of things briefly." "What did you talk about?" "I can't recall the specifics of it. Just, you can't recall, like an hour ago." "Just this case in general." Schwartz decided to let the judge draw his own conclusion about Merkel's attitude. Judges instruct jurors that when they assess a witness's credibility, that they can take into consideration a witness's demeanor while testifying. Schwartz was certain Omer would follow that advice himself. But Schwartz was surprised when Merkel was more responsive and direct during a detailed series of questions about his interview with Russ, often referring to his own reports. Merkel agreed Russ gave him exactly the account of his activities that he had given everyone all along. Merkel said it would have been obvious to almost anyone seeing Betsy's body that she had not committed suicide. But he also agreed that he did not know then about Betsy's suicidal threats, lifelong depression, and recent death sentence from cancer. Schwartz led Markle through accounts of the emotional breakdowns Russ suffered while alone in the interview room. Russ didn't know his every move and sound were recorded by a video camera hidden in the wall and a microphone in the ceiling. Schwartz thought that made any allegation that Russ was faking his grief for the benefit of the police ridiculous. Plus, Markle said he used techniques he learned in training to calm Russ so he could answer questions. That didn't sound like Russ was faking it either. And then Schwartz started the line of questioning he had been anticipating for some time. Reading from a transcript of the first trial, Schwartz reminded Markle that he had testified that the photos of Blue Star application at the Faria's house showed absolutely nothing. Schwartz said, and then I asked, why? And you said, because of a malfunction in our camera, which has since been repaired. Is that correct? Yes, sir. So there were no pictures that were developed that day? I don't believe so. No, sir. Schwartz handed Markle a manila envelope containing a thick stack of documents and asked him to identify them. Markle quickly glanced at them and said, it would be the photographs from that day. Schwartz also handed copies of the photos to Askey, who asked quietly, where did you get these? He ignored the question. He could almost hear the steel jaws of a trap springing shut, snaring the cop in a lie, and the prosecution in an unethical failure to disclose evidence to the defense. They didn't know a computer disk with those photographs had been delivered anonymously to Schwartz's office. Using Markle's own words against him, Schwartz asked if the photos in Markle's hands showed absolutely nothing. Markle tried to hedge. As far as chemical luminescence, no, sir, it does not. Well, that's not what I asked you back in November of 2013, was it? It is open for interpretation, but yes, sir. Schwartz pointed at the images in the photographs as his voice rose in surprise. That's open for interpretation? Your answer was absolutely nothing. There's how many? Do you know how many pictures there are? There's a lot. There's about 130 of them, aren't there? Actually, 132 if my count was correct. Looking at the envelope, Markle said, I believe that's what it says here. Yes, sir. Schwartz pointed at the photographs and said, and there is not any of those that show absolutely nothing, is there? No, sir, Markle said. Schwartz asked Markle to pick a photograph randomly and describe what it showed. Markle took one he said appeared to be the returned inventory without explaining what that meant. All right, so that shows something. It is not absolutely nothing, is it? No, sir, it is not. Markle described another photo as being a general view and another as showing a sink drain. When you testified under oath in trial that there was absolutely nothing that developed from those pictures, is that absolutely nothing? No, sir, it is not, Markle said again. Askey tried to limit the damage by objecting that Schwartz was mischaracterizing the testimony from the first trial. The judge overruled her, adding, it is cross-examination. Schwartz handed Markle more photos of that sink drain that also showed nearby drawer fronts that had been removed, a view under the sink, parts of the floor in the kitchen and dining room with placards marking spots that had glowed, and pieces of linoleum tile that had been removed. For each photo, Schwartz had Markle agree it did not show absolutely nothing. Asked what the lab tests of those items showed, Markle said he didn't know for sure, but had been told there was no blood on any of them. Schwartz suspected he had made his point with the judge, and any more questioning about the photos might be overload. But he wanted to ring the bell one more time. When you testified in 2013, the pictures showed absolutely nothing. You just saw approximately 130 pictures of something? Yes, sir. And this is not absolutely nothing? Correct. Askey quickly tried to rehabilitate Markle's testimony by having explained that what he actually meant when he said absolutely nothing was we were unable to capture the luminescence in the photographs. She showed him several of the photos again and asked, did you mean that all of these photographs, that you couldn't see anything? No, ma'am, I did not mean that. Schwartz came back for more cross-examination. What did a murder involving 55 stab wounds indicate in light of Merkel's training and experience? It's usually a crime of passion, extreme emotion. There's a close personal relationship. It's an act that's fueled by emotion. Schwartz asked if Betsy's murder could have been staged to look like a crime of passion and rage. Merkel said that would be speculation, and setting up Betsy's murder to look like passion and rage would have been a whole lot of work. He agreed with Schwartz that Russ Faria had no blood on him anywhere, which Schwartz saw as evidence that Russ had not done that whole lot of work to stage Betsy's murder to look like a crime of passion. When Major Ray Floyd spent almost 2 hours accusing Russ Faria of killing his wife, the cop didn't know that Pam Hupp had just days before become the beneficiary to Betsy's life insurance. He knew she was the last person known to see Betsy alive, but he didn't know that Betsy failed to answer 3 arranged phone calls from her daughter in the 25 minutes after Pam had driven her home. He didn't know that Pam placed a call to Betsy's cell phone barely 20 minutes after they arrived at Betsy's house. He didn't know she told the police that she did not go into the house with Betsy, and then later said she did. He knew 4 of Russ's friends said he was with them 30 minutes from the scene of Betsy's murder until 9 o'clock at night. And Floyd also told Schwartz under cross-examination that, by the time he interviewed Russ, he and other members of the major case squad had already concluded that he had killed Betsy. Your belief is he got home that night, murdered Betsy, and then somehow, in that short period of time, cleaned up and got rid of all the evidence. Is that your belief? That's a possibility, Floyd said, in what seemed a disgracefully weak defense of the police investigation. Do you know if anybody ever, if you know, talked to Pam Hupp's husband? That I don't know. Neighbors? That I don't know. Friends? That I don't know. Even though she was the last one with her and got the life insurance policy, you have no information. Once again, I was assigned the leads, and I followed the leads I was assigned, said the cop, who had told Russ Faria that the police investigation pointed only at him as the killer. He told Russ that other witnesses reported his relationship with Betsy as rocky, adding, without naming Pam Hupp, "This is coming from a friend that she's confided in." Floyd had told Russ he was the only one with a motive. Money. It's the oldest motive in the world. And he was the one who discounted Russ's insistence that Betsy was dead when he got home by saying, she hadn't been dead hardly at all when the police got there, less than an hour. And now he was defending his role in charging an innocent man with murder by defining his job as a homicide detective as just following the leads he was assigned. Schwartz thought all of that was a miserable excuse for police work. Chapter 46. Wednesday, November 4th, 2015. Third day of Russ Faria's second trial. Just touching a body does not provide an accurate assessment of whether rigor mortis has set in, or what the temperature of the body is. Dr. Kamal Sabarwal, the medical examiner for St. Louis County, had described the 55 wounds Betsy Faria suffered, and now was supporting Leah Askey's argument that Betsy could have been killed shortly before the police arrived. Askey didn't mention the reports from first responders who said Betsy's body was cold and stiff, but the doctor said just touching the body would not provide much useful information. Determining the state of rigor mortis required manipulation of the arms and legs and even the jaw. Different parts of the body also would feel different to the touch. And while the skin may feel cool, the inner parts of the body may still be much warmer. Askey asked, on a typical situation, would you ever, in a matter of 2.5 hours, expect a body to be cold and stiff? No, he said, adding there are many factors, room temperature, a cold floor, a blowing fan, that could contribute to the rate at which a body cools and when rigor mortis sets in. Joel Schwartz asked if rigor mortis could set in faster in someone undergoing chemotherapy. That was possible, the doctor said, and individual body chemistry and the circumstances of death could cause varying rates for rigor mortis to occur. Despite the doctor's explanations, Schwartz thought it was absurd to suggest Betsy was killed after 9:30 p.m. and her body was already cold and stiff to the touch 20 minutes or so later. That theory, with its lack of evidence, simply defied common sense. Detective McCarrick, one of the big questions is, Askey began, why the heck didn't anyone investigate Pam Hupp? Certain leads weren't assigned to get information from her. So you get that, why we're here? Yes, McCarrick said in his first testimony in a trial of Russ Faria. Why would that be? That certain leads wouldn't be assigned that the defense would have liked to have happened back in 2011. At this point in the investigation, we didn't find any reason that Pam Hupp needed to be investigated any further than she was. It's fair to say a major case isn't above making mistakes? Correct. And that probably happens in every case. It sure does. Hindsight's 20/20. It is, and we're human. Schwartz was mildly surprised by this turn in Askey's questioning of the lead detective. Drawing McCarrick's testimony that he found no reason to investigate Pam Hupp was expected, but adding an implication that the only human detectives of the major case squad could have been wrong not to investigate her seemed a dangerous admission that she could have been a viable suspect then, and, therefore, still could be one now. Askey had McCarrick confirm that Pam Hupp consented to everything the police asked her to do. Did she ever show any sign of deception? No. Schwartz couldn't believe he had heard that correctly. What was that question? He inquired. I didn't hear the question. Askey repeated. I said, did she ever show any sign of deception? Schwartz nodded. He had heard correctly, and he thought the prosecutor and the detective had just admitted not recognizing, or worse, ignoring the long list of suspicious contradictions and outrageous lies that were at the very core of everything Pam Hupp said about Betsy Faria's life and death. Askey wanted more support for Pam Hupp. So when the detectives came back, they didn't report to the Major Case Squad command post. We think this gal is lying. We need to go back and do something different? Correct. Askey moved to McCarrick's discussion with Pam about opening a trust for Betsy's daughter before the first trial. Schwartz thought McCarrick was rewriting history as he answered, I told her I didn't care what she did, as long as she made a decision so that everybody knew what her intentions were. I told her that the family was obviously upset because they had no idea what she was going to do with it. Before using cross-examination to challenge McCarrick's exculpatory conclusions about Pam Hupp, Schwartz addressed what he believed was grievous misconduct by the detective. McCarrick agreed that even though he knew Russ Faria had invoked his right to remain silent and was represented by a lawyer, he had Russ brought to an interview room from his jail cell to show him the letter from State Farm Insurance, which McCarrick had opened. It informed Russ that he had been removed as beneficiary on Betsy's policy, the first time Russ had heard that. McCarrick asked Russ if there was anything he wanted to say in light of the letter. So what was your purpose in reading him the letter? You just wanted to see him? I wanted to make sure he knew about it. Why? You're just a caring guy? McCarrick ignored the sarcasm. It is my job as a policeman to make sure everybody is aware of what is going on. He said he didn't ask Russ any guilt-seeking questions, so he didn't do anything wrong by meeting with the defendant without his lawyer present. Schwartz then moved to McCarrick's revised history, his pressure on Pam Hupp to set up a trust for Betsy's daughter. McCarrick said he interviewed her on June 25, 2012, to clear up differences in her statements to police and prepare her for questions he expected Schwartz to ask when she testified. Had McCarrick repeatedly urged her to set up a trust fund before the first trial so it would look good? Yes, and he added, wanted it to look good for whatever was going to be the purpose of it. He didn't know how many times he asked her and what he said was a 5-minute conversation about it. But she told him her intention was to give the money to the girls, and she promised to set up the trust before the trial. Did he know she withdrew almost all of the money from the trust within days after Russ was convicted? He had heard that. McCarrick denied asking Betsy's family not to sue Pam Hupp over the money until after the trial, or calling Betsy's friend Rita Wolfe and asking her not to pressure the family to sue Pam. Schwartz cited some of the differences in Pam's statements to police. You don't call those lies, though. They're differences? Schwartz asked. Correct. McCarrick confirmed that he never checked cell tower records to determine where Pam Hupp was when she called Betsy at 7:27 p.m. He did not know whether Russ's cell phone records would contradict Askey's allegation that Russ listened to the voicemail left by Janet Meyer while he was at game night. He agreed that the only pieces of evidence regarding Pam's whereabouts after she left Betsy's house were her location when she called Betsy at 7:27 p.m. and what her husband told police the next morning. But he agreed Mark Hupp never told police what time his wife arrived at home. Nobody followed up and went to talk to him to do an actual, real interview, did they? If they've done it since I've left, I don't know that. Nobody ever checked or seized his cell phone to see where that was. Nobody checked with the neighbors to see when Pam got home, right? Not to my knowledge, no. Can you say where she was when Betsy was killed? No. Is there anybody that can say where she was when Betsy was killed? No. What did she gain when Betsy died? $150,000. And that $150,000 had been in a policy directed to Russ Faria since 2001, correct? Correct. Schwartz thought McCarrick had just documented an inexcusable failure by the authorities to recognize an obvious suspect and to make even the most basic inquiries about her activities, all while accepting at face value a series of outrageous lies and inexplicable contradictions in almost everything she said. Schwartz turned back to the insurance, and McCarrick confirmed he had told State Farm about 2 weeks after the murders that they could release the funds to Pam Hupp because she was not a suspect. Schwartz brought up the beneficiary form, and McCarrick agreed that, even though Betsy lived in Troy and Pam lived in O'Fallon, the form incorrectly listed Betsy's residence as O'Fallon, with the zip code for O'Fallon. Schwartz wished commenting on the evidence was allowed in court. He would love to have noted that seemed like extremely unlikely errors for Betsy to have made if she filled out the form. Did those errors weigh against Betsy being the one who completed the beneficiary change form? Askey had no redirect questions for McCarrick, but Schwartz knew that wouldn't end the cop's participation in the trial. He would be back. Askey's next witness was Lauren Manganelli, the librarian who had reluctantly signed as witness on the beneficiary form. She identified a photo of Betsy as the woman who asked her to sign the form that had already been filled out and had a signature that said Elizabeth Faria. While the librarian was signing as a witness, the woman explained her intent. She said that she was just changing her beneficiary because she was getting a divorce, and she wanted to make sure her children could be on the form someday. Manganelli agreed with Schwartz that she had no idea if that statement was true. For almost 4 years, Joel Schwartz had argued that the only physical evidence the state could say linked Russ to Betsy's murder, Russ's house slippers and the switchblade, didn't prove a damn thing, and in fact, both of them could well be seen as proof he was being framed. But he had listened again as Daniel Fonestock, the technician from the St. Charles County Sheriff's Department Crime Lab, repeated his conclusions. DNA in the blood on the outside of the slippers proved it was Betsy's. DNA samples inside both slippers were mixtures from 2 people. Russ was the major contributor. The second contributor could not be positively identified, and Betsy could not be ruled out. The blood on the switch plate was also a mixture of DNA from 2 people. Betsy was the major contributor, and the other was a male, but that sample was too small to identify. Fonestock said only one kitchen tile showed a reaction to luminol, indicating the possible presence of blood, but additional tests found no blood. A stain on Betsy's pants was human blood, but couldn't be linked to a source. When Askey asked if that was the stain that resembled a paw print, the judge sustained Swanson's objection that the question assumed facts not in evidence. Nate Swanson quickly dispatched the physical evidence by having Fonestock confirm there was no blood found on the floor tiles, the kitchen cabinet doors or drawer fronts, in the drains and pipes, inside Russ's slippers, or on any of the clothes Russ was wearing that night. Cross-examining Janet Meyer was not as delicate as questioning Bobby Wan, but Schwartz still had to be careful. Janet testified for Askey that it was unusual for Russ not to return a call to her when it concerned Betsy, as did her call to him at 8:57 p.m. while he was at game night. Janet said she always called him from her home phone, so he would have recognized the number. Schwartz focused on more important issues. Janet agreed that she had told police Betsy and Russ had a great relationship, but Betsy's relationship with her daughters was a bit rocky. Moving quickly to the change in insurance beneficiaries, Schwartz asked if Betsy would cut her daughters out of their inheritance. No, she wanted the money for them. Right. As a matter of fact, a month or so before her death, Betsy had been telling you specifically that you, Russ, and the girls would be well taken care of with her insurance, correct? That's what she said, yes. And then he moved to Pam Hupp. Janet agreed she had categorized her as Betsy's 10th or 20th best friend, and she agreed that she referred to her, as Schwartz put it, as a money-grubbing, not a nice word, deciding to omit the witness's earlier spelled-out description as a bitch. Janet followed suit as she explained, "I said she was not a murderess, but she was a money-grabbing. But you don't know if she is a murderess, do you? I believe she is not. That's my opinion." Janet changed her position from the first trial and insisted the police made a mistake when they quoted her as saying Pam said she had not gone into the house. "Pam Hupp told me she went into the house after Betsy went in and turned the lights on," she said. Schwartz thought that was another example of a memory altered during 4 years of conversations with family and friends. Schwartz also thought Betsy's mother had hardened her feelings toward Russ over the years. She suggested that with a comment to Askey in redirect examination that she thought Russ had gotten meaner and nastier verbally in the month before Betsy's death. "And I told him one time, 'Russ, you're really scaring me talking like this.' He just changed, got worse, more violent in his talk." As uncomfortable as it would be, Schwartz decided he had to question Janet's memories of Russ. He reminded her that they had talked about all of that when he took her deposition more than 2 years ago. "Now, I asked you about Russ and Betsy's relationship and your and Russ's relationship. Russ and I had a really good relationship most of the marriage. You said you were close?" "Yeah, we were. Hurts like heck what happened." "And I asked you about Russ and Betsy's relationship, and you never said anything about it had gotten worse, did you?" "No, but it did, I guess." "You said Russ respected you." "Yes, I think he did. Yes, he did." "And you said he was good to your daughter." "He was good to me." "And he was good to your daughter?" "Yes and no." Schwartz left it there. It wouldn't serve anyone to try any harder to shake her memories. Rita Wolfe didn't mince words. Detective Ryan McCarrick lied when he testified that he never spoke to her about not pushing Betsy's family to sue Pam Hupp to recover the insurance money before Russ Faria's first trial. Rita, a friend of Betsy's since they were high school freshmen in 1983, told Askey she didn't think McCarrick would intentionally lie about it and must have forgotten their phone conversation. But just seconds later, she told Nate Swanson, "It's a lie." Swanson asked, "You were in here when Detective McCarrick said he'd never spoken with you, correct?" "Yes." "That's not true?" "That is correct. It's a lie." "Not just a difference. It's a lie?" Swanson asked, as if to define the difference for McCarrick and his view of the many differences in the stories told by Pam Hupp. "Yes, it's incorrect." "He had an extensive conversation with you, correct?" "Correct." She agreed Swanson was repeating McCarrick's exact words when he asked if McCarrick told her this was not his first rodeo. He wanted her to lay off the family about suing Pam Hupp until after Russ's trial, and it would be better for the trial if she did. Rita said she had a lengthy phone conversation with McCarrick while she was driving home from a work-related trip. "He was wanting me to quit forcing the issue of them suing at that time. He wanted them to wait until after the trial," she said. Rita had talked to Betsy's sister, Mary Rogers, several times about suing Pam Hupp immediately. She told Mary, "I think Pam will spend that money so fast and the girls will never see it, and I was adamant about it because I knew what Betsy's wishes were." Rita and Betsy had talked quite a few times about the best way to make sure her daughters were taken care of financially after her death. Betsy was worried that Russ might mismanage the insurance money and even asked Rita if she and her husband would serve as beneficiaries on a policy. Rita replied it was more appropriate to choose a beneficiary from Betsy's sisters. Rita urged Betsy to write notarized instructions for how the money should be distributed to the girls. Betsy had set amounts to go to the girls when they reached educational, vocational, or career mileposts or got married. The last time they discussed it, Betsy had decided to make another sister, Julie Swaney, the beneficiary, to help make sure the money went to the appropriate daughter at the right time. Swanson asked Rita why Betsy thought Russ might spend all of the money. "Well, the impression I got was, out of grief, he would spend it all. Your impression was that she was fine with the beneficiaries on the other policies, correct?" "Yes." "And that would have been Mr. Faria, correct?" "I would assume. I don't know." She never really talked about that at all. In the year or so leading up to her death, did Betsy ever talk to you about divorcing Russ? Never. Did she talk to you about being scared of Russ? No. Did she talk to you about being threatened by Russ? No. Rita recalled that she and Russ once butted heads during a Super Bowl party because they were both strong-willed people who didn't always see eye to eye. But she said she had never observed outrage and yelling by Russ, adding, "I've never seen him verbally abuse Betsy." The mysterious letter that Pam Hupp said Betsy wrote, describing Russ's troubling behavior days before her death, the letter no one but Pam knew about, had been found. Detective Robert O'Neill of the St. Charles City Police Department, currently detached to the St. Charles County Cyber Crime Task Force, said he found it during a deep search of Betsy's laptop. His analysis of the computer's metadata showed it was opened with Betsy's profile and password on December 22, 2011, and the letter was written in 15 minutes between 11:55 a.m. and 12:10 p.m. that day. Titled P.Doc, it was saved to the hard drive as soon as it was completed. It was opened again at 2:10 p.m. that day, 1 minute before an Outlook email program was opened. Just before it was written, O'Neill told ASCII there had been a search of stationery templates, different types of backgrounds and designs for a document. Love Betsy had been typed 3 times in 3 different fonts. When ASCII asked for a copy of the letter to be admitted as evidence, Swanson objected that it had not been authenticated. Judge Omer overruled the objection, and the following became evidence, with all of its misspellings, typos, and grammatical issues left uncorrected. Pam, I know we talked about this yesterday, but I feel I really need you to believe me. I really do feel that Russ is going to do something to me. Last night, Wednesday, he asked me why I came home instead of staying at my mom's. I told him I had things to do. He was very angry with me for being in the house. I couldn't figure out why. Then I caught him with my laptop. He was reading my emails. When I asked him about it, he said he could do what he wants. He said I won't be around much longer, so what do I care? He continued to tell me how much money he would make after I die. He has been talking about this for months. He wants me to stay at my mom's. He likes the house to himself. He tells me it's his house, and I'm just a guest. Right now I stay at my mom's, Linda's, or a friend's for most of the week. I was home last night and have to go back on Friday for the weekend. My mom has a friend staying with her from out of town, so I don't have a bed to sleep in. Last night was the worst. I fell asleep on the couch watching TV. I woke up to Russ holding a pillow over my face. I didn't know what was going on. He said he wanted me to know what dying feels like. I need to change my life insurance policy out of his name, but can't let him know that I have taken him off as beneficiary. I need your help with this. I can't give it to my girls because they will blow it. Do you think I could put it in your name, and you could help my daughters when they need it? I really need to talk to you about this. I'm so tired from the cancer. I'm so afraid of staying in Troy alone with Russ. If something happens to me, would you please show this to the police? O'Neill testified there was no way to verify the origin of the document, who used Betsy's profile and password to open the computer, who wrote the document, who might have seen it, whether the content was truthful, where the laptop was when it was written, whether the document was typed or cut and pasted from another document, or even if there was an Outlook email account on the laptop. O'Neill said he couldn't tell if the letter had been emailed to anyone. You're not aware that Betsy Faria used webmail exclusively and did not use Outlook? Swanson asked. I did not know that, O'Neill replied. Swanson and Schwartz thought the letter screamed that Pam Hupp had written it to support her effort to frame Russ Faria and had planted it on Betsy's laptop for the police to find, and they were surprised that the police and ASCII happily bought Pam's story about it as more incriminating evidence against Russ. Leah ASCII wanted State Farm Insurance agent Kathy Peterson to testify that she called police after getting an angry and threatening phone call from someone claiming to be Russ Faria's sister, inquiring about Betsy's life insurance. Schwartz and Swanson objected that there was no proof of who actually made the call. The caller did not use the correct name for Russ's sister, and any account of what the caller said would be inadmissible hearsay. Judge Omer ruled that Peterson could not repeat the content of the call, but could testify about her own actions. Askey was restricted to having Peterson say she got the call on January 5th, 2012, the day after Russ was arrested, and she immediately called the police. Schwartz then turned Askey's witness to the defense's favor. Peterson testified she knew Pam Hupp and believed she had been fired by State Farm for what Schwartz called alleged forgery. Askey tried to blunt that by having Peterson agree that the police brought Pam and Mark Hupp to Peterson's office to say they did not place the call Peterson had received. Schwartz explained that he had not meant to imply that Pam Hupp made the call. But you do know Pam Hupp, and you do know that she was fired for allegedly forging documents, correct? That is my understanding. Schwartz had just been able to use a prosecution witness who added nothing to the state's case to confirm reports that Pam Hupp was fired for engaging in illegal activity related to insurance policies in the past. That was a clear win for the defense. Chapter 47. Thursday, November 5th, 2015. Fourth day of Russ Faria's second trial. Russ Faria's old friend Jimmy Crenshaw took the witness stand and immediately became every prosecutor's worst nightmare. He testified he never said what the police wrote in their reports and denied making other statements, even after Leah Askey warned him she had him on video. He never said he saw an altercation involving Russ at Betsy's funeral, but did tell police he had heard about it. Did he tell police that Russ said the last time he saw Betsy she was on the couch? No, I did not. Askey had to resort to the old cliché. Sir, do you realize that perjury is a crime? Yes, I do. He did not tell me that. For the first time, Askey put the name of the woman she called Russ's mistress on the record, even though she didn't explain the reference when she asked if Jimmy knew Darlene Fuller. He said they had known each other since they were 16 and had dated for about 3 days. All Schwartz needed from him was a quick recollection about Fuller. Has Darlene Fuller ever lied to you about trying to cause problems in your relationship? She tried when my first wife and I got together, but that was, like I said, when we were 17. So she's lied and tried to cause problems for you? Oh, yeah. The next witness said Jimmy Crenshaw had indeed told police he saw a woman slap Russ so hard she knocked him out of his chair at the funeral home. Harry Belcher, a retired police officer who now worked as an investigator for Askey's office, said Jimmy made that statement when he and Detective Patrick Harney were interviewing him. Askey wanted to know if Jimmy had relayed what the woman who slapped Russ said to him, but the question clearly caught the judge's attention. Belcher started to reply. She said, and the judge interrupted, asking, Who? Wait a minute. Who said? Nate Swanson jumped in with a hearsay objection, but the judge was already digging in. She said? The judge asked. Askey responded, This person who slapped him. The judge was not having any part of that question. Wait, sustained. He turned to Askey and said, You're asking for what this witness, Crenshaw, said. Now you're getting into double hearsay. You're trying to impeach Crenshaw. You can't do it with double hearsay. Sustained. Askey asked Belcher if, at her request, he had looked into rumors and allegations in the media about Pam Hupp being fired from an insurance office for fraud. He said state records showed her license as an insurance agent remained in good standing until it recently expired. Belcher also testified that he had concluded that the bloody pattern on the switch plate matched the design of the soles of Russ's slippers. Photo transparencies of the two patterns were adjusted so they were the same size, and while the match was not 100% perfect, he could say the sole sure looks like that's the pattern that made that pattern on the light switch. And he offered the same kind of conclusion about the mark on Betsy's pants. It appears to me that pattern was made by the dog paw print. Schwartz didn't think Belcher's conclusions had much credibility. Schwartz produced the photos showing the pattern on the slipper sole and on the switch plate. It's actually not the same pattern, is it? I believe it is. You have no training in this area? As far as what type of training are you referring to? Schwartz thought that non-answer was answer enough. And you don't know if this was made by some sort of cloth, do you? The only thing I can say is it appears to be made by that shoe pattern. That's only because you can find nothing else in the house that could have made this pattern. Schwartz didn't wait for a response as he pointed to different areas in the photo of the switchblade. There's actually 2 patterns on here, correct? Belcher seemed surprised. Oh? As Schwartz indicated the 2 areas, Belcher said, "There's one definite pattern. The other part that I think you're referring to just looks like, some blood. You have no idea what deposited that there, do you?" "I can't say 100% for sure what deposited it there, but I can say it looks like it was from that shoe." Schwartz thought Belcher's untrained opinion was just another prosecution theory. It certainly wasn't evidence and lacked the credibility to be taken seriously. Darlene Fuller grew up with Russ Faria and dated him when she was 13 or 14. And, she told Askey, they dated briefly in 2010 while Betsy was undergoing her first round of chemotherapy. Darlene denied telling police that she and Russ would meet for sex after he dropped Betsy off for chemo. She said they met on her lunch hour a couple of times for a drink and conversation before he would go to meet Betsy when her chemotherapy started at 1 o'clock. They took a camping trip together, as friends, she said, on Memorial Day weekend in 2010. Darlene said she wrote to Russ after he went to prison. "Did you tell him that you had his baby?" Yeah, I lied." Askey had Darlene confirm that she sent photos of a baby to Russ and commented on how much the baby looked like him, implying that she told Russ she had given up the child for adoption. Darlene agreed that she told him she wanted to get the baby back. "Yeah, I lied," she said again. She didn't know if Russ believed he was the father. Clearly frustrated by non-committal answers from the witness, Askey said she could play the recordings of calls between Darlene and Russ in prison to refresh her memory. Judge Omer didn't like the prosecutor's threat. "Counsel, it is your trial. You try the case. I will make the ruling." "Well, the judge interrupted her. "Don't suggest or comment. That's improper, counsel, and I don't appreciate it. You proceed, and we'll go from there. I don't like you asking, 'Well, I could do this, or I could do that.' Do what you want to do, and I'll rule." Good for you, Your Honor, Schwartz thought. It was good to see Askey held to the rules. Schwartz used a short, rapid-fire cross-examination to confirm that Darlene Fuller's brief relationship with Russ ended in September 2010, and she never told Russ in the 15 months between then and Betsy's death that she was pregnant, that she had a baby, or that she gave up a baby for adoption. She agreed she'd told Russ all of those lies in 2014, after he was in prison. Detective Sergeant Patrick Harney of the Lincoln County Sheriff's Office was Leah Askey's cleanup hitter and her last witness. He testified first that he and investigator Harry Belcher worked together to compare transparencies of the soles of the house slippers to the bloody pattern on the switchblade. Harney agreed with Belcher's conclusion, saying, "It appears that the shoe is consistent with the marks left on the light switch." Schwartz knew this detective's role in the Faria investigation was more pivotal than Askey's brief questioning suggested, and his cross-examination would not be so quick or painless. Harney participated in several interviews of Pam Hupp, and Schwartz was about to use him to catalog her suspicious litany of always changing, contradictory stories and outrageous new allegations. With quick point-by-point questions, Schwartz went through a long list of statements by Pam Hupp that Harney agreed she had made directly to him, that he had read in other detectives' reports, or that, if he didn't remember them, he would accept as accurate, since Schwartz was reading them from other police reports. Harney didn't dispute Schwartz's count of 13 police interviews with Pam Hupp. Harney agreed that the first time Pam Hupp ever alleged she and Betsy Faria had a sexual relationship was in June 2015, 3.5 years after the murder, and just 5 months before this trial. She said the sex began in 2006, and that Betsy really loved her, and she was in love with me. She said Russ had caught her and Betsy together and threatened to kill Pam. Just weeks before the murder, Russ shoved Pam against the wall, put his arm across her neck, called her and Betsy effing muff bumpers, and warned that if he ever caught them again, he would stab Pam and bury her in the backyard. Schwartz thought the entire story Pam had just told was pure fiction, just more lies, perhaps even copied from the story Mary Rogers had told about Russ threatening her. Schwartz asked what seemed like a logical question a detective would ask after hearing that account of violent threats by their murder suspect against an important witness. "Did you ever say, 'Why haven't you told this to anybody before?' "I don't believe I said that." Harney told Schwartz he accepted as accurate police reports that quote Pam saying Russ was a nice guy, who was nice to her in the 3 times she had met him, and "I really don't know him that much. Though he's always been very nice to me, I don't know the hardcore stuff he said to her, Betsy." So she had said Russ was always nice to her, and he threatened to kill her. Another logical question from Schwartz. One of those is not true, right? They can't both be true, can they? I wouldn't think so. Harney agreed. He reported Pam told him she had no immediate need for money because she had no large debts, that money makes people do crazy, crazy things, and money, it doesn't matter. People want it, you got it, they're going to try to do what they have to do to get it. She also said $150,000 was not a lot of money to her, but Harney told Schwartz he was not aware that at the same time she was telling police how financially secure she could not afford health insurance. Harney agreed that it was not his job to suggest to witnesses what they might have seen, but he confirmed he had offered her the theory from him and Detective Mike Merkel that Russ arrived at the house after Betsy and Pam were there, and that was why she left. He had asked her if she saw Russ in the house that night or his car in the neighborhood. "Yes, I did say that," Harney said, "and I said we had spoken in theory before about what we believed." "Right, and you suggested that she saw Russ that night, right?" "I told her what I believed." "That's called coaching a witness, and perhaps suborning perjury," Schwartz thought, "and it contaminates any effort by the police to find the truth." Schwartz asked if she changed her story in another interview with Harney a few weeks before this trial, when she said she saw Russ and someone else sitting in a car outside the house. To Schwartz's surprise, Judge Omer sustained Askey's objection to hearsay testimony. Schwartz tried to explain to the judge, "I'm impeaching the earlier statement," but the judge didn't see it that way. Impeaching who? Sustained. Schwartz tried again to get at Harney's role in changing Pam Hupp's story, but the judge sustained Askey's hearsay objection again. Schwartz knew he had hit the judicial wall with that line of questions, so he moved on to Harney's discussion with her about the letter she said Betsy had written. But again, the judge sustained a hearsay objection from Askey. Schwartz responded that Askey had opened the door to questions about hearsay documents, like Harney's reports, and the judge had previously ruled such questions were proper under the direct interaction rule, which allows questioning about a witness's direct interaction with another person. The judge said simply, "Sustained." Schwartz said, "Nothing further at this time, then, Judge." And then, for the second time, Leah Askey rested the prosecution's case against Russ Faria. Chapter 48. Joel Schwartz felt a certain satisfaction in calling Sergeant Ryan McCarrick as his first witness, but his appearance led to a few unexpected chuckles among him, Schwartz, and Judge Omer as he was taking the stand. The judge thought he should explain the humorous exchange to the rest of the courtroom. "It's always good to have a little levity in trials," Judge Omer said to the courtroom through a smile. Mr. Schwartz thought he misplaced his eyeglasses, and the detective had the eyeglasses, so I don't know what we should make of that. McCarrick smiled as he cracked, "Goes to my integrity, sir." Omer chuckled again and said, "All right, I was accused of having them first, so I don't—" Schwartz smiled and adopted an apologetic tone as he said to Omer, "No accusations. I said I lost them." He nodded toward McCarrick, and wasn't accusing him either. As McCarrick settled in, Schwartz said, "Detective McCarrick, you—" He stopped and chuckled again, adding, "It's been a long week." He only had one topic for the detective this time. McCarrick agreed that Pam Hupp had told him in June 2012 that she and Betsy had been at Betsy's tennis club the week before she was killed. Betsy said she had written her an email but was unable to send it to her. Schwartz asked if she had said the email was written while they were at the tennis club. McCarrick said his memory was that Pam said only that they had discussed it there. McCarrick agreed, however, that the transcript of the interview with the other detectives suggested she said Betsy wrote the letter at the tennis club. Schwartz and Swanson called several witnesses in short order to get very specific information from each of them. First, Sergeant Perry Smith of the Missouri Highway Patrol testified he helped conduct the first interview of Pam Hupp after the murder. He checked her cell phone to confirm she had called her husband at 7:04 p.m. after arriving at Betsy's house. He also confirmed that she first said her call to Betsy at 7:27 p.m. was to tell Betsy she was home, and then changed to say, almost home. She never said she made that call while parked in a fork in the road north of Troy. Pam said she had never seen what she called a document or a form that Betsy had written to her. However, she knew it discussed Betsy making her the beneficiary, Betsy's desire not to be alone with Russ and Troy, and Russ's recent holding of a pillow over her wife's face. Smith also confirmed that her cell phone showed the text exchange when Betsy told her she didn't want her to come to the chemotherapy session so Betsy could have some time alone with Bobby Wan. Pam texted a simple reply, "Bummer." Detective Paul Barish of the St. Peter's Police Department described for Schwartz all of the steps he took to confirm alibis for the time of the murder, offered by several witnesses, including interviewing other people they had said they had been with during that time. Schwartz hoped Barish's testimony would serve as a seminar on how to investigate witness alibis with additional review and careful follow-up, as opposed to the almost total lack of effort by detectives who seemed to just accept Pam Hupp's statements with little or no additional verification. Patrol Officer Corey Gresko, also of the St. Peter's Police Department, told Swanson he had pulled over Betsy Faria for a standard stop sign violation on January 19, 2010. She got out of her car and approached him. He asked why she hadn't stopped, and she responded, "I just found out that I got breast cancer and I want to kill myself." He took her comment seriously and asked how he could help. She replied, "I need a gun to kill myself." Gresko said he took her to a nearby hospital and filed an affidavit used to hold her for evaluation. Rhonda Graham's testimony turned the defense case away from the police investigation and toward the personal story of Betsy and Russ Faria. She and Betsy immediately connected when they met in 2008 at a Bible study at the Morning Star United Methodist Church and spent hours sharing all of the things they had in common, including what she called teenage daughter issues. Rhonda spent a lot of time with Betsy at various church functions, talked on the phone, and texted each other regularly, went to lunch together, hung out at each other's homes, and went on an annual girls' trip to Branson. Rhonda and her husband got to know Betsy and Russ during a lot of couples activities and went on the Celebration of Life cruise with the Farias in November 2011. Betsy was not depressed on the cruise and never said anything about divorcing Russ or being afraid of him. Betsy and Russ had a great time and seemed very close on the cruise, obviously wanting to spend as much time together as possible. Swanson asked how Rhonda would characterize the Farias' relationship. "When we met them, we were doing a marriage study, and they were trying to rekindle their relationship," she said. "And I didn't know them before 2008, but they were always trying to be close the whole time I knew them. After she got sick, it was even a stronger bond." Asking wanted to demonstrate Graham didn't know about the dark side of the Farias' marriage. Graham said Betsy never mentioned removing Russ as her beneficiary, or that she and Russ both had engaged in extramarital affairs. The next witness also provided a rosy view of the Faria marriage, while casting doubt on the depth of Betsy's relationship with Pam Hupp. Linda Hartman said she was related by marriage to Russ and became close to Betsy during her treatment for breast cancer. Linda was a breast cancer survivor and offered Betsy her support. They became good friends and spent time together at activities such as swimming, camping, and girls' weekends in Branson. Linda even helped Betsy on some of her DJ gigs. She had spent a lot of time with Russ, too. New Year's Eves, couples weekends in Branson, and family events. She and her husband were on the cruise in November 2011 and remembered the Farias having a wonderful time together. It seemed like they were honeymooning. She was having a lot of fun with Russ. She told me she was really happy, with Russ. As Linda had testified in the first trial, Betsy had surprised her with comments about her life insurance just after her cancer recurred and before the cruise. Betsy said she was okay with dying because she was leaving the money from the insurance to Russ and her daughters. She said to me, "I have done really well in being here because I have left the insurance with Russ and the two girls. So I feel that they are going to be well, when I'm gone." Swanson asked, be, well, financially, that they would be taken care of. She said the insurance was for Russ and it was for the girls. Yes, she was really positive that she was going to leave this. She wasn't going away without giving them something. Swanson asked about the time in Branson with Betsy and Ashley Frost, Linda's daughter, the week before Betsy was murdered. Linda said what really stood out was Betsy's depressed conversation about having to go home a day or two earlier than planned because of a meeting with Pam Hupp. She said, "I have to go back. I have to meet Pam." I said, "Call and counsel with her. Just tell her you were going to stay another day." She said, "No, I really do. I have to meet Pam, and I don't want to meet Pam." She was very tense about that. Linda told Askey she and Betsy never discussed leaving their husbands that weekend. Ashley Frost immediately took the stand to deny that as well. Ashley said Betsy was her usual upbeat and happy self that weekend. Betsy did not seem afraid of Russ and kept talking about how happy she was that Russ and her daughter Mariah had a good, close relationship. Swanson asked if the women talked about leaving their husbands and moving to Branson. "That was a joke," Ashley said. "There's a school down there where you can, work on a farm and get free college tuition." And my mom and Betsy said, "Oh, we're all going to run away, and we're going to work on this farm, and we're going to go to school and hang out there." But it was a big joke. Askey tried to take Ashley to the dark side. Hadn't she told police that Russ was very controlling? No, she had told them that Russ was a leader, such as the time he took over getting everyone seated at her mother's birthday party. Schwartz and Swanson thought the testimony by Rhonda Graham, Linda Hartman, and Ashley Frost should help rebut some of the negative gossip about Russ and the Farias' marriage from people who had an axe to grind with Russ, the people who decided long ago that he killed Betsy regardless of the evidence pointing away from him and toward Pam Hupp. Chapter 49. Joel Schwartz and Nate Swanson rushed to Judge Stephen Omer's chambers over the lunch break to request a meeting with him and the prosecutors to discuss a situation unlike any they had ever experienced in the middle of a trial. Just 15 minutes earlier, the defense attorneys had been approached by a lawyer who gave them information that could be relevant to Russ Faria's trial. Prosecuting attorney Leah Askey hadn't returned from lunch yet, so her second chair in the trial, assistant prosecuting attorney George Gundy, met with the defense team and the judge. Schwartz and Swanson said an attorney representing the manufacturer of the balcony railing that Pam Hupp's mother supposedly fell through to her death in October 2013 had just told them about evidence in a suit by one of Pam's brothers against the manufacturer. The lawyer emailed Swanson copies of the police reports from the investigation into the death of Shirley Newman in the 3-story fall from the balcony at her apartment in a retirement center. The circumstances of her death could be relevant to Russ's trial, Schwartz said. When Pam denied killing Betsy in a police interview with McCarrick in June 2012, she also said she could have collected more money more easily by killing her own mother. Swanson said the police reports in Shirley Newman's death revealed Pam was the last person to see her alive. She had taken her to the hospital, and after they returned to Shirley's apartment, Pam told the staff her mother wouldn't be coming to dinner that night or breakfast the next morning. Her body was found on the ground below her balcony when staff checked on her the next afternoon. The manufacturer's attorney suggested the railing had been tampered with and noted that her daughter had inherited money from her mother. Swanson made the obvious connection for the judge. "It is kind of interesting Miss Hupp would now be the last person to be with 2 people right before they died, and got money for it." Schwartz asked the judge for a 3-day delay in Russ's trial so he could try to locate employees from Shirley Newman's retirement center. With Askey still unavailable, APA Gundy spoke on the record for the first time to oppose the defense team's motion. "I guess my first feeling is that nobody has even called Miss Hupp to testify. She's here if they want to call her. They are scared to death to call her. She can testify as to any of this stuff." And then he delivered a succinct statement of opposition to bringing Shirley Newman's death into Russ Faria's trial. "I think 1 murder case at a time is probably plenty." Judge Omer quickly agreed with Gundy, calling the defender's request irrelevant and a fishing expedition. He said, "This has no connection here whatsoever. No, we're not going to try a second murder case, which is really what you are wanting to do, to show that she has this propensity to kill somebody for their money. her close relatives. But then he offered an aside that proved he understood the defense attorney's argument. I'm glad I'm not closely related somehow. It is very interesting. The letter that Pam Hupp said Betsy had written to her was the only document on Betsy's computer that listed the author as unknown. Computer expert and private investigator Greg Chatton told the judge as Russ's defense resumed. All of the other documents, a list long enough to fill several pages, were created under the usernames of Betsy Faria, her ex-husband, or a couple of other people. Chatton said the only way a document would show unknown as the author was if it was created on a different computer, or if it was created on Betsy's computer and someone changed the author to unknown. If the document was created on Betsy's computer, it would show her as the author, unless someone changed it. Chatton also said the document was created in a Word 97 program, but Betsy's computer used Word 2003. Word 97 was not installed on it. Swanson asked, would it be impossible for that file to have been created on that computer, on that particular computer? In this particular case, yes. Chatton said the last time the document was saved on the computer was December 22, 2011, about the same time the computer had been connected to a wireless network called The Club. That was the day, Pam told police, she had been at Betsy's tennis club with her, and they had tried to find the letter. Saving the document while connected to the club Wi-Fi certainly suggested to Swanson and Schwartz that the document was written at the tennis club, not earlier, as Pam had suggested. Chatton said that although a Microsoft Outlook email program had been run at least once on the computer, and there were several draft emails, no email software was installed. It could not send or receive emails. Chatton then turned his expertise to cell phone calls placed by Pam Hupp on the night Betsy died. While an exact location of a phone call when a call is placed can't be pinpointed, Chatton could say her calls at 7:04 and 7:27 that evening were made from inside the same cell tower sector where the Faria's house was located. Pam was near, or perhaps even at Betsy's house when she made both of those calls. That sector did not cover the highway intersection at Troy, or Pam's home in O'Fallon, two locations Pam variously claimed she had been at when she made the call at 7:27 p.m. An analysis of traffic on Russ's cell phone showed he was traveling through the cell tower sectors matching his route to and from game night at the times he said he was there. His phone was in the same sector as Mike Corbin's house in O'Fallon, 24 miles from Russ's home, according to Google Maps, when the call came in at 8:57 p.m. from his mother-in-law. Within seconds, Russ's phone showed an outgoing call to an 805 number, the number his cell service automatically called to record the voicemail from his mother-in-law. Chatton said the 805 call could not have been Russ checking his voicemail because Janet Meyer had not even left her message by then. The call to the 805 number was her call being sent to voicemail, not Russ checking his voicemail. So, Schwartz thought, another of Askey's unsupported theories shot down by facts. Joel Schwartz closed the case in defense of Russ Faria with testimony from the 4 game night players, the indisputable alibi testimony that should have closed the investigation of Russ Faria the morning after Betsy's murder. Mike Corbin, Angelia Hulian, Brandon Sweeney, and Marshall Bach gave the same accounts of that night that they had repeated so many times. They all had disputed Askey's account that they told the police they played a board game before watching movies. Mike said he even told Askey in his deposition that those police reports were wrong about that. He said the police weren't taking notes during the interview, so he understood how they could make that mistake. The gamers also said the police got it wrong when they quoted them as saying they had played a game called Lord of the Rings. They didn't even know if there was such a game. The gamers had compared Rollmaster to the more familiar Dungeons and Dragons, and the police must have confused that with Lord of the Rings. And, they said again, no one ever dressed up as their game characters, wielded swords, or participated in any kind of violent play action or outside missions, as Askey suggested again in her cross-examinations, and as she had stated in her outrageous closing arguments in the first trial. Marshall told Schwartz the detectives had come to his place of work the week before the trial and offered him immunity from prosecution if he changed his testimony about Russ by 5 o'clock that afternoon. He felt threatened by the cops. "Did you need immunity for anything?" Schwartz asked. "No," Marshall said. I didn't do anything wrong. Askey spent cross-examination picking at nits in the gamer's testimony and memories. Yes, Marshall recalled the color of Russ's vehicle wrong. Yes, he once said Russ left after he did, but then he remembered Russ left first because he followed his taillights down the street. Explaining how the gamers remembered what Russ was wearing, but didn't remember their own clothes was simple. They had been talking to police about Russ's clothes, and every other detail of that night, for the last 4 years. Askey drilled Brandon about offering the receipt from his visit to Jack-in-the-Box to the police to document his location and the time. Brandon couldn't explain why the police denied seeing the receipt or telling him to hang on to it, but that was what happened. Schwartz thought Askey's attacks on the gamers were weak and ineffective. Sure, there may have been an occasional blip in their memories, but none of that was related to the real issue. They established an unshakable alibi for Russ Faria almost 30 miles from his home between 6 and 9 o'clock. Combined with the other airtight evidence collected along Russ's route, the gamers proved he couldn't have been at home to murder Betsy between 5 o'clock and 9:30 on December 27, 2011. Chapter 50. Friday, November 6, 2015. Fifth and final day of Russ Faria's second trial. Pam Hupp's bank records betrayed her motive for murder, her attempt to cover up her true intentions, and her continuing deception of all the authorities trying to solve the killing of Betsy Faria. As the last day of Russ Faria's second trial opened, Joel Schwartz asked Judge Stephen Omer to admit into evidence the bank records detailing how Pam opened a revocable trust with $100,000 in the names of Betsy's daughters just 4 days before Russ's first trial, and then, after testifying in the trial that she was planning to give the money to the girls, as Betsy requested, withdrew all but $300 and revoked the trust just 3 weeks after Russ was convicted. The evidence in this trial, Schwartz added, had shown Sergeant Ryan McCarrick pressured her to set up the trust before the trial to make the prosecution look better and improve her credibility as a witness. So what? That was essentially the response by Assistant Prosecuting Attorney George Gundy. The bank records of someone who wasn't even a witness in the trial were irrelevant. There's been a lot of opinions and hearsay, but there's not one shred of evidence involving her in the case. We object. Without explanation, the judge admitted the records, as well as a deed filed with Lincoln County showing that Betsy's name was listed with Russ's as owners of the Faria home at 130 Sumac Drive. Swanson said it was relevant because the mysterious letter Pam Hupp claimed was written by Betsy included a complaint that her name was not on the deed, and Russ said he was the only owner. With those documents admitted, Joel Schwartz announced that the defense would rest its case. Askey immediately called 3 rebuttal witnesses. The first was a computer and cell phone expert who took issue with defense expert Greg Chatton's testimony that cell tower records showed Russ's phone was in all the places he told police he was all evening. Askey's expert also said the records showed that 23 seconds after Janet Meyer's call to Russ at 8:57 p.m., someone made a call on his phone to the 805 number to listen to her message. Under Swanson's cross-examination, however, the expert's testimony wilted. He essentially agreed Chatton's analysis was accurate, and the pattern and timing of calls made it unlikely Russ had listened to the message from Meyer. Askey called Robert O'Neill, the computer analyst from the St. Charles City Police Department, back to the stand to testify that data on Betsy's laptop did not prove the club was the last network it was connected to on December 22, 2011, and he said the fact that the letter was marked as created with Word 97 could mean that the program had been on the computer previously, not necessarily that the letter had been created on a different computer and then saved on Betsy's. Swanson got O'Neill to agree that the letter was the only document on Betsy's computer that listed the author as unknown and that he was not offering any opinion on who wrote the letter. As the last witness in the trial, Detective Dean Fry of the O'Fallon Police Department testified he had not been mistaken when he quoted all 4 gamers saying they played a game called Lord of the Rings before watching 2 movies. He said he knew nothing about role-playing games, but had quoted the gamers accurately in his report. He also denied that Brandon Sweeney showed him a receipt from Jack-in-the-Box. He said he would have seized the receipt if Brandon had produced it. Swanson asked Fry if it was possible the gamers said their usual game was based on Lord of the Rings. Fry said they may have said that, but he insisted they told him the game was called Lord of the Rings. Asked if the police ever made mistakes, Fry said, "They do, but I didn't." And that was it. The evidence in Russ Faria's second effort to prove his innocence was complete. Chapter 51. Pam Hupp sat quietly and alone at the back of the courtroom to listen to closing arguments at 11:30 a.m. She would be painted as either a valued witness to a murderous plot by Russ Faria or the cold, calculating killer responsible for the death of her best friend for money. Although the prosecution and defense had both subpoenaed her, neither had called her to the witness stand. Joel Schwartz decided other witnesses had put all of her maddening lies and twisted stories into the record, and putting this disturbed, unpredictable woman on the stand was not only unnecessary, but also not worth the risk. Pam managed a final taunt to the defense after she was told she would not be called as a witness. Before court opened that morning, she texted a message to Nate Swanson. "What's the matter? Did Schwartz lose his balls?" Schwartz, Russ, and Swanson had to admit that was pretty funny coming from Pam Hupp. For her second closing argument in a trial of Russ Faria, Lee Askey abandoned her delusional attack on the game night players as co-conspirators in a plot to murder Russ's wife. A good decision, Joel Schwartz thought, as he listened to her new effort to portray an innocent man as a killer. Askey's outrageous scenario may have found some traction with jurors in the first trial, but she surely realized that trying to sell such a wild theory to Judge Stephen Omer was not a wise strategy. Schwartz was surprised, however, that Askey didn't even mention the game nighters this time. Askey opened her argument to the judge with an ominous quote from the letter Pam Hupp said Betsy wrote just days before her death. "If something happens to me, please show this to the police," Askey recited before adding, "These are Betsy Faria's last words, perhaps a dying declaration." Quoting the letter as if it had been proven that Betsy wrote it, Askey also read, "I have to change my insurance policies and get them out of his name, but he can't know about it. He had held a pillow over my face and told me, 'This is what dying feels like. I'm growing increasingly scared to be here. He wants me out of the house. He's been looking through my computer.'" She cited some of the evidence she believed incriminated Russ. There were no blood or DNA samples at the scene from anyone but Betsy and Russ. Their DNA was all that was found inside his slippers stained with her blood. The bloody smudge on the switch plate was her blood and a male DNA sample too small to identify. The presence of human blood was found under Russ's fingernails and on his feet. She neglected to add that it was Russ's blood. A stain identified as blood on a bath towel contained both Betsy's and Russ's DNA, and there was the new report from an officer who saw several water droplets in the shower. The prosecutor implied Russ learned Betsy removed him as beneficiary on the State Farm policy because that was the only company he called about getting the money. He knew he was still the beneficiary on the Mutual of Omaha policy because he found the change form Betsy said she had left on the counter the morning of the murder. Schwartz thought again. Just more theory and no evidence. To try to rebut the first responders' testimony that they found Betsy's body cold and stiff, Askey quoted the medical examiner, saying there was no way to determine that simply by touching it, and the body was not likely to be cold and stiff within 2 or 2.5 hours after death. Askey called Russ's call to 911 against him again. He cried to stall the dispatcher when she asked questions he didn't like, but was calm and collected when he wanted to talk. He talked about where he had been and where Betsy had been, instead of begging the dispatcher to hurry and send help. He described 2 wounds to her left arm, which he couldn't have seen because of the position of her body. Askey trotted out another theory based on what she said was a paw print on Betsy's pants. The dog had been in the house long enough to touch Betsy's body before Russ put her outside on the chain. A killer other than Russ wouldn't have bothered to put the dog on the chain. Russ told police he and Betsy had rekindled their marriage, Askey said, but didn't tell them he had an affair with Darlene Fuller. And Askey contradicted Darlene's testimony by insisting Russ had been meeting her after dropping off Betsy for chemotherapy. Askey ended with another summary of Betsy's fear of Russ and his threatening behavior described in the mysterious letter. She looked at the judge and said, "We ask that you listen to Betsy's voice and find him guilty." Joel Schwartz thought that Askey had avoided wild tales of secret game night co-conspirators this time, but her second closing argument was still based only on theories and suppositions, unproven by a single piece of evidence or a line of valid testimony. Pam Hupp's attempt to frame Russ Faria, aided by police incompetence or worse, had failed, and no spin by the prosecutor in a closing argument could manufacture guilt that wasn't there. Schwartz began his closing argument by saying it had been difficult to decide what to say because the state had produced no evidence to prove how or when Russ could have killed Betsy. "I don't know how we got here," he said. "So I thought about it, and what we got here by is speculation, mere, unadulterated speculation." He contrasted the prosecution's lack of evidence with the overwhelming evidence from the defense: videos, store receipts, cell phone records, and testimony by the 4 game night players, all proving Russ was nowhere near his home or Betsy between 5 o'clock and 9:35 at night. First responders who checked Betsy's body estimated she had been dead 2 to 3 hours, which would have put her time of death between 7 and 8 o'clock at night, while Russ was still at Corbin's house. Schwartz turned to his prime suspect, attacking Pam Hupp's transparent, evolving lies and deceptive conduct that the police not only willingly accepted and excused, but also encouraged and even coached. Detective RENEE helped create a story for Pam so she could incriminate Russ by saying she had seen him and another man in a car outside the house. She recently claimed she and Betsy had been lovers, an absurd allegation she had never made before in almost 4 years. But that salacious fiction gave Pam an explanation for her equally unsupported accusation that Russ had shoved her against a wall and threatened to kill her, just 2 weeks before Betsy was killed. The evidence proved Pam Hupp had spent the day of the murder trying to control Betsy's movements to get her home alone that evening while Russ was gone. She ignored Betsy's clear instructions not to come to the chemo session. She made an inconvenient trip to Betsy's mother's to ensure she could take Betsy home, another lengthy drive for someone who claimed she didn't drive at night and was terrible at directions. Pam called her husband from Betsy's at 7:04 p.m., and then called Betsy's phone at 7:27 p.m., a call that cell phone towers located near or even at Betsy's home. During that same time period, Betsy failed to answer calls she had promised to answer from her daughter from 7:21 to 7:30 p.m. "Something made Betsy break that promise," Schwartz said. "There was another factor that brought everyone to this place on this day. I would submit to the court that if Russ Faria did not call in and say, 'I think my wife killed herself,' we wouldn't be here today. That's what caused them to jump to a conclusion." But the defense had proven all of the factors that explained why Russ, in shock and not in his right mind, was justified in jumping to the suicide conclusion. What about that ominous letter? It was saved on the laptop on December 22, 2011, when Betsy's profile was opened on the laptop between 11:50 a.m. and 12:05 p.m., when Pam was with Betsy at her tennis club, and on a day when the laptop was connected to a network called The Club. The letter was the only document on the laptop with an unidentified author. It was written using Word 97 software, but Betsy's laptop only had Word 2003. Schwartz told the judge he was certain the content was copied and pasted from another document created on a different computer and transferred to Betsy's, probably in 15 minutes while Betsy played tennis and Pam had her laptop. Schwartz respectfully suggested Bobby Wan was mistaken when she testified Betsy had discussed Russ holding a pillow over her face and her plan to replace Russ as her beneficiary while at the chemo session. Bobby never mentioned those things until she had 2 years of discussions with Pam Hupp and Betsy's family. What about the physical evidence? Sergeant Purtle's recollection of water droplets in the shower was suspect, coming just before this trial and providing the only support for Askey's theory that Russ took a shower after killing Betsy. Purtle's recollection was thin on details, and even the judge asked him questions to try to get more information. And if Russ had taken a shower, wouldn't there have been plenty of other evidence? Wet shower walls, a wet tub, Wet towels? Trace evidence in drains and pipes? What about the bloody slippers? Even the state's expert testified that the stains appeared to result from the slippers being swiped in blood. There were no bloody footprints anywhere and no spots where blood had been stepped in. An untrained police officer said the slippers appeared to have made the pattern in the blood on a switch plate, but there were two different patterns. Schwartz thought the examination of the suspected dog paw print on Betsy's pants was inconclusive, and he wasn't sure what it would mean, even if it had been left by the dog. There weren't any other bloody paw prints anywhere, and no blood was found on the dog. All of the experts said it would be impossible for Betsy's killer not to have blood on them, and there was no blood on Russ or his clothes. As Schwartz recalled, there was no blood found in the kitchen or dining room, despite widespread use of Blue Star luminol to test the floor, cabinets, drains, mops, and other surfaces. He began a pointed attack on the police investigation. Detective Mike Merkel had testified that photos taken of the Blue Star tests showed absolutely nothing because of a camera malfunction, but he had admitted that was false after Schwartz produced the photos. These pictures simply didn't show what he wanted them to show, and there's no doubt about it. He perjured himself, Schwartz said. Sergeant Ryan McCarrick had encouraged Pam Hupp to fund a trust for Betsy's daughters before the trial to make the case against Russ look better. It wouldn't look good if she didn't open a trust, he noted, because she was the last one to see Betsy alive, had just been named Betsy's beneficiary, and had collected the $150,000 in insurance without giving it to the girls, as Pam first said Betsy had wanted. Pam did as the police asked. Just days before the trial, she opened a trust in the girls' names with $100,000. But that was just more deceit. Just weeks after Russ was convicted, she revoked the trust and withdrew all but $300. Schwartz also pointed to the vast difference in the ways the police treated Pam and other witnesses. McCarrick testified the police made no effort to confirm her account of her activities the night of the murder, when she arrived home, or what condition she was in. No detective could say where she was at any time that night. They didn't even try to track her locations through cell towers. The police interview with her husband, while she sat next to him, was so amateurish and worthless that Schwartz called it a joke. The police didn't confirm what she was wearing and waited hours before seizing the clothes, only she said she had worn. Schwartz rhetorically asked the judge if he didn't find it interesting that the state didn't call the person at the center of this entire case to testify, now that the defense could really cross-examine her. Pam Hupp had told contradictory, ever-changing, and often absurd stories about everything, putting herself at the center of Betsy's murder. But the cops and prosecutor never considered her a suspect. Schwartz closed with a couple of stunning facts and a plea to acquit Russ Faria. Russ Faria was the beneficiary for over 10 years. That's over 3,650 days. Pam Hupp was the beneficiary for 4, and that's all. She was the last one with her, and nobody can account for her whereabouts, and she lied about everything that we know about. Judge, the state has not proven much of a possibility that Russ could have done it, much less a probability, not even close to proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Thank you. Askey began her rebuttal argument by answering Schwartz's question about why Pam Hupp hadn't testified. Judge, I'm not going to talk about Pam Hupp, because there hasn't been any evidence about Pam Hupp. Pam Hupp has been here and available to be called by the defense. They are the ones that have put on their dog and pony show about Pam Hupp for the last few years. We didn't call her because we didn't have to. If they wanted to call her, they could. But she did address the beneficiary issue by asking if it made sense for Pam to kill Betsy to collect the insurance money, without even knowing if Betsy had mailed the change form to the insurance company. There would be no motive for her to kill Betsy when she was already dying of cancer. But it did make sense for Russ to kill Betsy if he knew she was planning to remove him as beneficiary. It also made no sense, Askey argued, for Pam Hupp to write a letter incriminating Russ Faria and then hide it on a computer so well that it took almost 4 years for police to find it. Detective Mike Merkel did not lie about the photos of the Blue Star tests. He meant only that they showed absolutely nothing in terms of the luminescence. Officer Pirtle did not lie about the water droplets in the shower. If he was lying, Wouldn't he have made up more details? A whole lot better story? Two other detectives weren't wrong when they quoted the gamers as saying they played a game before watching movies and changed their stories after their first interviews. I have no idea. Maybe they were too stoned to remember, she said. But the state had proven Russ was a liar. He lied about lying down in front of Betsy's body because he did not have blood on his clothes. He lied when he told police he did not have an affair. The nature of Betsy's murder, 55 stab and slash wounds, some shockingly deep and damaging, were signs of rage, passion, and greed. They required an extreme amount of force and exertion, like a man of Russ's physique could deliver. His conduct after he found Betsy's body was suspicious, rotating between calm and hysterical, and then sitting in a police car smoking cigarettes and laughing. Judge, I ask you to please help us finally get justice for Betsy Faria and her family by finding the defendant guilty. And then the second trial of Russ Faria was over. The judge called the lunch break and said he would reconvene court sometime later that afternoon. Everyone knew he would return his verdict then. Joel Schwartz looked intensely into Russ Faria's face and nodded. Russ nodded back. They knew they had taken their best shot, and it was all in Judge Omer's hands now. Russ remained optimistic Omer would recognize the absurdity of the charges and the total lack of evidence against him. He wanted to be confident that he was close to being cleared of the murder of the wife he had loved deeply, if imperfectly. But the courts in Lincoln County had convicted him once before, and he knew it surely could happen again. If it did, Russ feared, he would never get another chance to win his freedom. There was one more bitter exchange between the prosecution and the defense before the judge could return his verdict. Schwartz was talking to Russ as he smoked a cigarette in the courthouse parking lot when Nate Swanson called to relay a take-it-now-or-leave-it offer for a plea bargain from Leah Askey. Schwartz felt a rush of dread. He thought it was possible Askey would offer to let Russ plead guilty of involuntary manslaughter and be sentenced to time served. That would be a difficult offer to refuse, Schwartz thought, because there would be no more jail time even if Russ had to plead guilty to a crime he did not commit. But then Swanson disclosed Askey's offer. If Russ would plead guilty of second-degree murder, she would recommend a sentence of soft life, meaning Russ would be eligible for parole. Schwartz was relieved that Askey's ridiculous offer showed just how far out of tune Askey was with the state of the case. When Schwartz told Russ about the offer, Schwartz's anger and frustration from the last 4 years erupted in his response. She could give me a parking ticket, and I'd tell her to stick it up her ass. Schwartz relayed Russ's perfect response verbatim to Swanson to transmit back to Askey. Swanson said later he told Askey that Russ wouldn't even plead guilty to a parking ticket now, but he left out the exact location Russ suggested Askey could deposit the offer. Chapter 52. Judge Stephen Omer's call for court to reconvene at 3:45 p.m. came sooner than almost anyone expected. Joel Schwartz told Russ Faria it was impossible to know how to read a quick verdict from an experienced judge like Omer. If a jury ready to convict a defendant of murder deliberates an average of 4 to 5 hours, what could it mean that the judge had been out for 3 hours? Pam Hupp was not in the courtroom now, as she had been during closing arguments. Schwartz would later learn that she had already left the courthouse by a side door reserved for employees. After everyone was seated in the courtroom, the judge swept onto the bench with a businesslike demeanor and a quick greeting of, "Good afternoon, folks." He was pleased there had been no incident in the courtroom during the trial, and he didn't expect any now, but he made it clear anyone creating a disturbance, supporting or opposing his verdict, would be escorted out. He asked the defendant to stand. Russ Faria, Joel Schwartz, and Nate Swanson rose quickly behind the defense table. "There is no question that this was a brutal murder," the judge began solemnly, "and I'm sorry the family, or any of us, have to witness such horror." He explained that a defendant is presumed innocent and the state has the burden of proving guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. He added, "The charges here of murder in the first degree and armed criminal action are totally appropriate for the facts and circumstances of this case." Russ was concentrating on the judge's every word, and he suddenly feared that last comment might not be a good omen. There are two separate theories submitted to this court by the parties. First, the state surmises that the defendant killed Betsy in a fit of passion and rage. Next, the defendant surmises that Pam Hupp conspired to kill Betsy and set up the defendant to take the fall. The judge looked over the courtroom and then read from the paper in front of him. The investigation into the facts and theories of this case by law enforcement is rather disturbing and, frankly, raises more questions than answers. Joel Schwartz didn't hear another word the judge said over the next 60 seconds. He now knew exactly what the judge was about to say and what the verdict would be. Russ was encouraged by the judge's blunt criticism of the cops and their investigation, but none of that included the exact 2 words he ached to hear. Inconsistencies and/or lies do not equate to murder where the hard facts do not support the conclusion, but rather support speculation, innuendo, and supposition only. Unfortunately, the hard facts alone are insufficient to give a clear resolution to this messy case. The judge continued. A reasonable doubt is a doubt based upon reason and common sense after careful and impartial consideration of all the evidence in this case. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt means proof that leaves you firmly convinced of the defendant's guilt. The law does not require proof that overcomes every possible doubt. If the fact finder is not firmly convinced of the defendant's guilt, the court must give him the benefit of the doubt, Judge Omer read. Consequently, as to count 1, murder in the first degree, the court finds the defendant, Russel Scott Faria. Russ sucked in a quick breath that made his chest quiver, and he could feel his heart pounding all the way up to his throat as the judge completed his verdict. Not guilty. Russ's legs went weak, and he feared he would collapse until he felt Nate Swanson's arms around him, holding him up. Schwartz turned and smiled into Russ's face, took his arm, and said almost too softly to hear, "It's over." Russ vaguely heard his family and friends behind him trying to stifle their happy cries. He didn't hear the shocked gasps from Betsy's family on the other side of the courtroom. Russ was savoring those 2 words he had waited so long to hear, and he was about to hear them again as the judge continued. As to count 2, armed criminal action, the court finds the defendant, Russel Scott Faria, not guilty. The court further orders the defendant discharged in this cause. The court stands adjourned. Schwartz hadn't cast a glance toward Leah Askey until he noticed she had packed up and was leaving the courtroom. Russ turned and rushed back to his mother's arms, without any interference from a deputy sheriff this time, and was immediately surrounded by his father, his sister, Mary Anderson, and other relatives and friends. Amid the hugs and kisses and tears, Russ began to realize that, for the first time in almost 4 years, he was about to walk out of the courthouse into complete and total freedom, without the threat of prison or the cloud of guilt hanging over his head. Betsy's family and friends left the courthouse quickly and drove away without speaking to anyone. Celebrating outside the courthouse front door, many of Russ's supporters pulled on purple T-shirts they had made especially for this outcome. Under his picture was printed, "Russel Faria, innocent." Some of his friends cracked open a bottle and began drinking toasts to freedom for Faria. Leah Askey later issued a simple statement. "While I believe in our justice system, I disagree with this verdict. My job is to seek justice for our victims and present evidence in the best way I can. My condolences go out to Betsy Faria's family." Russ and Schwartz made short and simple comments to the media. Asked how he felt, the beaming Russ said, "Relief. Glad it's over. Finally." Schwartz couldn't begin to express what he was feeling. It had taken almost 4 years, but he had kept his promise to an innocent man. This was the kind of case, and Russ Faria was the kind of person Schwartz had gone into law to defend. Through a smile he tried to restrain, Schwartz told reporters, "We're happy that justice has finally begun to prevail. I still hope for justice for Betsy and her family." That wasn't a casual remark. After Anderson chauffeured Russ away from the courthouse and to a celebration with family and friends at a restaurant, Schwartz made a phone call to Richard Callahan, the U.S. Attorney for the St. Louis District in eastern Missouri, to ask him to conduct a comprehensive review of all aspects of the Faria case, including the suspicious death of Pam Hupp's mother. Callahan said he thought the facts warranted at least some conversations with the judge, the Missouri Attorney General's office, and the local prosecutor. Schwartz urged Callahan to follow through aggressively. If Pam Hupp didn't face justice, if Pam Hupp wasn't stopped, Schwartz warned, someone else is going to die. Chapter 53. Russ Faria was suddenly a free man faced with the challenge of rebuilding a life shattered by the loss of his wife to a violent murder, and almost 4 years in prison for a crime he didn't commit. Living again with his parents in O'Fallon, he took a few weeks through the holidays and into early 2016 to rest and begin to readjust to life outside of her prison cell. He soon collected on 2 of Betsy's life insurance policies that had been frozen while the court battles raged. He bought a mobile home and began to renovate it. He eventually would go to work for a friend who ran a motorcycle service shop, doing work he really enjoyed. It was a good way to start restoring at least a semblance of normalcy as he looked for a new direction for his life. He cultivated a friendship with Ryan Ferguson, another man wrongly convicted of murder in Missouri, and joined Ryan in efforts on behalf of the Missouri chapter of the Innocence Project, the organization that works for the exoneration of people wrongly convicted. Ryan spent 11 years in prison for a murder he did not commit, winning his release in November 2013, just before Russ entered the same Missouri prison where Ryan had been held. Today, Russ continues to make regular speaking appearances around the state to raise funds for the organization and advocate for the exoneration and release of its innocent clients. Russ's search for justice in his own case, and especially in Betsy's murder, continued, while Pam Hupp was hardly slipping quietly into obscurity. In January 2016, the suit by Leah and Mariah Day to recover the $150,000 from their mother's insurance from Pam Hupp went to trial before St. Charles County Circuit Judge Ted House. David Bush, the Day's attorney, who provided that vital tip to Joel Schwartz about Pam and her trust fund, argued that Pam committed constructive fraud and benefited from unjust enrichment, 2 civil law concepts seldom heard around the edges of a murder case. His theory was that Pam accepted the role as beneficiary to Betsy's insurance money under an agreement with Betsy to give the money to the Days when they were older, a promise Pam personally repeated to the Days, Betsy's family and friends, and the police. Instead of doing that, she commingled the money with personal funds of hers and her husband's and used it to invest in real estate and pay for a new house. Pam Hupp's attorneys argued there was no binding agreement requiring her to give any of the money to the Days, and she was free to do with the money as she pleased. With Fox 2's cameras capturing the trial, Pam Hupp quickly became the sensational star witness with the predictable blizzard of contradictory answers and nonsensical explanations. Called as a hostile witness by the Days attorneys, she said she didn't remember telling the police that Betsy wanted her to give the money to the Days, and if she did, she only meant she would consider giving them some money if their behavior improved. When asked if she deposited the money in her personal account with her other funds, she replied, "I did. It was my money." Pam admitted she lied to Betsy's sister that she had given away the money. Asked if she lied to anyone else about the money, she said, "Anybody that would bug me and bug me and bug me and bug me." Did she have memory problems? Yes and no. Whatever she said sounded like the truth to her then, but she sometimes learned later it was not. And there was that sexual affair stuff to discuss. She said she hadn't told the police or Leah Askey before Russ Faria's first trial that she and Betsy had had a sexual relationship because she had not talked to Askey or those other detectives until Russ's second trial was approaching. The most memorable moment came as one of the Day's attorneys asked Pam a question that confused her. As the attorneys pressed for an answer, she began waving her left arm around as she protested loudly. "Whoa, whoa, 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 whoa." When the attorney pressed again, she gave him another round of whoa, whoa, whoa. The attorney asked Judge House for help, and he instructed her to just say she didn't understand the question. Pam was such a terrible witness that even her lawyer refused to vouch for her in closing arguments. "I'm not going to argue about her credibility," he said to the judge. "She's not a credible witness, but that's not the issue. The issue is what the intent was of Miss Faria." Her performance convinced David Bush that he was correct to judge her as a manipulative psychopath and unashamed, unrestrained liar. He thought she believed she could manipulate any situation until she was in control, and that her gibberish about whether she had a memory problem would absolve her of any need to give a specific and truthful answer. As Pam left the courthouse after the final day of testimony, she noticed the camera crew from Dateline NBC filming her departure with her husband Mark. As she crossed the street, Pam's face lit up as she smiled and said directly into the camera, "Say hi to Kathy." The unexpected and audacious greeting to Kathy Singer, the Dateline producer on all of the Russ Faria episodes, would become the dramatic opening of yet another Dateline on the Faria and Hupp case. Anchor Lester Holt opened the show by describing how Pam Hupp had surprisingly made Dateline a named player in the case. Keith Morrison had already delivered a personal message to Joel Schwartz. Morrison recalled Schwartz telling him after he collected the interviews for the first episode that he would be back for more after Russ won a new trial. Morrison told Schwartz that he often hears that from defense attorneys, but this was the first case in which it had actually happened. A month after the trial, Judge House returned a verdict allowing Pam Hupp to keep Betsy's insurance money. He said there was not